Our hero's mind drifts back to his former existence, a time when he served as a valiant rescue worker. That life was cut short by a terrible, fatal accident. Upon his death, he awoke in a completely new reality, a world teeming with supernatural awakenings and grotesque beasts. In this strange new life, he too had become an awakener. He was bestowed with a mystical contract gem, an artifact that drained both his life force and mental power to create. Should a target willingly ingest this peculiar gem, their very life, soul, and deepest consciousness would be utterly subjugated to the summoner's command. Initially, he believed this to be an overwhelmingly amazing ability, but it possessed a single significant catch. As he pondered over the gem, a young woman named Su Jingyao approached, calling him Zhang Ping, and questioning what he was doing out here. He brushed it off, claiming it was of no consequence, then casually presented her with some candy. She rebuffed him with a scathing remark, telling him to scram and sarcastically adding he was so alluring that anyone would desire to be enslaved by him. He sprawled out, jesting that it was only a joke. In his mind, he thought, the pack's target needed complete awareness of the terms, and they had to consent to forging a bond with him. If someone was unwilling, the gem would be utterly useless even if swallowed. He also remembered that this body's previous owner had become so enraged by the gem's uselessness that he had nearly perished from pure frustration. Thankfully, he was in control now. His past life experiences had steeled him against such stress. She abruptly tugged at his hair, scolding him not to surrender to despair so quickly. After all, the world was immense. Surely someone existed out there who would consent to his control. He retorted that it was simple for her to declare, but who on earth besides himself would ever accept such a fate? Suddenly, a shocking revelation struck him. Why hadn't he considered it? As he consumed the gem, Jingyao cried out, asking what he was doing. An emerald aura erupted, enveloping his entire body. After a tense moment, she inquired, her voice laced with worry, if he was truly all right. He nodded, giving her a reassuring look. She let out a sigh of relief, begging him not to frighten her again. After a short while, she rose, stating that the hour was late. It was time to return to the dormitories. She had to report to the city guard at dawn the next day. She told him there was no need to wait up for her. He asked with surprise if she was really proceeding with that plan. She confirmed, stating she'd absorbed all the knowledge they could offer here. Now, it was time to forge herself in the crucible of real combat, to truly elevate her skills. He mused to himself that her logic was undeniably sound. Enlisting in the city guard and becoming a shield for their home had been her lifelong ambition. And now, her moment to chase that dream had finally arrived. She turned, trying to lift his spirits, and told him not to be dejected. She declared that once he became powerful enough, perhaps they could one day fight side by side as comrades. He managed a weak smile, guessing it was back to the farm for him. A thought crossed his mind. They might not cross paths much after tonight. And yet, parting ways like this felt strangely bitter. Even though she was his body's childhood flame, a deep urge to embrace her surged within him. In an instant, a green phantom materialized behind him, taking the form of a spectral duplicate. And before he could process it, he was pulling her into a hug. He was utterly stunned as his body acted on its own accord. She, in turn, became flustered and embarrassed, swiftly breaking the embrace and stammering that she had to leave. He numbly agreed, and as she began to walk away, he called out for her to be careful. She wished him the same and then disappeared into the night. Later, he questioned if his own body had embraced her subconsciously, as if it had simply executed some deep-seated command. He supposed it could have merely been a strange coincidence. And now, a more pressing matter arose to discover how much dominion he truly wielded over his own vessel. He focused his will, commanding his body to execute a mid-air flip. He performed the maneuver flawlessly, landing with grace. He laid back down on the ground, realizing he could likely force his body to perform many actions, so long as they remained within the boundaries of human potential. He couldn't do things like fly or shapeshift into other beings. But the most incredible discovery was that he could perfectly mimic complex moves he had never once practiced in his entire life, just by imagining them in his mind's eye. If he could envision himself wielding the raw physical power and techniques of any martial art, he could theoretically absorb those combat abilities instantly. All he needed was a method to augment his physical stats, and his power would skyrocket. But there was one final experiment he had to conduct. The following day, He sat in the cafeteria, his legs screaming in protest. Before he had fallen asleep the previous night, he had issued a command for a pre-dawn run. And his body had obeyed those instructions perfectly, even while his conscious mind was sleeping. He was thrilled to confirm that his theory worked. His body could execute his will even when his brain was dormant. His gaze swept the room, noting that nobody gave him a second glance. The only thing that pierced the silence was a gaggle of students, excitedly chanting the name Lu Shi, desperate to catch a glimpse of her. She offered a warm greeting to them all. Zhang mused that this Lu Shi must be the campus belle, and it was rather remarkable that she was awake so early. Suddenly, a strange noise was followed by a sinister aura appearing close by. He froze, wondering what that could possibly be. His eyes locked onto a monstrous creature, but he wasn't certain if any other students perceived it. It was definitely not Lu Shi, who then called out to him, commenting that he appeared somewhat unwell. But to him, her form was that of a monster. She asked if he was truly feeling all right. He forced himself to stay calm before replying that he was perfectly fine, claiming a nightmare had robbed him of a good night's sleep. He started to excuse himself, mentioning that class would begin soon. She noted the distinct stench of fear, and wondered if she was the only one who could sense. He fled, his mind racing. Why was a mutated beast on school grounds? Could no one else see it, or was this some kind of vivid hallucination? He resolved to find and inform a teacher immediately, but as he burst through the classroom door, he witnessed another mutated beast slaughtering a student. Zhang bolted from the horrific scene, escaping to the terrace where he collapsed, muttering that everything was wrong. This reality was completely twisted. He questioned if this place was some kind of living nightmare. Just then, the contract gem tumbled from his pocket. He realized with dawning horror he began seeing these visions. Right after he had consumed the contract gem, whatever was unfolding, he resolved to break free of this madness. He consumed the gem once more and instantly felt a profound shift. A strange screen materialized, informing him it was analyzing his current progress. Once the system's analysis had concluded, playback of events commenced. He shot to his feet, wondering if he'd just unlocked some form of analytical power. Then, his status was scanned and a panel with his stats appeared. As he processed the flood of information, he questioned the existence of a level system, and what exactly Level 1 effect activated signified. He learned of the skills, absolute command, absolute obedience, and basic analysis, wondering about their mysterious origin. Did consuming that second gem trigger this awakening? He later sat in class trying to piece this new puzzle together. First, it became clear to him that he had become his own summoner and summoned being. The only entity in control of him was himself. No external power could manipulate his body or his mind. With this startling new realization, mental illusions were now completely ineffective against him, which explained why he could now pierce the mutated beast's disguises. They were all celestial foxes and high-level predators at that. Since he was currently only at level 1, he stood no chance against such foes. Their cognitive distortion ability was a truly broken power. It permitted a celestial fox to devour a victim in plain sight, while tricking everyone else into believing they were just watching. A pair of students having a normal chat. This was the terrifying reason no one else perceived them. If it was truly a mind-affecting ability, then Jing's innate powers must also be of a mental nature. She was a member of the psychic class, perhaps she could be an ally. After school, as he navigated the crowded streets, he could not fathom what his eyes were seeing. They were lurking outside of the school as well. He saw a couple strolling by, and the woman was another one of the beasts. He wondered in horror just how many of them there were. He finally arrived at the city guard's massive headquarters, and made his way toward the reception desk. The woman stationed behind the counter inquired how she could help him. He stated he was there to see a recruit named Jing, who should have reported for duty on this very day. The receptionist confirmed this was the case, and Zhang's blood ran cold as he realized she too was a celestial fox. Even exceptionally powerful, high-level awakened humans could not see past their illusions. As he waited, Jing emerged, asking what on earth he was doing there. Zhang quickly stood up and fabricated a reason, claiming he wanted to check that she was adjusting. Well, since he had been concerned for her safety, she introduced him to her new squad mates, urging them to greet him. He offered a polite response that it was a pleasure to meet them. Jing then revealed her burning resolve to become stronger, to hunt down the monstrous beast that had slaughtered her parents. She also commented that her team was currently undermanned, and casually wondered if he might be keen on joining them. She even offered to vouch for him with the city guard leadership. Zhang refused, claiming he wasn't built for that line of duty. His own power felt pathetic, and he'd be of more use on a farm. As he turned to depart, Jing vocalized her disappointment, calling his decision a genuine shame. Zhang told her he was happy she was doing well, and vowed not to be a nuisance to her any longer. He thought to himself that he truly hoped they would meet again. He trudged back through the city, wondering if they were truly murdering the populace. Wasn't the city guard meant to be the mightiest force in all of Pearl City? How could they have been so thoroughly compromised? He recalled that Jing had only enlisted that very day. He stopped dead in his tracks. The terrible truth dawned on him. The Celestial Foxes hadn't just breached the school. They had successfully infiltrated the entire city. It appeared that every person in Pearl City was under their sway, like helpless livestock in some horrifying, twisted farm. He had been secretly investigating, leveraging his analysis skill. First, the majority of the Celestial Foxes were elite-level threats. Even the city guard, with its host of powerful awakeners, was utterly powerless against these monsters. Second, the creature that had slain Lu Shi existed on a different plane of existence. He felt that if he even attempted to analyze it, the being would instantly pinpoint his exact location. It was an Apex-class threat, possibly even a King-class entity. Any Celestial Fox that could fight far beyond its designated class was almost certainly being controlled by that ultimate creature. Third, unlike the typical run-of-the-mill mutated beast, these Celestial Foxes possessed cunning intellect and were masters of deception. They could integrate into society without a trace, but it was all a horrifying masquerade, for their main targets were typically exceptionally strong individuals, or figures with significant societal influence. The remainder of the population was mere cattle, kept for future consumption. He knew that any attempt to save them would be a suicide mission, but he couldn't just idly stand by as innocent people were slaughtered. He wondered if he could ever become powerful enough to shift the tides. A week later, the scene changes. Zhang's eyes snapped open. The clock on the wall read a grim 3 a.m. He surmised this was the consequence of pushing his flesh to the absolute limit. Sleep was rapidly becoming an obsolete function for him. He contemplated how intensely he had been training these past few days. He had leveled up once. Besides his grueling physical regimen, he'd been tirelessly creating more gems and ingesting them, desperately hoping to unlock a new, hidden power. After unlocking the analysis ability, every gem Zhang manifested had been completely devoid of color, and consuming them yielded absolutely no effect. However, he had at last discovered a gem glowing with color. As he ingested it, he noted it wasn't exactly a delicacy, but he prayed that this time it would be different. In a flash, his body began to radiate light, and he felt a bizarre sensation. He quickly checked his status, uncovering a brand new ability. With this, he could now conduct his investigations under the cloak of night. As he read through the skills description, he theorized that his contract gem itself had leveled up, and that its progression was tied to his own level. If that was true, then every time he manifested a new power, he would gain a level, and if that hypothesis was correct, he was on the path to becoming truly godlike. There wasn't a single moment to lose, so he dedicated himself completely to his training. With the Night Walker skill now active, he determined it was the perfect time to test this newfound power. He maintained a steady jog, observing how his eyesight was sharpening, becoming even clearer than it was in broad daylight. Then, his eyes caught a glint, a ring lying on the pavement. His initial attempt to analyze it was a failure, but after several determined tries, he finally broke through. The system's playback initiated, revealing an imposter disguised as Shu, accompanied by another man whom Zhang deduced was the ring's true owner. The playback showed the man lunging desperately towards Shu, only to be effortlessly slain with a single brutal slash. Zhang Zhang was staggered. This was utterly impossible. He was certain she was an orphan. She would never have such powerful enemies. The sole explanation, aside from his own strange involvement, was that there were other hidden forces in Pearl City, secretly waging war against these monstrous invaders. Zhang then spotted a beast lurking nearby, seemingly wondering who was there. The monster grumbled that the ring had vanished. Someone else must have been in this very spot. Scanned the area, perplexed. The beast thought that there were no signs of their presence. Whoever this intruder was, they had to be at least a mid-tier awakener. The beast then decided it must report this to its highness without delay. Zhang observed from the safety of his hiding place. He realized this entire scenario was part of their elaborate trap. The ring had been deliberately left there as bait. Returning it at this point would only arouse suspicion, so he made the choice to keep it for himself. At 5 a.m., he was safely back within his room. He thought about how it was still pitch black and the night walker skill, when paired with the magic ring, had rendered him completely undetectable. He concluded that true strength wasn't merely about raw, brute force. It was also about the powerful equipment they could acquire. Suddenly, blue energy appeared as a voice called his name. Concealed within the darkness, he rose, wondering who it could be. Then he heard the sound of footsteps. The intruder had arrived. At 5 a.m. sharp, Zhang laid in bed, forcing himself to remain calm. 3 monstrous beasts had materialized inside his room. One of them unleashed its power, launching an attack on him. The second beast laid its hand upon Zhang's forehead, but he remained perfectly motionless. The monster noted there was not even a whisper of emotion from him. If this pathetic trash had been the one who'd escaped them, he surely would have leaped up and fought for his very survival. But Zhang showed no reaction, and the beast also failed to sense the ring. One of the other creatures called out to their leader, demanding that he kill Zhang. The leader noted he jogs every morning, but not this morning. Something was definitely amiss. The lead beast then declared that Zhang was not the target they were seeking. He was simply worthless food with no strategic value, and they should not squander their energy on him. The others quickly agreed with this assessment. Afterward, they left, and Zhang cautiously rose from the bed. Drenched in a cold sweat, he let out a shaky breath, filled with relief, and thought how incredibly close that was. He had almost forgotten about his mandatory morning jog, but it was a stroke of luck that he'd commanded himself to oversleep, thus avoiding any unnecessary suspicion. He remembered hearing Jing's voice just a while ago, and wondered if it was all a figment of his imagination. He couldn't fathom why he was suddenly feeling so deeply sentimental. He had to become stronger so he could one day avenge her. For the time being, they decided to live as normally as possible, and avoid attracting any unwanted attention from the celestial foxes. As he carried his food through the bustling cafeteria, he happened to overhear a private conversation between 2 girls. One girl asked the other if she had heard the shocking news. Earlier in the day, the city guard had found a corpse brutally sliced in 2 near the academy. The body was identified as the infamous Black Death Star, the most feared assassin in all of Pearl City, the very one who had grievously wounded the old city lord. It was revealed that the city lord's wounds had never properly healed, and rumor had it that he passed away at a premature age. Zhang couldn't help but wonder, and think about the individual who had been sliced clean in half. Could it possibly have been the work of the woman in white? If she could eliminate such a notorious assassin with ease, then Iman Shu's power was even more terrifying than he had ever imagined. He questioned why they would publicly display the bloody aftermath. It must have been a grim warning to any who dared oppose the celestial foxes. This also signaled that they would undoubtedly heighten their security. Zhang understood that he urgently needed to find equipment for his own protection. He decided to investigate the local blacksmith shop after his classes. Finally, once the long lesson concluded, Zhang made his way towards the market district. He noticed a celestial fox standing guard at a shop's entrance and thought, it appears as though every single blacksmith in this city is already under the control of the celestial foxes. He attempted to analyze the developing situation, but his initial attempt was met with failure. Eventually, after immense concentration, he succeeded with his analysis, which marked his 100th successful attempt. As a direct result, his analysis ability evolved to an intermediate level. He wondered if, with this newfound skill enhancement, he could now perceive the growth potential and profiles of his adversaries. The celestial fox beckoned him inside to browse its wares, but Zhang simply refused and walked away. He thought to himself that he must find a shop that was not under the dominion of the insidious celestial foxes. As he wandered, he overheard someone boasting about top-tier merchandise, offering to display the product's quality to a customer. The shopkeeper suggested that if the old man were to buy it, he would offer him the absolute lowest price, even if it meant he'd take a personal loss. The old man, looking amused, inquired if the man was trying to convince him to purchase for his daughter to consume while smoking from his pipe. The old man then blew a thick cloud of smoke directly into the shopkeeper's face. The man, now enraged, barked at the old man, asking if he was hearing impaired or something worse. At that exact moment, Zhang entered the shop, making a beeline straight for the sword, and the man wondered just who this newcomer was. Zhang activated his analysis skill on the displayed sword and quickly extracted some crucial information about it. The shopkeeper, now completely furious, demanded to know how Zhang dared to touch his merchandise. As the man tried to violently wrench the sword away, Zhang calmly warned him that it might just break, and just as he had foreseen, the blade shattered. The man, absolutely livid, screamed at Zhang for destroying his valuable property. He then summoned his nearby underlings, arrogantly asking if they had any clue who he was. He proudly introduced himself as a direct disciple of the great master Mei from the prestigious Xingyi Martial Arts Academy. Without any further warning, he lunged toward Zhang, vowing to teach him a painful lesson with a five-fold lightning assault. However, Zhang casually slapped the man across the face, sending him flying and crashing hard onto the ground. The man, struggling to regain his lost composure, asked if Zhang was injured in the slightest. Zhang responded nonchalantly, observing that the man was not looking so good. He used his analysis skill on him and discovered him. Lu, now utterly humiliated, demanded that Zhang leave, warning him to get out while he still could. Zhang wondered what could possibly be wrong with Lu. As Zhang turned his back to leave, Lu launched a cowardly sneak attack, but Zhang instantly struck him down once again, sending him sprawling back onto the dusty ground. Zhang mused, so, Lu was actually planning a dishonorable sneak attack. He's really playing dirty in this confrontation. Just then, a young woman appeared, looking extremely irritated. She remarked that she had only been gone for a mere 5 minutes, and yet the shop had already descended into complete chaos. She shot a death glare at Lu, asking if he intended to leave on his own, or if she would need to physically show him the exit. Terrified, Lu scrambled away from the scene, muttering profuse apologies. Zhang, now figuring he should probably check a different establishment, began to depart, but the girl forcefully stopped him. She insisted that the two of them needed to have a talk. He was puzzled, wondering what she could possibly want to say. She explained that she was a damsel in distress, working herself to the bone every day just to make ends meet, while also having to care for her aging uncle, who had become consumed by grief after his own daughter vanished. Gazing intently at Zhang, she noted his powerful physique and his seemingly upstanding personality. She pleaded with him to stay and take over as the shop's blacksmith, while also assisting in the care of the elderly Lu Tifeng, and helping her manage the store. She promised that food, lodging, and a generous salary would all be provided. He considered that, with a flicker, she vanished into the shadows, leaving him unrestrained. A storm of questions raged in his mind. Surely she wasn't allied with the celestial foxes, or else his life would have already been forfeit. Zhang journeyed toward the specified orphanage, his mind drifting back to his childhood days here, honing his rudimentary grappling and fighting techniques in the small park across the way. This was why he had secretly named this park his orphanage training ground. He wondered if this mysterious woman somehow knew him. How else could she have possibly known his most guarded secrets? Not only that, but she had clearly been observing him this whole time. She had intercepted him at the precise moment he was about to strike. It became clear she had guided him to this place for a specific purpose. As he pressed on, he spotted a mutated beast lurking in the woods. Instantly, he activated his powerful analysis skill. As he scanned its detailed description, he realized it was 2 entire levels stronger than him. He knew then that he must proceed with extreme caution. He calculated he could likely escape by making a slow, tactical retreat. But then, a fierce resolve stopped him cold. He could not flee. If he failed to eliminate this threat now, the innocent children from the orphanage would be unable to play here. The very next day, he gripped the small blade he had forged himself and charged headfirst to engage the monstrous beast. His mind flashed back to the countless web novels he devoured in his past life, where the protagonist would miraculously become a master of combat the very instant they unlocked their newfound power. While he might lack any true battle experience, experience. He could still command his own summoned body to execute the fight. However, the beast leaped and rolled, launching a vicious attack, completely caught him by surprise. He brought the power of his dagger to bear, defending himself, but the creature's armored hide was far too thick. He realized his beauty's tear was unable to pierce its defenses. He needed to use his wits to win. The beast retreated, coiling its body to prepare for another devastating strike. Zhang envisioned it like controlling a hero in a high-stakes video game, except this time his very existence was on the line. He continued to expertly evade the beast's relentless assaults, noticing that its eyes were the only part not shielded by armor. His fatal weakness. But when the beast curled into a defensive ball, the situation became exponentially more challenging. He had to devise a strategy to break its defensive posture. He decided it was time to unleash his basic fire devour skill. A brilliant plan began to crystallize in his mind. He recalled the first absolute command, Pearl Fist, the legendary Rat Buster style. He swiftly adopted the ancient fighting stance, and couldn't help but marvel at the irony of it all. Who knew that those tedious history lectures on the Pearl Fist would finally prove useful? The technique's philosophy was to overwhelm an enemy with pure, unadulterated force, which was the perfect strategy for crushing a small foe like this one. With that resolve, Zhang surged towards the beast, unleashing a powerful front strike. "It's time we turn up the heat," he muttered under his breath, adding, "No hard feelings." He unleashed his devastating fire slash, thinking that this was his one perfect opportunity. While the beast was completely exposed and defenseless, he aimed directly for its vulnerable weak spot. The decisive strike found its mark, and after vanquishing the foul beast, Zhang felt his own power grow exponentially. He couldn't help but conclude that true combat indeed leveled him up, far faster than any training regimen ever could. Then, a strange thought pricked at his mind. The Venomtail rat's appearance here felt highly intentional, almost as if it had been deliberately placed in his path. There should not have been any mutated beasts within the city's walls, with the sole exception of those disguised celestial foxes. Suddenly, a sinister light flashed before him, and he wondered what was happening. Just as he felt himself being pulled into a different dimension, a voice rang out, "You have 5 minutes." Zhang instantly recognized that commanding voice. It was the same one he had heard in the park earlier. The mysterious lady appeared, her blade drawn and aimed at his throat. She issued a chilling demand, "Prove to me that you are human." Zhang was stunned. How was he supposed to prove his own humanity? He was already human, so what kind of proof could he possibly offer? A realization hit him. She had sensed the presence of mutated beasts inside the city, but she had been unable to pinpoint their precise locations. That's why she was subjecting him to this dangerous test. She must have grown deeply suspicious of him when he was about to attack that young celestial fox. He then asked if she could at least provide him with a clue. He questioned if the venomous, red-tailed creature had been some kind of difficult test for him. She stated coldly that there were now only 4 minutes remaining. He desperately tried to analyze her, but failed again and again. Then she informed him that his time was almost up, with only 2 minutes left. After failing an astounding 999 times, his analysis skill shattered its limits, upgrading to the advanced level, and he was finally able to breach her defenses and access her data. He discovered she was unbelievably powerful at level 28. He thought to himself, no wonder she was so impossible to analyze, and to make the situation even worse, my Night Walker ability and the powerful assassination ring are completely useless against her. As his eyes fell upon her title, Purge Squad by Jelly, he wondered if this was the third major organization, besides the City Guard and the well-known investigation team. She then declared that he now had only a single minute remaining. He pleaded with her to wait, and noted that she had called the small park a training ground. She must have also come from the same orphanage as him. But then he realized he didn't know anyone by the name Lu Sishun, so she must have adopted a new name at some point. And then the pieces clicked into place. She was Lu Sissy Torrent. He was suddenly reminded of a fast-paced, cherished memory, a time when she had been practicing a series of punches, proudly declaring they were the heaven-sundering, earth-shattering Sissy, invincible fist. He decided to perform that exact same technique to prove his identity. Afterward, he asked if she truly was his long-lost sissy. She completely sidestepped his question, instead moving on to her second point. According to the Academy's official records, your contract gem ability, was classified as useless because of its impossible activation conditions. She demanded that he explain exactly what he had done. He explained that approximately 2 weeks ago, he had ingested a contract gem, which allowed him to become his very own summoned beast. He had gained absolute dominion over himself. This granted him complete immunity to the illusions of mutated beasts, and enabled him to pierce through all of their cunning disguises. Based on his covert investigation, there were numerous celestial foxes now hiding within the city, and he suspected that an entire clan of them had infiltrated Pearl City. Their signature ability was a powerful cognitive distortion. She grabbed him, demanding to know if he was being serious. He challenged her to investigate the matter for herself. The proprietor of Wan Qing Breakfast, the owner of Ju and Furniture on Lai Street, the 3 shadowy, black-clad figures on Long Ju Street, and the young celestial fox she had stopped him from attacking earlier. They were all low-level celestial foxes in disguise. She could easily confirm this information on her own. She ordered him to remain there, as she would return shortly. Then, she made contact with someone she called Jimbo. She asked him if he thought the intel was actually credible. Jimbo was currently with a squad, and he explained they first needed to verify this new information. They had faced a celestial fox, a mutated beast type, in the city before, and this cognitive distortion ability had been witnessed in the past, which corroborated Zhang's detailed description of their powers. He had already dispatched a team to apprehend the 2 shopkeepers, and they were expected to return at any moment. Just then, a massive explosion echoed from the distance. It was followed by a few of Jimbo's squad members arriving on the scene. Jimbo urgently asked what in the world had happened. One of his men explained the breakfast shop owner had gone completely berserk and viciously attacked them as they were escorting her out of the city. The girl had suddenly leaped to attack Jimbo, but he had punched her hard enough to send her to the ground. He warned her not to get too far ahead of herself. Dark, sinister rays began to pour out from her body, and then she revealed her true, terrifying form as a fox. The men finally understood the true nature of what they were facing. Jimbo bellowed the order: "Alert the other team and terminate this target immediately." The scene shifts to the prestigious Pearl Academy, where a powerful lady was casually reclining in a chair on the terrace, and a young girl stood obediently next to her. The lady sensed a disturbance and suddenly shot into the sky, announcing that Yuju had just been slain by someone outside the city, and now, yet another one had been eliminated on Lee Street. The assailants had killed their targets instantly, completely erased all evidence of their presence, and were even managing to evade her own tracking abilities. Her monstrous beast form appeared as she wondered who these enemies could be. Zhang asked Sissy if she had finished her checks. She confirmed, but then explained that they couldn't be entirely certain about his sudden new ability to pierce through the celestial fox illusions. She pondered if they wanted him to see them, turning him into their unwitting eyes and ears. For the time being, she would guard him from the shadows, and if he were to uncover any new information, he was to contact her under the cover of night. He had questions about this protection and surveillance. He replied that as long as they could eliminate the celestial foxes, he was willing to cooperate. She then presented him with something. She explained that the jade pendant was part of a prayer set, and this one was known as the cold jade. Its mystical counterpart was the warm jade. She instructed him to use the pendant if he ever found himself in danger. By enveloping the cold jade in fire, the warm jade that she kept in her possession would heat up, alerting her to his dire situation, and she would rush to his aid as fast as possible. She also sternly advised him to focus on strengthening himself, emphasizing that when it comes to one's own safety, one should never place their full reliance on anyone else. He told her that he was contemplating learning martial arts and was thinking about joining a reputable school, but the tuition fees were far from a small expense. She replied that she would petition the organization for a stipend, but in the interim, he should try to find a suitable martial arts school on his own. He expressed his sincere gratitude for all her help. The following day, he was walking down the bustling street, reflecting that there were noticeably fewer celestial foxes around lately. The purge squad was clearly doing its job effectively. Even though the girl had not revealed her true identity, he assumed it was because she still didn't trust him completely. If it hadn't been for his sudden upgrade in analysis, allowing him to identify the faction allegiance of others, he would have never guessed she was a member of the Purge Squad. He still wondered, though, how they had even discovered that Pearl City had been so thoroughly infiltrated by these creatures. In the first place, As long as he could aid in the extermination of the celestial foxes, it didn't really matter, and the 10,000 pearl coins she had given him as an advance made her seem almost unbelievably generous. He overheard a girl handing out colorful pamphlets, imploring people to join her martial arts classes and master the legendary Beast King Fist. Zhang approached her and requested to see one of them. After glancing over the flashy pamphlet, he commented that it appeared a bit too flamboyant and wondered if it was truly the right path for him. The girl enthusiastically assured him that it was guaranteed to be worth it. She proudly claimed their Beast King Fist techniques were renowned all throughout the entire city. Stepping in closer, she added that if he remained skeptical, she could provide him with a live demonstration. She handed him her entire stack of pamphlets, explaining that the first 3 forms of the Beast King Fist were the formidable Ape King style, the powerful giant crocodile style, and the graceful phoenix talon style. As she began to demonstrate the Beast King Fist, Zhang observed her intently, thinking that her techniques, whether it was the intricate footwork or the fluid movements, were far more sophisticated than the crude pearl fist. This was undoubtedly a legitimate and solid martial art. The girl explained that the Ape King style possessed countless variations, with no single fixed form. Zhang thought to himself that she was clearly not performing at her absolute peak, merely scratching the surface of what the Beast King Fist could truly accomplish. Then, she suddenly slipped, and Zhang quickly asked if she was okay. 2 brutish men approached, asking who had given the Beast King Fist practitioners permission to distribute their flyers in this area. The girl quickly apologized, saying she was unaware it was a prohibited activity. Their leader, Lu Badeo, arrived and arrogantly dismissed the Beast King Fist as a worthless technique. He suggested they should try the superior Xingyi martial school instead. Zhang, however, casually mentioned the 5-fold lightning meals. Badeo's anger instantly flared as he corrected Zhang, snarling that it was the 5-fold lightning assault, and that Zhang would very soon be begging on his knees. Badeo continued his tirade, stating that Zhang still owed him for the incident at the blacksmith, and it seemed like now was the perfect time to collect that debt. He commanded his 2 goons to seize Zhang immediately. The girl bravely stepped forward, blocking their path and declaring she wouldn't allow them to bully Zhang. Enraged, the 2 men charged forward, and Zhang used his analysis skill to assess them. Badeo warned the girl to get out of his way, telling her she was liable to get herself hurt. Zhang, feeling intrigued, pondered the relationship between raw intelligence and one's strength, and asked if they were certain this was their true power level. As Zhang assessed the young girl, he realized that her growth potential was astronomically high. She was a late bloomer, a true powerhouse in the making. However, with her current level of strength, she was simply courting disaster. He handed the stack of flyers back to her, gently moved her aside, and told her that this was his battle to fight, so he would be the one to handle it himself. She warned him that he was facing 3 opponents, so he would almost certainly suffer a defeat. He told her not to worry about him, telling her to simply show him how to properly perform the Ape King style. As these thugs had arrived just in time for him to get some real practice, one of the men leaped to attack, calling Zhang incredibly arrogant. But Zhang evaded the blow without any effort. The second man lunged forward as well, and Zhang retaliated by using the second form of the Beast King Fist to strike him down. Badeo charged forward with his signature 5-fold lightning technique, but Zhang swiftly kicked him squarely in his private area, causing Badeo to crumple to the ground in agony. Zhang couldn't help but feel a tiny bit of remorse about it, but he remarked that they were now 2 men down. He then taunted Badeo, asking how it felt to have his precious 5-fold lightning nails reduced to a mere 3 knees. Turning to the stunned girl, Zhang suggested they should leave and head to the Beast King Martial School to get him signed up. She asked if he was serious, and he confirmed. She was astounded, remarking that it was truly incredible how he had mastered the special king style just from watching her perform it one time. She added that if there were any moves she couldn't understand, in the future she would have to ask him to teach her. He agreed, and she praised him for all his help, saying that with his expert guidance, she could get stronger in no time. Zhang mused that with her 7-star potential, she would, at the very least, ascend to a high-level awakener rank. Maybe she would even become an apex-level existence. He realized that one day, he might be the one asking her for assistance. At the Beast King Martial School, the students were nervously wondering if anyone had seen the instructor. At the local marketplace, and they were terrified that their formidable instructor had returned. Someone whispered that they had assumed the instructor wouldn't be back for a few more days, and wondered what they were all supposed to do now. One of them hadn't even mastered half the moves of the Ape King style. Another student nervously chuckled at their desperate situation. As one of the students was dozing off, another urgently told him to wake up. Zhang and Ji were also there. He wondered why everyone was so terrified of the instructor. She explained that Instructor Bai Di was legendary for his thermos, and that any student who hadn't completed their assigned tasks would be subjected to severe and painful punishment. Zhang asked if she had ever been punished before. She admitted that it happened to her almost every other day. She'd been there for an entire month, and still couldn't perform even the most basic of moves. He wondered if that was really something she should be boasting about. The instructor then swung open the gate and strode in. Ji quickly told Zhang to stand at perfect attention. Bai Di, after getting their complete attention, warned that anyone who was slouching would have to run 50 grueling laps, and they shouldn't even consider slacking on their form. They all quickly agreed with him. As Zhang saw Bai Di's profile, he was shocked that the instructor was so incredibly strong, being at level 25 and practically on the same level as Sissy. The instructor approached him directly, asking if he was the one who had taken down those Shingy clowns the other day. Zhang challenged, "What if I was?" Bai Di told Zhang, "Let's see what you're really made of," and then suddenly lunged to attack him. Zhang kept dodging, protesting that the instructor was going too far, and asking what the point was in attacking a total newbie like him. Bai Di wondered why. He had heard rumors that Zhang had mastered the Ape King style from watching just a single, brief demonstration. As a powerful punch was about to connect with Zhang, he realized there was absolutely no time to evade, but Bai Di just patted his head, smiling, and said he hadn't believed it either until this very moment. But Zhang was truly a remarkably talented young man. It was a shame that the person who showed him the Ape King style was just a half-baked, amateur practitioner, and some of her footwork was completely and utterly wrong. He told Zhang not to be concerned, as he would personally drill the correct techniques into him later. Zhang thanked him with a respectful bow. Bai Di then glared at the other cowering students and declared that it was now time to find out who among them had been slacking off in their training. He commanded them to form a line, and each would spar with him. Anyone who failed to meet his high standards would do 500 push-ups, followed by a grueling 10-mile run while wearing a weighted vest. Zhang thought that this was to be expected from an awakener with body enhancement powers, and even his training methods were brutally simple and direct. Ji nudged Zhang and asked him what was the matter. She told him about Bai Di, saying that he hadn't really taught her much. So after he showed her the proper way to perform the moves, could he possibly teach her in private? Zhang readily agreed, telling Ji to meet him later at the Iron Soul blacksmith shop after class, and he would be her personal sparring partner. Ji was thrilled, mentioning she had thought he would deny her request. He discovered that her learning ability was handicapped by 90%. She bowed low towards him, saying she was eagerly looking forward to his guidance. Zhang mused that her strange ability was basically designed to mentally torture anyone who attempted to teach her, and he finally understood why the formidable instructor had so little patience for her. The scene shifts forward a few days later, at the Iron Soul blacksmith shop, where Zhang was patiently guiding Ji, but she kept making mistakes. He continuously pointed out exactly what she was doing wrong. He thought that by breaking down the Ape King style into tiny, manageable movements and having her practice each one individually, it was somehow proving to be effective. She then collapsed on the floor, and he thought that there was something special to the Beast King fist. After practicing without stopping over the past few days, he had a strong feeling that his own level might be increasing. Chuan dropped by, telling Zhang that she had returned. Zhang told Ji to continue her practice while he went to meet Chuan. As he stepped outside, Chuan exclaimed, "That was so close!" And for some unknown reason, there were hardly any wild or mutated beasts left in the area. They had no other option but to venture deeper into the northern forest. And to make matters worse, the rain had turned into an entire pack of wolves and a deadly storm wolf, and every single one of them was incredibly dangerous. Zhang was surprised and asked her if she was all right. She confirmed, telling him she had managed to hide using her earth-burrowing shovel, and the hungry wolves were unable to find their hidden prey. Instead, they had attacked a group of nearby wild men. She had patiently waited for her opportunity, and managed to snatch something valuable from the wolves. She then showed him the glimmering wild gem, telling him to get a good look at it, because you don't get to see something this rare every day. Zhang wondered with awe if it was a legendary wind gem. She praised him, saying he had a discerning eye, and that this little beauty could empower even a scrawny child to conjure forth deadly wind blades and powerful storms. Just then, Zhang heard a strange voice telling him that it was still daytime, so he should stop and not dare to take it off. The voice commanded, "Let go of my hand, and I will do my absolute best." Fan family savior style. First form, Saraki sweeping cross. Just follow my lead. Zhang wondered what on earth that sound could be. The voice continued its bizarre chant. The bird above sings a joyous tune, a beautiful symphony of love amidst the jade-green hills. Then the creature's voice spoke once again, telling the cursed human that it looked like he had eaten 2 of them. Zhang quickly looked down at his own status, realizing he had unlocked yet another new ability. It was remarkably similar to the Fire Devour ability from before. He surmised that the contract gem must operate on a delay. The voice then told him there were 2 humans hiding in that shop. G and the boy. It seemed to believe he was the one who got them into trouble. With Her Highness back inside the Academy dormitories, Zhang wondered if that was a celestial fox speaking. The creature replied that they both looked rather tasty, and it would have them for a lucky meal of the day. It would call dibs on one, and the other could have G. Zhang realized with horror that they were now being hunted. Sissy was taking a bath, and as she emerged, she noticed that Zhang's distress stone had started to glow hot. She instantly understood that he was in grave danger. Zhang thought that a considerable amount of time had already passed, so he wondered with dread why Sissy wasn't there yet. He could feel that those 2 natural order forces were quickly running out of patience, and they would be arriving at any given moment. Chuan called to him, asking what was the matter with him. Zhang felt that both of the approaching foxes were intermediate rank natural order, and he knew he wouldn't be able to win against them, even if he had the assistance of the powerful Chuan. He then asked her if she could go and visit her uncle. When she got back, he suggested she should go upstairs to check on him, and he would go purchase some ingredients to prepare a meal for them. She placed a friendly hand on his shoulder, telling him that he should be quick, as it had been far too long since she last tasted his cooking. She also mentioned that she would be taking the wind gem with her. He agreed, and as he began to leave, he thought that he would bring Ji back in the meantime. Otherwise, Chuan and her uncle would be dragged into this dangerous situation. Chuan playfully told him not to keep her waiting for too long. He arrived at the smithy's backyard, where Ji was diligently practicing. The moment she saw him, she asked if she was doing it correctly. He grabbed her hand, telling her to be quiet and to just come with him. She wondered with confusion what was happening. The foxes suddenly appeared, asking where they thought they were going. She was able to see her deceased parents, who were actually the disguised foxes. She wondered what they were doing in this place. Zhang forcefully stopped her from going toward them, but she insisted that they were her parents and everything would be fine. He quickly looked at the stats of the 2 terrifying beasts. The man asked Ji who the boy standing beside her was, and why. It seemed as though he was frightened of them both. Ji explained that Zhang was a friend of hers from the martial arts school. Zhang had now gained the dark space ability, which was a great boon for him. She was terrified of them, and then, the 2 beasts revealed their true, monstrous identities. She was utterly shocked to see what they really were. Zhang yelled at her to forget about them and to hold on to him tightly. He began to flee while embracing her tightly, but the beasts were closing in on them with incredible speed. One of the beast's claws raked across his back, causing both of them to stumble and fall. She asked worriedly if he was all right. He gritted his teeth and assured her that he was. She wondered in despair why her parents were doing this to her. Zhang told her to stay back, because they were mutated beasts. The beast spoke, noting that he could somehow see through their disguise, and it lunged to attack Zhang in an attempt to murder him. Even though it furiously slashed at Zhang, he countered its attack, thinking it was so unbelievably fast he couldn't even dodge its strikes. Was this the vast difference in their levels? The other beast then reached Ji. Calling out her name, Zhang knew the situation was dire and that he wouldn't be able to fend them off for much longer. Just then, Sissy arrived, telling Zhang to move out of her way. She used her overwhelming power to kill both beasts with a single attack. After vanquishing them, she asked if Zhang and Ji were unharmed. Ji denied it and demanded to know why Sissy had killed her parents. Zhang told her that those creatures were not her parents, but were actually natural order foxes, who had stolen the appearances of her deceased parents. She couldn't believe his words and insisted they were her parents, sobbing uncontrollably as she spoke. Zhang then asked Sissy why the natural order foxes hadn't reverted to their true forms. She explained that there might be a king-ranked natural order fox hiding somewhere within the city, greatly amplifying their illusionary abilities. This would enable even lower-ranked foxes to deceive much higher-ranked individuals. The ones they had just slain were able to revert to their true forms, because they had been killed far outside the city limits. Zhang contemplated this, realizing that if this were true, he might be the only person capable of exposing their disguises. He then turned to the beasts and told Ji that these very mutated beasts had murdered her real parents and then disguised themselves to look just like them. He revealed their horrifying true identities. She was shocked, wondering how this could be possible. The scene shifts to the queen of the mutated beasts, who is seated upon her grand throne. She states that 9 of their kind were slain in just 1 week, and it appears the humans have found a way to counter their illusions. One of the beasts wonders why they don't just slaughter all of them and take over the city. Another beast wonders if they are going to eat grass for their dinner. After that, the queen commands them all to be silent, stating that eradicating the humans would be completely insufficient and a terrible waste of precious food. Their highest priority was to lure those hiding in the shadows out, and then systematically eliminate them one by one. She asked Zhuo, the esteemed vice-mayor, if he had any cunning suggestions. Zhuo suggests that it is time to entice other species into the city, to stir up the pot a bit and thin out the herd. Then it will be much easier to pick off the stronger individuals. The queen then wonders how he can be so certain that the stronger ones are still in the city. He replies that there are 3 major organizations. Besides the city guard and the investigation team, one of them was the key to this puzzle. The city lord was gravely wounded by their king and had to flee, and he suspects that this person is now hiding within that organization. He was absolutely certain that the person has not yet left the city and is still waiting for them to reveal a moment of weakness. A beast tells the queen that it thinks bringing in other species is an excellent idea. She commanded them to remember that their mighty king still remains in slumber. They may have won his favor for now, but if any of them dare to overstep their bounds, even for an instant, she would not think twice about extinguishing their life. She issued a chilling warning to Ziming to never forget his station before revealing her beast form. Ziming dropped to his knees, readily agreeing with his queen, proclaiming that he had sworn his entire existence to serving Pearl City. However, he boldly pointed out that the former city lord was utterly inept, and the city had decayed under his pathetically weak rule. He declared his hope that Pearl City would one day belong to the truly powerful. Ji collapsed beside the lifeless bodies of her supposed parents, wailing and apologizing. Sissy coldly stated that even with foreknowledge, there was absolutely nothing a girl of her level could have done. Zhang snapped at Sissy, telling her not to say such a thing. Ji screamed that it was enough, that this was entirely her fault. She was just so incredibly weak. So weak she couldn't even master the most basic martial arts. Why did her parents have to suffer this fate? Why wasn't she the one to die? Zhang embraced the grieving girl, assuring her this was not her burden to bear. He confessed that he, too, had lost someone precious to him. That girl was slain by those very same celestial fox impostors, who had infiltrated the city guard, and he is still haunted by the memory of that battle. He often wonders, if he had prevented her from joining the city guard, could that horrific tragedy have been averted? But in the deepest part of his soul, he knows that even if he could turn back time, the final outcome would have remained unchanged. Becoming a guardian of the city was her lifelong dream, and absolutely nothing could have stopped her from chasing it. They cannot alter what fate has already written, and her parents' demise was in no way her fault. But what they can do is fight for a brighter future, by forging themselves into warriors strong enough to protect all they hold dear. He promised her that her parents were watching from the heavens above, and they would be immeasurably proud of her. She whispered her thanks for his words of encouragement. He then declared that, as for those monsters infesting the city, he swore an oath that he would eradicate every last one of them. As the vow left his lips, his consciousness began to fade. He had commanded his battered body to endure, but he never expected his willpower to last for such a short time. After some time had passed, he awoke in a room, seeing Sissy and G there. G was overjoyed to see him conscious and asked how long he was out. Sissy warned him not to move excessively and to remain cautious, lest his grievous wound tear open once more. G grasped his hand, declaring that she had made a firm decision. She will become undeniably strong, and once she does, she will fight by his side to obliterate those celestial foxes. He told her with conviction that he believed in her and her potential. Sissy then turned to G, explaining that her home was no longer secure. It would be far safer for her to relocate for the time being. This change would make it much easier to guarantee both of their safety. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Zhang's mind. "A king slumbers still," telling a man named Ziming to remember his place. Zhang was stunned. It was the voice of Shu, the Fox Queen. He immediately called out to Sissy, informing her he had just acquired a new lead on the celestial foxes. She demanded to know what it was. A moment later, he told her that Ziming, the vice mayor of Pearl City, had just appeared in a psychic conversation with the celestial foxes, and he had referred to himself as their humble servant. This almost certainly meant he had betrayed all of humanity. He also relayed that the king they spoke of was the very one who could amplify their powerful illusions, and these illusions were so potent that even mighty apex-level awakeners were falling victim to them. This had to be the true monarch of the Celestial Fox clan. If their king was truly incapacitated, this might be their one and only chance to strike back. She requested his aid to help identify the hidden Celestial Foxes. Zhang agreed to help. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Uncle was with Chuan, complaining that he was desperately hungry. She pleaded with him to wait just a little while longer, as Zhang should be returning with the groceries any minute. The scene cuts to the Purge squad base where three girls named Manny, Luwei and Ji were assembled. Manny complained to the group that their leader needed her help to activate the secret chamber, and now she needed their help to activate the celestial curtain. Sissy only seemed to know how to order people around. The trio entered a chamber and Ji asked Manny if she would like some coffee, since the procedure might take some time. Manny declined the offer, so Ji announced "let's begin," and completed the solar charge. Manny established the black curtain, and Luwei finalized the light and shadow distortion, activating the illusory light celestial curtain. A memory surfaced that after they had worked together for a while, the Purge squad had at last decided to reveal some of their deepest secrets to him. They were the most clandestine organization in the entire city, and for a very good reason. They were honor-bound to defend Pearl City from every threat and to purify it of all corruption that festered within. As the city's hidden blade, they frequently executed covert operations with a highly specialized branch within their ranks, known only as the Barrier Team, which provided crucial support for these missions. Sissy had explained there were three core members of this elite team. Their leader was Manny, whose ability was the Black Curtain, personal pocket dimension. That dark, empty space he entered many times before was her creation. Next was Ji, whose ability was the solar charge. She could absorb pure sunlight and channel its energy into her comrades, keeping them at peak power during prolonged engagements. The final member was Luwei. Her ability was a potent light and shadow distortion. She could bend both light and shadow to make herself, or any other object, completely and utterly invisible. In unison, the three of them could manifest the illusory light celestial curtain, a barrier that drags any non-king level entity within its radius into a pocket dimension, a world entirely of their own design. They could even warp the environment to disorient their adversaries. It was the barrier team's ultimate trump card weapon. Since the celestial foxes used illusions to murder people in secret, the squad planned to defeat them at their very own game. The scene transitions to a busy street, where crowds of people went about their daily lives. Two beasts in human guise walked amongst the unsuspecting humans. The first beast eyed the second and casually asked, "What if we just snatch a few of these humans and bring them back?" The second beast replied that the entire city has been on high alert, and it was better to play it safe than to be sorry. The first beast scoffed, asking if she was afraid. She stopped, asking if the first beast felt that something was amiss. The first beast insisted that everything was perfectly fine, and that the second one was just being overly paranoid. But now that she had brought it up, they wondered where all the humans had suddenly disappeared to. Just then, Jimbo descended, radiating with a brilliant light, preparing to land a devastating punch. But he cursed, having just missed his opening attack. The fox wondered if Jimbo was the one who had been butchering her kin all across Pearl City. Why was he attacking them so openly and recklessly? Wasn't he afraid they would summon reinforcements to their side? Jimbo simply invited her to go ahead and call them, saying that he would be patiently waiting. A memory surfaced that, according to Zhang's detailed plan, these two were only around a meager level 25. He should be able to handle this fight with relative ease. The two beasts simultaneously rushed in to attack him. One of them struck with her clawed hand, but Jimbo effortlessly parried the blow. Then the other fox attacked as well, but he blocked that attack just as easily. She wondered if this was some kind of joke, and if this was all the power Jimbo truly possessed. She couldn't understand how the other fools had been defeated so easily. Jimbo landed a massive punch on one, telling her that now she should finally understand. She asked if he saw that. Then she lunged to attack him, vowing that he would pay dearly for what he had just done. She came incredibly close, but he easily caught her by the hand, saying that while he might not be able to perceive her true form, he had already discerned its approximate size. He added that while her abilities were potent for sneak attacks, in a direct street brawl, she was absolutely nothing. With that, he brutally twisted the fox's hand. As the other approached, Jimbo remarked that he had arrived at the perfect moment, and hurled one fox into the other. As they flew through the air, Jimbo leaped and delivered a devastating kick, sending them both crashing violently to the ground. He struck them with enough force to end their lives. The fox wondered why they couldn't even defeat their own species, and quickly realized they had walked straight into a trap. Jimbo smashed them with another punch, and they were stunned by the sheer brutality of his assault. The explosion was immense, and currently, Zhang and Sissy were observing from several buildings away. Zhang commented on just how overwhelmingly powerful Jimbo was. Sissy explained that Jimbo was the leader of their entire combat division. Zhang noted Jimbo's glowing outfit, which was giving off some serious Super Saiyan energy. Meanwhile, in the pocket dimension, Shiba contacted Sissy directly, informing her that mutated beasts were gathering in force outside the city, and they appeared highly agitated, as if something was provoking them. If they were to breach the city walls now, it would completely overload the illusory light celestial curtain. Shiba requested that Sissy go and assess the situation outside the city, and if she was concerned about Zhang's safety, she could just take him along with her. It would serve as excellent training for him in real-world combat. Shiba continued, saying that for the celestial foxes Zhang had already marked, they were now officially on their radar, and she would have the main combat team deal with them swiftly. Sissy agreed to the new plan. Zhang thought about the powerful storm wolves that Chuan had encountered, and wondered if there was a deeper connection. Sissy told him that they were needed outside of the city walls, and she would dispatch some people to keep watch over the blacksmith shop. Zhang wondered if that was the kind of big shot they were now dealing with. She replied that it was, in fact, their boss, and that he would get to meet him after this mission was complete. They both ventured outside, and Zhang remarked that this was his first time outside the city in a very long time. As he approached a strange patch of plants, Sissy stopped him. They watched as the plant released a substance, which rapidly spread throughout the immediate area. Sissy explained that these were called hydrochloric acid grasses, which were known to be extremely corrosive. It was currently the time of year when their fruits were ripening. The ripe fruits then detonate like brilliant fireworks, and the hydrochloric acid grass spreads its seeds in this very manner. She also mentioned that there was a particular mutated beast that exclusively feeds on this very grass. She suggested that Zhang should consider it his first true opponent, since she was going to investigate the mutated beast riot situation. She warned him not to stray too far from this spot. Zhang then noticed a small rabbit and immediately analyzed. At first glance, it appeared to be completely harmless, but its level was comparable to that of an armored venom-tailed rat. He figured that it wouldn't pay him much attention, so he prepared himself for the first strike. But the rabbit expertly dodged his attack by running away. Zhang used the powerful pearl fist technique on the rabbit, but it fired something greenish at him, and he was struck. The rabbit immediately began to flee, and Zhang realized that the hydrochloric acid grass had been purposefully triggered. Zhang quickly thought to evade the acid. His body moved on pure instinct as he analyzed the unfolding situation. He continued to evade the relentless attacks, realizing this rabbit possessed unbelievable senses and reflexes. His attempted sneak attack had proven completely useless against, as the rabbit not only dodged his attacks, but also countered with devastating ranged attacks. The creature seemed to be completely immune to the acid, using its cunning to spray even more of the corrosive acid, and preventing Zhang from getting any closer. It led him towards the area where the fruits were currently ripening. After evading everything, Zhang wondered why the acid hadn't burned him. He realized he had blocked the rabbit's aqua shot with just his bare hand. The rabbit's strategy for attack was now shifting, and Zhang speculated that it was because of the flames now surrounding him. The bunny then used its power to attack him directly, but Zhang managed to dodge with his own fiery attack. He noted, "Just as I expected, the acid evaporates completely when it's exposed to flames," and he realized that was why Sissy had been fine with him, facing an opponent that was far beyond his current level. The bunny became enraged, chittering in its own strange language, expressing its confusion over why its acid wasn't melting him. Zhang recognized that familiar feeling of a power and concluded that even these low-level beasts could possess a powerful second phase of abilities. Zhang then used his dagger to counter the angry bunny's attacks. As he was scratched, he realized that the creature's claws were also coated in deadly acid. Zhang remarked that the bunny now understood its ranged attacks were useless and now aimed to get up close to inflict fatal damage. To avoid being melted, Zhang activated his Predver flame reserves, completely engulfing his body in a shroud of fire as he prepared for the next intense phase of the battle. Zhang realized that his flame reserves were burning out much faster than he had anticipated. He had to act quickly, so he surrounded the bunny with fire, preparing to attack it by setting a trap. He mumbled, "If you think you're the only one who can set traps." As the fight raged on, he cornered the bunny in a spot where it had no more room to run. Now he was finally ready to finish this fight. With only 3 out of 100 flame reserves remaining, Zhang used his dagger to attempt a finishing stab, but the bunny managed to leap out of the way at the last second, causing his precious flame reserves to drop to 0. Zhang thinks, "This is exactly what I wanted," activating his powerful devour skill. As the flames absorbed all the surrounding energy, his reserves slowly started to refill with brand new energy. He dodged in midair to avoid yet another desperate attack. Finally, he used his flames to burn the bunny to a crisp, but the tremendous effort left him completely drained. He checked his stats, disappointed that they had not increased. The bunny was somehow still alive, so he knew he had to finish it off for good. Zhang took his dagger and stabbed it repeatedly until the bunny at last succumbed to its injuries. After the brutal battle, his stats finally began to improve, and he noted, as expected from a level 9 beast, "Taking one of these down rewards me with 2 points in every single stat. Though, it's a shame my own level didn't increase." The notification on his screen confirmed that his fire devourer had reached its full absorption potential, and it had leveled up to the intermediate stage. His flame reserves were increased to a massive 300, a truly significant power boost. Zhang couldn't help but feel a deep sense of satisfaction. His fire devourer ability had finally leveled up, making this grueling excursion far more rewarding than he had ever expected. But before he had a chance to celebrate, he heard rustling sounds. Turning towards the ominous noise, he saw a massive swarm of bunnies approaching him, their eyes glowing red with rage. Zhang couldn't help but let out a wide grin. It seemed he had just stirred up a hornet's nest. His flame reserves were only at 2, and he felt a wave of frustration at that moment because that wasn't nearly enough to handle all of those bunnies. He even considered using the distress pendant, but just as he did, the bunnies began to furiously chase him. He quickly turned and ran away, remembering that sometimes discretion is the better part of valor. He screamed out to Sissy for her help. He kept on running, but soon realized that the bunnies were now coming from ahead of him as well. It became frighteningly clear that they were coordinating their attacks and flanking him, which made the situation even more dire. As they all attacked him in unison, he realized he had no other option but to use his own clothes as a shield to try and withstand the first wave of their vicious assault. Just then, a massive ice barrier appeared as a shield to protect him. Seeing it, he realized it was the incredible power of Sissy. She appeared, telling him to get back. As the bullet rabbits had gone completely berserk, Sissy began to manipulate the nearby water, sending it flowing to wash away every single one of the rabbits. Then she froze the water solid, trapping the rabbits inside. Zhang marveled at the spectacular scene. He had barely been able to take down a single one of the rabbits, even giving it absolutely everything he had. Sissy remarked that she had only been gone for a very short while. So where had all these rabbits suddenly come from? Zhang confessed that he had no idea. She turned away, murmuring that this didn't feel like the end of it. A lot more rabbits then appeared, and Sissy remarked that it didn't matter how many of them came. Each one of them would end up just like the others. However, she noticed that the new wave of rabbits were attacking the first group. Sissy wondered if this was somehow because of the alpha, but the alpha should already be dead. It appeared as though the rabbits were completely fixated on something and totally unaffected by their immediate surroundings. Drawing her blade, Sissy declared that she would no longer hold back. She finally killed the very last rabbit, and as she did, she thought to herself that her initial suspicion was indeed correct. The answer to this mystery had to lie within one of the rabbits. She released all of the frozen bunnies and found the stone that contained a spirit-controlling pill. Zhang approached her and asked about the object, commenting that it had a very pleasant aroma. Sissy explained that it was a pill created by some unknown organization to control mutated beasts. The beast-taming Zoo clan had finally shown their hand. The spirit-controlling pills were known to release a very unique scent, one that only low and mid-level mutated beasts could possibly smell. The scent would lure them in, making them crave the pill. This was vastly different from his own gem contract. Any beasts that consumed it would completely lose their minds, becoming totally subservient to whoever controlled the pill. Sissy wondered how the Zoo clan could actually control these beasts. It remained a complete mystery. The pill would not be digested, and if left there, even more beasts would soon become their mindless puppets. She then crushed the dangerous pill, stating there was surely a direct connection between these pills and the beast rampage, and that she would report it to headquarters. Regardless of whether or not the Zoo clan was responsible, Zhang would now be training with her outside of the city until their investigation was officially complete. He agreed to her terms without any hesitation, and she appreciated his determined spirit. Suddenly, they realized that someone had been secretly eavesdropping, hiding just behind a nearby tree. Without any warning, Sissy launched an attack towards the tree. Zhang, taken by surprise, asked why she had acted so suddenly. She quickly brushed it off, claiming that it was nothing. But deep inside, she couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that something wasn't right. Perhaps it was simply her overactive imagination. The scene cuts back to the Queen of the Beasts, who sat upon her throne while several of her beasts stood around her. One of the beasts spoke up, reporting that all of the celestial foxes living near Craftsman Street had now gathered there. She nodded, acknowledging the new piece of information. Then she paused to reflect. Mutated beasts had become more frequent, and she wondered if this was the secret work of Ziming. But no matter what the cause, she decided not to rely on him any longer. This was her time to finally act on her own. Rising from her throne, she addressed the assembled beasts. As you all know, the humans have found a way to break free from our mental control, causing severe casualties amongst our own kind. Over the past week, we have observed that most of our fallen comrades were operating in the vicinity of Craftsman Street. She paused for a dramatic moment before continuing. I want all of you to relocate to that very area. It's highly likely that they will decide to target us next, and I want you all to create a huge scene and make the humans believe they have stumbled upon something incredibly important. Her plan was crystal clear. We will make them think that these beasts are fleeing in terror, forcing them to act rashly and without thinking. I need to know precisely who we are dealing with. The beasts all nodded in silent agreement, ready and willing to carry out her orders. The scene then cuts back to the deep forest, where a group of rabbits were aimlessly wandering. Zhang suddenly leaped from his hidden vantage point, using his weapon to kill one of the rabbits with a Nightwalker strike that had remained dormant up until this very moment. The other rabbits immediately scattered, and Zhang thought to himself, after a solid week of grinding experience against these bullet rabbits, I have finally achieved level 6. And not only that, but he had also completely mastered their attack patterns and weaknesses. As the rabbits prepared to launch an attack on him, Zhang swiftly neutralized their ranged acid attacks, without taking any damage whatsoever. which only served to enrage the creatures even further. In retaliation, the rabbits completely drenched themselves in acid and charged at him for a close-range, desperate assault. The acid was highly flammable, but it burned out far too quickly to be lethal. However, if he were to use the scarlet serpent scales as fuel, the flames he produced would never, ever die out. He considered calling this new technique the Fire Devourer, 3 flavors of real fire. But upon some further reflection, he found the name to be a bit too cringy for his taste. After killing them all, Zhang thought to himself that he had only managed to collect so many serpent scales during this time, and now he had used every last one of them. It had been a lot of kills in a single go, and it was enough to finally trigger a long-awaited level up. He analyzed his stats and found that his level had increased by 1, along with a significant boost in his overall attack power. He was surprised to see that his contract gem had also leveled up. He had thought it was tied directly to his own level, but when he had advanced from level 4 to 6 before, nothing had happened, and the contract gem had remained at level 4. It wasn't about his level at all. Instead, the contract gem leveled up completely separately. He wondered what kind of new power he would be unlocking this time, and he desperately hoped that it would be something combat-related. Suddenly, a dark, sinister aura emanated from one of the rabbit corpses, and the world began to go dark before his very eyes. Zhang was confused, wondering if the creature was somehow still alive. He raised his flames once again, taunting the rabbit to come at him as many times as it wanted. He was not the same pushover that he used to be. The rabbit leaped at him, and Zhang aimed to stab it with his weapon, but it simply flew away instead. Zhang stood there, completely perplexed, wondering if he had killed so many bunnies that they were now returning to haunt him as vengeful spirits. He muttered to himself that whatever this rabbit now was, whether it was a ghost, a demon, or some kind of vengeful spirit, he would kill it with an unshakable determination. He launched another powerful slash attack and finally ended the creature's life. As he gazed down at the lifeless body of the strange rabbit, he wondered when the rabbits had acquired such a bizarre technique. He stabbed the corpse a few more times for good measure, considering the possibility that it had been controlled by the spirit-controlling pill. Upon closer inspection, however, he found something that was completely different from the pill. He attempted to analyze the strange object, but he failed again and again. He thought to himself that it had been a very long time since he'd encountered something this mysterious and elusive. Finally, after a great deal of effort, he managed to successfully analyze the strange artifact and discovered that the rabbit had been infused with nethermost essence. He then saw a vision of a powerful beast, battling against numerous opponents with the help of the strange stone. After a long and incredibly grueling battle, every single one of them had perished. Zhang felt that this was something rare, on the same level as the powerful wind gem. He wondered how he could activate its effect, as direct contact had not worked, unlike what had happened during his previous awakening, and questioned whether he might actually need to swallow this gem. It had originated from the body of a black goat. Now that he really thought about it, he then heard the beast refer to its opponents as insignificant, weak insects, wondering if they thought they had the luxury of choice. Suddenly, a piercing pain shot through his entire body. As he looked around, he saw a vision of Jing being murdered. She pleaded with him to promise that no matter what setbacks he would face, he must survive. Tears welled up in her dying eyes. Fueled by an uncontrollable rage, he vowed that he would not die. Not before he had killed every last one of those monstrous foxes. He checked his profile and discovered that the strange gem had activated. He found a newly fused combat ability, one that augmented both his offense and defense in a single move. It appeared that the power's potency depended on how much nethermist he used. He marveled at his own growth potential, which had just increased by 3 entire stars. The nethermist body was an unbelievably powerful ability. Despite his overwhelming joy, tears began to stream down his face, and he wondered what it all meant. Was it regret, joy, or crushing anxiety? Soon, he would finally have the strength to avenge Jing. A few men approached, one of them asking if Zhang was alright. The second man suggested they should just leave, as it was none of their business. The third man suggested they should hurry back into the city, while there were no mutated beasts lurking nearby. The first man continued calling out to Zhang. As Zhang slowly rose, a dark aura began swirling violently around him. He calmly assured them that he was perfectly fine. However, even though he spoke with a steady voice, the men were absolutely terrified and fled in terror, referring to him as some kind of ghost. Zhang noticed that his nethermost had suddenly increased. He realized that he could actually absorb the fear of others and convert it directly into his own nether mist. This mist felt completely different from his usual energy. It didn't even count as a form of regular energy. He could now shape it into whatever form he desired. Curiously, he formed his hand into a wolf-like shape and wondered just how powerful it might actually be. He began to experiment with his newfound aura by attempting to deal the absolute lowest possible damage. To his complete surprise, he easily sliced through a dream using just 1 point. But he found this task much harder than he had ever expected. He used more of his nethermist, cutting the dream into tiny blocks. It was absolutely fascinating. Cutting through solid objects felt as effortless as slicing through butter. The ability to also block attacks made it incredibly versatile. He realized that if he used it properly, this new ability could become his trump card against even high-level and dangerous mutated beasts. Determined, he decided that he would keep secretly growing stronger with the invaluable help of the Purge Squad. Sissy arrived after calling out his name, and she was amazed to see the nethermost beast, the very one that he had encountered much earlier. He felt a strange sense of déjà vu, which immediately reminded him of Chuan. He then explained exactly what had happened, and she was shocked to hear that he had consumed the nether mist essence. She wondered if he was actively seeking a death wish. She began to shout at him for ingesting something he didn't understand, asking if he even realized how close he had just come to death. He thought that it shouldn't be too bad, as he had analyzed it beforehand, and that if any problems had arisen, he could have simply commanded his body to expel the substance. She shot back, questioning what he would have done if he couldn't eject. She suggested that the object could have been a living parasite. He asked, his voice laced with dawning horror, if she was suggesting the thing he ate could have actually been something truly dangerous. She explained that nethermost beasts are abominations of unknown origin, possessing no definite form and usually living inside other creatures. The black mountain goat and the bullet rabbit he had fought, they were likely nothing more than puppets controlled by these nethermost beasts. When their unfortunate host perishes, the parasite burrows deep into an organ, lying in wait for its next victim. Zhang was utterly aghast upon hearing such a horrific thing, and wondered if the parasite had successfully latched onto him. The searing agony he experienced when he swallowed it, that must have been the nethermost parasite attempting to seize his body. He questioned if he was truly fine now, which would mean the insidious creature must have failed. Sissy admitted she didn't know, telling him that he was an anomaly. Perhaps he had some other, unknown monster already residing within him, something that battled and ultimately destroyed the nethermost beast. Or perhaps it was merely because he wielded absolute control over his own physical form, making him immune to being parasitized by such a creature. But she issued a grim warning. If he ever underwent a mutation, she would personally cut him down. He grew terrified and quickly apologized. A large spider suddenly dropped down from above, surprising them both and making the mighty Sissy utterly terrified. She shrieked several times as the spider hastily scurried away. She then leaped into Zhang's arms, telling the spider to get far, far away from her. He couldn't help but tease her, reminding her she was still deathly afraid of bugs, just like when they were both children. He remembered a time when she was reading a book beneath a tree, and he had run over, excitedly telling her he'd found something special. She asked to see it, and when he revealed a strange bug, she became terrified and begged him to take it far away. As the insect finally flew off, Zhang sadly told her that the new friend he had just made was afraid of her. She had teased him then, calling him a very silly boy. She reminded him that he had so many companions at the orphanage, so why would he choose to befriend a mere bug? He replied that the kids at the orphanage would all leave someday. So what was he supposed to do then? She had hugged him, solemnly promising that no matter whatever happened, she would always be his friend. He asked if she would ever go back on her promise, and she had agreed that she never would. He snapped out of his memory and gently patted her on the head. She instantly froze and then pulled away, flustered, asking why he was holding on to her so tightly. He let her go, telling her to just remember that in the wilds, you must never underestimate the danger of something you don't recognize, and that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He might have gotten fortunate this time, but he must never, ever let his guard down, especially when he encounters similar things in the future. She told him to never forget that himself. He had thought she had become distant and emotionally cold after she had joined the formidable purge squad, but he now understood that he had been completely wrong. She was still the very same sissy, always looking out for him even if she rarely showed it. Just then, a stone she was carrying began to glow, and she looked puzzled. After a brief moment she understood the signal, and she informed him that her investigation mission and his special training session were now temporarily concluded, and they needed to return to Pearl City immediately. When he asked her what had happened, she explained that the squad's team leader, Jimbo, had been grievously wounded by the celestial foxes, and she was required to return to provide critical support. Zhang asked why they weren't calling for more backup, and what about the other investigation teams outside of the city, or even the teams stationed in other cities. She replied that they could not risk alerting the foxes to their hidden presence. Besides, things were incredibly complicated outside the city, and she would explain everything on their way back. As they walked, she began to explain the situation beyond the city. No one knew for certain when it all began, but ever since the Great Cataclysm, mutated beasts had run completely rampant across the land, and the desperate survivors had no other choice but to construct massive walls to protect what little they had left. With travel being so incredibly dangerous, mapping the outside world had fallen to the brave investigation teams and a small handful of independent rogue awakeners. According to the investigation team's most recent intelligence, the areas surrounding Pearl City, with the lowest concentration of these mutated beasts, were just a few scattered villages, and some incredibly savage, untamed territories. Even farther away lay the vast sea, but due to the confirmed presence of apex-level mutated beasts, no one had ever dared to explore any further. They didn't even know if there were other cities beyond it, or what horrors might lie beyond the Great Sea. They finally arrived back at the city, and Sissy asked a nearby man about the current situation inside. He explained that they had been using the illusory light, celestial curtain to monitor the city from a distance, and they hadn't detected any unusual activity from the celestial foxes, at least not until just very recently. The low and mid-level foxes in Craftsman Street had all revealed themselves, and they had gone in to directly confront them, but it had turned out to be an elaborate trap. The enemy's powerful leader was also present. Jimbo was gravely wounded while covering their desperate retreat, and the captain now wanted Sissy to temporarily take over Jimbo's command responsibilities. She would now be leading the team to help keep Pearl City safe. She then finally understood the true gravity of the situation. Zhang asked if she required any of his help. She firmly declined, telling him to return to the blacksmith shop, and that she would find him once she had some free time. He agreed, and wished for both Sissy and Jimbo to be safe. As they parted ways, he stretched out his body, and thought about just how exhausting the last few days spent outside the city walls had truly been. While he was walking, he wondered how G's Beast King fist training was progressing. Suddenly, he noticed that the people had stopped, and a man called out to Zhang. Zhang was stunned to see him, and even though he tried to analyze the man, he couldn't obtain his name or any of his stats. The man calmly told him that Zhang would not be able to see them, and that he was trying to pry into his very abilities. Still, the strange man complimented him, noting that even a high-level analysis awakener could only use their ability less than 10 times per day. Yet, Zhang appeared to have no such limitations. Zhang thought to himself that he could order his own body to forcefully analyze things and use it an unlimited number of times. But how did this man know? He then asked if he could help the mysterious man with something. Despite the serene and calm expression of the old man, the powerful aura he exuded sent shivers down Zhang's spine. The man suggested that they have a little fun, and as he demonstrated his power, Zhang knew instantly that big trouble was coming. The man asked if Zhang wasn't going to make a move. Zhang replied that he possessed no reason to fight with him. The man asked if Zhang truly needed a reason to grow stronger, or was his sacred vow to avenge Jing just empty talk. Enraged, Zhang rushed to attack, asking the man to say it again. He wondered if the mysterious man was using some kind of spatial rift, but it turned out to be instantaneous teleportation. The man appeared directly behind Zhang. Zhang charged forward once again to attack, but the man effortlessly stopped him with just a single hand, remarking that Zhang still needed to greatly improve his speed. Surprised, Zhang asked if this was for real. In response, he ignited flares with his other free hand, and attempted a blinding flame attack. However, he quickly realized that the man had become completely transparent, and the powerful flares had absolutely no effect on him. Something felt terribly wrong. The man calmly told Zhang that while he'd had his fun, now it was his turn. Standing at a safe distance, the man used his power to dissipate his own afterimage, and launched a devastating attack on Zhang, using the element of water. Zhang couldn't help but wonder just how many abilities this old man possessed. He was just like a monster. Zhang's reserves were down to a mere 18 out of 100 nethermost, so he had no other choice but to finally use it. Charging directly toward the old man, he formed a shield and began to plan out his next moves. First, he planned to land a solid strike to create a brief opening, and then he would seize the opportunity for a deadly sneak attack. Using his Night Walker ability, he continued executing his plan, thinking that although his strategy was admittedly clever, he was just too weak to make it truly work. The man countered with an attack that forced Zhang to fall back. Impressed, the old man commented that it was truly remarkable that Zhang could withstand such immense power at his current level. Zhang, however, felt it was completely unfair. The old man then suggested they have a conversation. Now able to move more freely again, Zhang realized that the old man had gone to all this trouble just to simply test him. His power was on an entirely different level, compared to even Jimbo and Sissy. Suddenly, the old man became completely invisible, and Zhang realized that only someone with such extraordinary strength could ever pull off such an incredible feat. He wondered if this old man could be the legendary captain of the Purge Squad. As Zhang got to his feet, he respectfully greeted the man, asking him how he should properly address him. The old man, looking amused, noted that Zhang was now being quite coy, mentioning that names were nothing more than mere labels, and he could call him whatever he so pleased. Then he asked if Zhang had truly forgotten his own name. Zhang thought to himself that it seemed the Purge Squad had already learned everything about him, but he couldn't understand why the old man, now revealed to be Situ, would choose to expose himself like this. What could possibly be his true purpose? Both of them then sat down, and Zhang, now addressing him as Situ, asked what had brought him all the way here. Situ replied that Zhang should not overthink things, especially before learning how to block others from reading his mind. Zhang was completely taken aback by this shocking revelation. Situ continued his explanation that, in the 2 centuries since he first arrived, Pearl City had never once seen anyone with an unlimited level ability. Until Zhang appeared, how could his curiosity not be piqued? Zhang, still trying to process all this new information, asked if Situ was implying that Zhang was an unlimited curve awakener. He also wondered what this unlimited concept even truly meant. He had always believed that the apex level was the highest an awakener could ever possibly reach, just like with his own known abilities. Situ responded that no matter how powerful an awakener ever became, they were still bound by a single solitary ability for their entire life. However, unlimited level awakeners possessed the incredible ability to break free from these limitations. It could remove the cap on the number of abilities they could possess, and continuously awaken brand new ones. Situ admitted that he had been extremely curious and wanted to know more. Then, Situ asked Zhang if his unlimited level ability, the Path of Others, was a direct copy of the unlimited level ability, the Contact Gem of Zhang. Situ explained that he would not ask Zhang to do something for nothing, and regardless of the final outcome, as a token of his immense gratitude, he would give Zhang something, and in return, he would answer any question that Zhang might have. Zhang asked what would happen if he were to refuse his offer. Situ then revealed a beautifully crafted gift, telling Zhang that he was welcome to take it with him, suggesting that perhaps Zhang would want to examine it first. The bracelet, which Situ referred to as the Golden Treasury, was an item that he had used quite a bit in his distant past. It contained a powerful skill known as storage, and Situ trusted that Zhang would fully understand its great significance. Zhang was incredibly impressed by Situ's overwhelming generosity. He was extremely excited because a personal storage space was exactly what he needed at this moment. As Zhang reached out to touch the beautiful bracelet, Situ moved his own hand much closer, asking Zhang to hold out his own hand. When Zhang complied, Situ used his mysterious power, and then Zhang asked if the process was now done. Situ confirmed this, explaining that he could not copy Zhang's ability, nor could he replicate any of Zhang's unique derivative abilities, which made Zhang's powers truly and utterly unique. Situ then handed the ornate box containing the bracelet over to Zhang, telling him that it was now his to keep. Zhang thanked him, and upon touching the magical bracelet, he began analyzing it. To his complete and utter shock, he saw a vision of a girl tightly bound with heavy ropes. He wondered if this was part of the horrific process that was used to create this special bracelet. The fire that was dropped on the poor lady made her writhe in pure agony, and Zhang couldn't help but think that they had used a human life to craft this special piece of equipment. He found such a depraved act to be incredibly and despicably cruel. Zhang asked Situ if this was actually true, that all special equipment was created in such barbaric ways. Situ replied that this had been the common method for 2 long centuries. Even though it was now strictly and explicitly forbidden, there were still many criminals who secretly sacrificed innocent people for these very objects. He had originally intended to completely destroy the bracelet, but in Zhang's capable hands, it could perhaps be used to bring justice to those who truly deserve it, allowing the tormented souls used to craft the bracelet to finally rest in peace. Zhang then asked what Pearl City had been like some 200 years ago. Was every single person treated in such a way? Their precious lives discarded so very casually? Situ nodded his head sadly, recounting the distant past. 200 years ago, during the terrible reign of the Zhu family, the entire city was ruled with a brutal, iron fist. Everyone was a slave to their whims, with no future and no hope. Men toiled day and night for just mere scraps of food, and women with great beauty were selected as slaves for the Zhu family, becoming mere playthings for the depraved young masters. From the very moment that children were born, they were brainwashed and forced to swear their undying loyalty to a family that saw them as nothing more than disposable tools. The elderly, who could no longer perform any work, were used as food for the mutated, tamed beasts that were owned by the Zhu family. If anyone ever awakened an ability, they were either immediately enslaved or brutally sacrificed, and used as ingredients to fuel the creation of more equipment. Due to the Zhu family's countless, heinous crimes, some capable individuals quietly began to gather strength, and in time, they overthrew the powerful family's evil rule. Zhang now finally understood the situation, and as he stood up, Situ asked if he had any more questions. Zhang, who was impressed by Situ's immense power, asked why he didn't just handle Princess Yu all by himself and liberate the entire city once more. Situ replied that it was not a matter of will, but one of sheer inability. He began to explain that Zhang might have the mistaken impression that Pearl City was weak, but that was actually far from the real truth. The city had been caught completely and utterly off guard by the sudden intrusion of the cunning celestial foxes, but its defenses were far more robust than Zhang had ever realized. The city's investigation teams track and drive mutated beasts far away from the surrounding wilds, and the elite purge squad was stationed near the great city gates, secretly handling all of these dangerous beasts. Moreover, the king's own divine artifact, the legendary Sun and Moon Pearl, resided within the city, and within its range, all living beings were greatly suppressed, with their power capped at a maximum of level 40. Even if a king-level mutated beast were to attempt an invasion, it would be downgraded to the far weaker apex level. Without a single doubt, Situ was the strongest apex level being in the city. But as things currently stood, the situation was far more complicated. Zhang then mentioned Bai Di, and asked if Situ was implying that they had a traitor in their midst. Situ confirmed this, telling Zhang that, with the city lord still missing, the only person who could control the powerful artifact aside from him was a surviving remnant of the old Zhu family, or one of those who had sunk deep into the shadows after their terrible reign of terror had finally ended. The Zhu family head had somehow shut down the Sun and Moon Pearl artifact, and then had ordered the opening of the gates for the celestial foxes. Zhang then realized that the recent surge in mutated beasts activity was all a part of their insidious plan. He couldn't possibly understand why they hadn't completely eradicated those people when they had had the perfect chance to do so. Situ replied that after they had overthrown the Zhu family's rule, they had been trying to clear out all the remaining remnants, but it was like trying to remove stubborn weeds from a garden. The Zhu family had operated in Pearl City for hundreds of years, and had established incredibly deep and extensive underground roots. Zhang thought about it for a moment and agreed The celestial fox's sudden invasion still made no logical sense. He then began to wonder about the true objectives of the Zhu family. Was the powerful city lord actually dead, or still alive? Why were the mutated beasts now in an uprising? What kind of immense power did the celestial fox king truly wield? Without any answers to these crucial questions, the city would have to act with the utmost and extreme caution. If Situ fell into the enemy's trap and then died in battle, then Pearl City would truly and utterly be doomed. It reminded Zhang of the terrible wars in his past life, where nuclear weapons were only used as deterrents, and were never to be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Even though Princess Yu was provoking and killing them, anyone could be impulsive except for the wise and powerful Situ. Situ then spoke up, telling Zhang that although he might not be able to copy his abilities, he still desperately needed him. He asked if Zhang would be willing to finally join the Purge Squad. He then extended his hand out towards Zhang. Zhang accepted the handshake, firmly agreeing. The scene then shifted to the Iron Soul blacksmith shop, where Kong was busily at work. Ji walked in and asked what was the matter with her, noticing that she had been repairing equipment so late into the night. Kong replied that she was just trying to make the most out of her free time. Ji then remarked that it had already been a few days, and she wondered if Zhang would ever be coming back. Kong teased her, asking if she was missing Zhang already, and noting how very distracted Ji had seemed lately. Ji denied it, explaining that it was not about missing him, but that she now had no one to guide her during her training. For these past few days, she also couldn't help but wonder how he was doing out there, and if he might possibly run into any kind of danger. Kong, seeing a perfect opportunity to tease her again, remarked that Ji was now acting just like Zhang's little wife, claiming that she missed him every single solitary day. Ji blushed, feeling incredibly shy, and quickly denied it all. Kong, laughing, decided that she would finally stop teasing her. She then took a knife and dipped it into the nearby water, telling Ji that actually the villages and the most dangerous, mutated beast areas outside the city had already been clearly marked, and as long as Zhang didn't foolishly venture into those areas, he would be perfectly fine. Ji asked if there were truly villages outside Pearl City. Kong confirmed this, explaining that these villages were often very isolated, extremely backward, and incredibly xenophobic, and many of them even worshipped the mutated beasts like they were gods. If anyone were to happen to travel through the wilds and encountered one of these strange villages, they should just keep moving and completely trust their instincts. Otherwise, they might very well be captured, brutally enslaved, or even worse, sacrificed. Ji was surprised and wondered why, as humans and fellow students, they weren't able to simply communicate with these people. Kong explained that they could hardly be considered human in the traditional sense. In the savage wilds, the most dangerous things were not the mutated beasts, but the savages. Some of them wore terrifying masks and stalked silently, and you would never ever see them coming. Just then, a shadowy figure crept up to Ji from behind, causing her to freeze up in pure terror. She asked if it was really like that. Kong nodded in solemn agreement, and just as Ji was still in utter shock, Zhang appeared, now wearing a horrifying mask, to further frighten her. Kong, however, wasn't scared at all. He swiftly kicked Zhang in his private area, causing Zhang to immediately double over in excruciating pain. After a brief moment, Zhang tried to act as if nothing had happened, complaining that Kong was being incredibly mean. Ji, still very uncertain, asked who the person was. Zhang hesitated for a moment before removing the scary mask from his face. His body was still trembling. Both Shang and Ji relaxed when they saw his face, and Shang playfully rubbed his head, commenting that Zhang had come back without saying a single word and had tried to frighten them with his spooky little act. Zhang explained that he had overheard their entire conversation about the savage villagers, and thought that he would lighten the mood just a little bit. He never expected Kong to turn around and kick him like that. Ji then asked him about his training. Zhang replied that he planned to spend some time inside the city walls, working on improving his various skills. Kong shrugged off her overcoat and mentioned that she had just found a clue about Shanshan that very day, and was now planning to head out of the city all by herself. She also asked Zhang to take good care of Uncle Lu. Zhang wondered why she was in such a tremendous hurry. She was about to leave when she said to him, "Let's just say someone has been waiting for your return, and I don't want to get in the way." Ji then mentioned that it was getting rather late, so she would be heading back to her room to get some rest. Just as she reached the door, she turned back and called out to him, telling him that she was very glad he had come back safely. Zhang, reflecting on her heartfelt words, realized that ever since he had arrived in this strange world, this was the very first time he had truly felt at home. As he stood there, completely lost in his thoughts, Uncle appeared and commented that Ji had already left a while ago. So why was Zhang still just standing there, grinning to himself? Zhang was surprised to see his uncle standing there. Uncle then asked him to listen very carefully. First thing in the morning, he needed to find Zhang and tell her that her uncle was seriously ill and that she should leave the city. Zhang asked what had happened to his uncle. Uncle smacked Zhang on the head and told him not to give him that look, adding that he was not senile and he certainly wasn't sick. It was all just an elaborate act. He explained that Shanshan had been missing for a very long time now and had most likely encountered some terrible misfortune. Uncle knew his daughter's strength very well, but he was still incredibly concerned for her. Kong wanted to investigate Shanshan's mysterious whereabouts, but her uncle feared that she would also fall into terrible danger. That's why he had to pretend as if he was sick, keeping her from taking any unnecessary risks. Zhang was just about to respond, but his uncle continued, saying that Kong was deeply and incredibly loyal. Once she had set her heart on something, or someone, she became even more incredibly determined. She wouldn't easily take such great risks. If that was truly the case, then Zhang appreciated what his uncle was doing. He understood the true depth of his great concern. Uncle was sitting there smoking his pipe and telling Zhang that he had a real, genuine talent for forging. However, he added that Kong wasn't much of a teacher. Honestly, she had never been truly passionate about forging, and there were far too many gaps in her vast knowledge. Uncle decided that for the next several days, he would teach Zhang the meaning forging technique. Though the technique might not be some great, hidden secret, it was still a completely unique skill of the Lu family, so Zhang would need to pay very close attention to it. Zhang nodded in firm agreement, assuring his uncle he would not let him down. Just then, Zhang heard Jing's voice calling out to him, telling him to keep on going because she was waiting for him. Zhang believed that just as his uncle had wished, Kong remained in the city, true to his important promise. His uncle began to secretly teach Zhang the ancient forging technique, which Zhang had been practicing with his powerful nethermist, and over time he had gained a much better control over it and could now shape it into far more precise and deadly forms. Zhang had now mastered the first 3 difficult styles, including the Mighty Ape King and the Yahello styles. One night, while he was deep in meditation, Zhang swore he heard the familiar, haunting voice of Jing. He had to be absolutely certain. He had to purge the squad. He turned to Situ and asked if he was sure that no celestial foxes were disguised as humans anywhere around the blacksmith district. Zhang could have sworn that he had heard something. Situ replied that they had already swept the entire area, and there was absolutely no way a celestial fox could be there. Zhang thought to himself that if it wasn't the whisper of the winds, then Jing wasn't dead, and she was still out there somewhere. For both revenge and for answers, he vowed to rip the mask off the celestial fox that had dared to disguise itself as his beloved Jing. The scene shifts 3 days later to a dark night where a vile man sneaks into the Su family's private house. He quietly enters the room of a beautiful young lady, murmuring that his little drug had worked perfectly on her. He then pulls the blanket off of her, commenting that people had said the Su family's daughter was incredibly beautiful, with sensual curves in all the right places, and skin as white as jade. He touches her hand, telling her that tonight he would taste the truth and see if the rumors about her were true. All of a sudden, an aviator appeared, and the man wondered who was there. The strange voice called out to him, referring to him as the short, stacked teddy bear, standing at a mere 5 feet nothing, with a hideous face that only his own mother could possibly love. The man demanded that whoever it was should just show himself. The voice responded, telling the man that he was disliked by women, and his vile appearance grew more and more twisted by the day, and that he had hurt countless innocent women over the past decade. The voice then asked him if it was somehow wrong. The man, now completely terrified, asked who the mysterious voice belonged to. The voice then revealed that it had come with a direct order to take the man's worthless life. Pure panic set in as the man began to frantically run, thinking that the entire Su family must have been drugged by him. But he wondered what that strange voice was. and whether it belonged to a human or perhaps a ghost. As he fled, a sharp point struck him hard in the leg, causing him to fall, and as he lay there, with fear consuming him, the nethermost grew ever stronger, revealing that the mysterious creature was actually Zhang. Zhang, now acting as a vengeful ghost, approached the man, asking if he still wanted to keep struggling. Trembling with immense fear, the man begged for Zhang to stay back, but he couldn't possibly escape. The man fell to the ground, overcome by fear, and had even urinated on himself. Zhang, with a cruel smirk, nudged the man with his foot and remarked that he had thought the so-called serial killer, the sewer, was supposed to be tough. A grim sense of accomplishment washed over him, as if his first true act of judgment had been delivered. Zhang remarked that it was time to haul this scum back to headquarters, and let the proper authorities deal with him. He activated his analysis skill, identifying his target as Zhang Xiaofan. As Zhang scanned through the man's stats, he wondered why Xiao would use such a valuable skill for such vile deeds. It was an absolute waste of his incredible potential. Suddenly, Zhang was struck by a horrific flashback, a memory of Xiao's crimes. In this vision, a helpless lady was begging Xiao to spare her very life, but he coldly kicked her aside, telling her that despite swallowing his drug, she was still so stubbornly disobedient. He cruelly claimed she had her dead husband to thank for her continued survival. If her husband had not perished so prematurely, Xiao would have never even set his depraved sights on them. Xiao then began to mock a fallen city guard, one who had sworn an oath to defend Pearl City until his death. And now that very guard was truly dead. A grim situation he found to be deeply and darkly ironic. Xiao expressed his twisted gratitude to the guard for leaving them both alive, so that he could now do whatever he pleased. Xiao then turned his wicked gaze toward the lady's young daughter, heartlessly telling her that she shouldn't worry, because she would very soon join her dead mother, just as soon as he was finished with her. He referred to the innocent girls as his personal toys, showing not a single shred of remorse. While Zhang was lost in this disturbing, nightmarish flashback, Xiao, still crumpled on the floor, abruptly surged upwards, and launched a desperate attack, unleashing a cloud of potent drug powder. However, Zhang was protected by an invisible shield barrier, and the smoke harmlessly dissipated. Xiao, completely bewildered, demanded to know where Zhang had come from, and how he dared to interrupt his personal fun. It was at that very moment that the rain began to pour. Xiao continued his rant, saying that his drug powder had been enough to knock out their last mutated beast. Once that beast had fallen asleep, Xiao had planned to torment it to his heart's content. Zhang, completely unfazed, coldly referred to the whimpering Xiao as dead meat. Xiao was terrified, wondering why his powerful drug wasn't working. He questioned if it was somehow because of the rain. Zhang used his power, severing Xiao's hand clean off at the wrist, making him feel an unimaginable amount of searing pain. Zhang told him that the first blade was for the brave mother, who had given her life to protect her only daughter, and the next blade was for the girl who chose death, rather than be defiled and submit to him. He continued his brutal assault with the blade, saying that this was in memory of the city guard's heroism. The next devastating strike was for the righteous detective, and the one after that was to carve the memory of the nameless, heroic awakener who had fought valiantly for justice deep into Zhao's very soul. After taking countless hits, Xiao was now lying on the ground, telling Zhang that he was totally insane. Zhang replied that, with today's advanced technology, Xiao could be saved if he received medical attention in time. So, Zhang was magnanimously giving him one more chance. He added that as long as Xiao could crawl out of that door, he would mercifully spare his life. Zhang thought to himself that he was going to make Xiao feel the same despair and terror that he had inflicted upon all those innocent, helpless people 100 times over. He told Xiao to remember that this would be his final chance. Xiao, crawling through his own blood and agony, thought that once he had fully recovered, he would make Zhang pay dearly. He would slowly peel the skin from Zhang's very bones. He absolutely could not afford to die here. There were still so many women he had yet to take advantage of. He was almost at the front gate. If only he could just manage to open it, he could finally escape. He desperately stretched his hand toward the door handle, but he couldn't quite reach it. Frustrated, he kept banging weakly on the heavy door. Zhang observed, remarking that Xiao would never be able to open. Xiao had been given his chance and he had squandered. Now he had failed. With a flick of his power, Zhang killed Xiao, increasing his own stats in the process. Zhang thought that simply wiping out all the celestial foxes would be enough to return peace to the beleaguered city, and that would be enough to save everyone. But did someone as vile as Xiao even deserve to be saved? Don't be so ridiculous, Zhang muttered under his breath. People like him truly deserve to die. There's absolutely no need to play the bleeding heart. Just then, he heard a strange new voice, mentioning that it was a very special day at Manhwa Academy, and that he should find the perfect opportunity to take her. Zhang wondered what this could possibly mean. Was it yet another Xiao? He contacted his captain, informing him that the depraved rapist had been dealt with. But he had picked up something else with his wind whisper ability. A potential disturbance at the Manhwa Academy. It sounded like they were planning to abduct someone. The scene shifts to the headquarters, where Situ was deep in contemplation. Manhwa Academy. He attempted to use his powers to send someone there, but was completely unable to penetrate the mysterious barrier. There was some kind of powerful force field now in place, and even he could not see through its veil. Whoever had erected that powerful barrier was no joke. Situ instructed Zhang to head over there and report on the situation. In real time, he would then contact Sissy and make sure to handle the developing situation from her end. Situ warned Zhang not to engage the enemy until backup had arrived. Zhang agreed and then prepared himself to leave. At Manhwa Academy, the mysterious barrier continued to protect the building. Inside, several team members walked in complete silence, their heads concealed by heavy, dark overcoats. Each one of them carried a strange, glowing lantern. One of the men remarked that they had been searching for a full 15 minutes, with no results. He wondered where Chang Suling had hidden the girls. The second man told his boss that there was a serious problem. They had detected a breach in their carefully constructed barrier. The third man, now visibly shaken, wondered aloud if they had somehow been discovered. The boss scolded them, telling them not to be so incredibly stupid, and that they had the double protection of the dragon, subduing stones and the strange lanterns. There was absolutely no way that anyone could detect them. He paused, then added with a clear hint of concern, "But if this intruder triggers Chan Shuling's alarms, we will be in serious trouble. Even if we mask our own presence, we will never get anyone out of here with him around." He then turned to the other two men, urgency lacing his voice. "Hurry up!" They were quickly running out of precious time. No matter what, they absolutely must find her. Zhang arrived on the scene and noticed a dragon statue on a nearby pole. Curious about its true significance, he used his powerful analysis skill on the strange object. After several repeated attempts, he identified it as the dragon subduing stone, powerful epic tier item. His mind then drifted into a flashback, a vivid, horrifying scene of many people being brutally sacrificed, their lifeblood mixing together to forge the very stone. Zhang wondered if this dragon, subduing stone, had also been created through such a gruesome human sacrifice. But such barbaric practices had long ago been forbidden for public use. The people inside didn't appear to be members of the three major organizations. So could they be the last remnants of the evil Zhu family? The beast-taming Zhu family was at the very root of all this chaos. Zhang wondered about their true motives for allowing the celestial foxes to enter the city, and for amassing such vast and powerful hordes of beasts. The current operation at the Manhwa Academy might offer some valuable clues as to their true ultimate goals. He then felt someone approaching, and he quickly hid himself. As three strange men arrived, carrying an unconscious girl, the boss of the group believed that the person who had entered had already long since left. He remarked that it should be perfectly safe now, and instructed his team to turn off the lanterns to conserve what little energy they had left. As they would need it, he ordered one to go and collect the dragon-subduing stone, ensuring that absolutely no traces were left behind. Zhang quickly analyzed the entire group, reporting back to his leader that the enemy was from the Zhu family. One of them was level 20 with powerful analysis abilities. The second was level 17 with the ability of telekinesis, and the third was only level 15. A hypnosis-type awakener. Zhang then analyzed the glowing lantern, realizing that it was the reason he couldn't detect the three men. It had completely masked their presence. However, it appeared to be running very low on energy, and Zhang began to wonder if the girl was their true target. As one of the men carried the unconscious girl, Zhang analyzed her and discovered that she was Chun Junting. Her potential was completely off the charts, resembling an upgraded, more powerful version of his own contract gem. Zhang wondered who the Zhu family was planning to control with her, but regardless of their sinister intentions, she was completely innocent, and he could not allow the Zhu family to take her. As Zhang rushed toward the unfolding scene, the three men began to make their escape. He wondered where they were now headed, and asked Manny if she could possibly track them. Manny replied that she could sense them, and they were moving toward the very outskirts of the city. But at this current pace, Sissy would not be able to catch them in time. Zhang declared that he would be the one to slow them down. Situ urged him to wait, warning him not to be so reckless and to prioritize his own personal safety first. Zhang firmly responded, saying that the Zhu family was behind all of this chaos, and he could not possibly allow them to escape. He might not be able to completely defeat them, but his nethermist could buy more than enough time for Sissy. As the three men moved through the pouring rain, Zhang summoned a fearsome nethermist beast. The boss of the group was surprised to see such a creature in the city. Zhang thought to himself that it was thanks to the meaning forging technique that the nethermist camouflage was managing to hold up. However, he knew he couldn't risk being detected by the level 20 analyzer. The boss observed the strange, wolf-like creature and wondered about its true strength. He attempted to analyze the mysterious beast, but as he did so, the wolf furiously attacked, positioning itself directly behind the boss to deliver a strike. The boss dodged the attack and ordered the boy to hypnotize. The boy focused his power and the hypnosis took effect. Zhang felt that his mental energy was practically infinite, rendering all mental attacks completely useless against him. He decided it was finally time to use that to his advantage. The man commanded Zhang to stay completely still, but Zhang planned to make him believe he was now under his control, getting close enough to land a decisive strike. The man repeated the command to remain motionless, but Zhang continued to menacingly approach, preparing for a powerful sneak attack. Both the boy and the man were surprised that Zhang had moved. The wolf lunged and sank its teeth deep into the man's neck. He cried out desperately to his boss for help. But before anything could possibly be done, the other boy, who had been carrying the girl, moved to defend him, ordering the wolf to get away from him. Zhang realized that he had now leveled up, and now, if he could just hold off the two others, he might just have a chance of winning. But the man used a crushing gravity to pin the wolf to the ground, and Zhang struggled intensely against its power, unable to move. The boss then analyzed Zhang, quickly deducing that he was an awakener at a low level 9, affiliated with both the Iron Soul Blacksmith Shop and the Purge Squad. His abilities, however, were still unknown. The boss then scoffed, dismissing him as just some low-level, pathetic rookie, no more than a measly level 9 human. And he asked if Zhang thought he could possibly pit himself against them. Since Zhang was all alone, the boss believed he stood absolutely no chance. Zhang felt himself being forced down by the powerful, crushing gravity, realizing it was the very same trick that Situ had used on him last time. The boss coldly told Zhang that he would not be getting out of there alive. Zhang thought that even though the analyzer lacked any offensive abilities, his special weapon was still quite troublesome. It seemed that the Zhua family's entire strength relied entirely upon their powerful and unique equipment. Fortunately, despite his own body being restrained, the activation of his nethermost and telekinetic abilities remained completely unaffected. But why wasn't the man using his power to deflect Zhang's attacks? Instead, he was only just dodging them. Then, the boss attacked again, taunting Zhang, asking him to guess whether the ability of Zhang Vasu was taking a heavy toll on his energy, and just how much longer he could possibly last. Zhang, now in his true ghostly form, realized the man wasn't actually attempting to deflect him. He simply couldn't. The man wondered who Zhang was waiting for. As Zhang attacked once more, he decided it was time to test his new move, and he unleashed the full power of the nethermist. His attackers continued to relentlessly come at him, pondering whether he was trying to draw his last breath in a final act of defiance. They were completely confused by Zhang's unpredictable movements. Zhang smirked explaining that they couldn't possibly block his attacks because they needed to aim with their own hands before using telekinesis. Then he rushed directly toward the second man, thinking that if he could just restrict their hands, then their powerful abilities would be completely useless. The man struggled desperately to keep up, realizing that Zhang was far faster than he had ever anticipated. Now unable to move, the man felt the sharp sting of Zhang's attack. In a desperate final move, the man used self-inflicted telekinesis to grab hold of Zhang's hand. Zhang quickly realized the man was now using his own power against him. The man managed to save himself and told Zhang that it was a nice try. Fortunately, he had managed to force his right hand free from the restraint. The boss taunted Zhang, asking if that was truly all that he had, and suggesting that Zhang was now completely out of energy. The man mocked Zhang, asking if he really thought he could get away with trying to take his hands, and then he threatened to make him lose his own hand instead. The boss wondered if Zhang truly believed his attack would ever work, calling it a completely pathetic effort. Zhang responded by using the flame bind technique on the man, but the man simply pushed him back, forcing Zhang to stumble. Nevertheless, Zhang somehow managed to stand on his own. The man smirked, revealing that he had a few more tricks up his sleeve. Zhang thought to himself that he hadn't expected their clothes to be completely fireproof. The two men advanced, declaring that now was the very end. Zhang, still unfazed, said that it was about time. The boss, confused, asked if Zhang meant that it was the time for his own death. Zhang replied that it was indeed the time. He had only been stalling them. And just as the words left his mouth, a wave of water surged toward the man, attacking him with a truly lethal intent. The boss, completely surprised, wondered how Zhang could still speak with such unwavering confidence, even when he was on the very brink of death. He attacked Zhang, landing a solid hit on his shoulder. And just as he did so, Sissy appeared, rushing forward with her deadly sword to strike. The man was completely taken aback. It was clear that she was the reinforcement he had not expected. He was absolutely stunned to see that she had taken the man down in a single blow. He even desperately attempted to block her powerful attack, but her slash was so unbelievably fast that he was forced to fall back. He wondered who in the world she was. She ignored him, continuing her completely relentless assault. He thought to himself that Zhang had held them off for far too long, and now he had to use his ultimate trump card. With that, he activated a mysterious ring, leaving Sissy completely confused. The man conjured lightning, and she demanded that he stop. But he used the ensuing chaos to his own advantage, creating mass confusion and making his daring escape. Sissy thought that it was fortunate that Zhang was still alive, but it was extremely unfortunate that they couldn't capture any of the remnants of the Zhu family alive. Zhang lay there on the ground, completely and utterly drained. Manny contacted Sissy, urging her to hurry and bring Zhang back. Sissy wondered what had just happened. Manny informed her that the illusory curtain had now been breached. She was completely shocked to hear such terrible news. The scene shifts to the leader of the mutated beasts and Ziming, who were both standing on the roof of a very tall building. She was holding a large umbrella to shield her from the rain. Ziming asked her the reason for summoning him there. Wondering if something was the matter, she inquired about the preparations for gathering the mutated beasts outside of the city. He replied that everything was now ready. Suddenly, they both noticed a brilliant flash of lightning, which left them both feeling very confused. She wondered aloud what that sound was. Ziming thought of the thunderous call, and realized that the Zhu's agent had run into some serious trouble. And all those people, he mused that the fox had to notice it. Then he mentioned that it was just some thunder. She asked if he had seen anything unusual. He denied it, and she then pressed him, asking if he was feeling nervous. He confessed that he had been afraid of thunder ever since his childhood. She referred to him as a completely useless coward. She then considered that the sound must have originated from within the city walls, but she couldn't actually see anything now. It reminded her of a time when a man was at death's door, certain that he would die. Yet just as she had turned the corner, he had somehow disappeared completely without a trace. To think that they had managed to escape so brazenly from right under her nose. Looking back on it now, it must have been some kind of high-level illusion. While human illusions couldn't directly affect their kind, they could still manage to cloud the vision of their surroundings, misleading them. Perhaps the entire city was nothing more than a grand facade. She remarked that it was a truly cunning plan. She flew away using her powerful domain expansion, Sissy watched this incredible display of power and wondered where the girl from Hanhai Academy had now gone. Sissy wasn't sure what had just happened, but the illusory curtain was definitely and rapidly fading. Zhang called out to her, pointing toward the lantern and urging her to use it quickly. The lady, using her immense power and multiple eyes to scan the city, soon found someone. She saw a man running with the captive girl and realized she had almost completely forgotten about the saintess. In all of the preceding chaos, she wondered why the man was leaving the city at such a strange time. Ziming thought that if she had found him, he would now need to act incredibly fast. He told her to wait, but she rushed on ahead, and he knew he couldn't possibly hold her off. The bad guys were now just outside the great city wall, and he had just received a report that the Purge Squad had a secret agent embedded deep within the city. The agent's name was Zhang, who had stumbled upon their secret operation that very night, resulting in the deaths of several of their own humans. The Purge Squad had then sent in their reinforcements, and the agent had had no choice but to use the myriad thundering call. A man in the room wondered if Zhang was somehow still alive. The person reporting on the events agreed, but added that he had looked into Zhang and found that, aside from his connection to the Purge Squad, Zhang was also connected to a mysterious place called the Iron Soul Blacksmith Shop. The man agreed, and instructed the others to now focus on getting the saintess safely out of the city. A voice then asked, "What was she doing?" The man wondered what that was all about. He heard the distant screams, and asked Zhang to report. Zhang arrived and told him to stop his shouting, revealing that their plan had failed, and Zhang had been killed. The man, frustrated, threw a nearby stone, muttering that all those long years had been wasted for nothing. Ziming countered, insisting that the saintess was still alive, and was the worst nightmare of the powerful celestial foxes. He explained that Princess Yu knew she couldn't actually kill the saintess, so she would surely take her back to the city lord's own mansion. The man asked what Ziming was now suggesting. Without the saintess, how could they possibly control the foxes? Ziming then revealed that there was a secret passage from the city lord's mansion that led directly to the outside of the city, and he was the only living person who knew about it. They could send the mutated beasts through that very passage directly into the mansion, causing immense chaos for the foxes. Ziming would then take full advantage of the ensuing distraction to get the saintess out. Another man interjected, pointing out that this was far easier said than done. Princess Yu was personally guarding the mansion, and with the few mutated beasts that they had managed to gather, they would very likely fail in their attempt. Ziming replied that this was why they now needed to use Zhang. Princess Yu was monitoring the entire city, and any major disturbance would prompt her to act personally. They only needed to send their elite forces to the blacksmith shop to directly attack Zhang, which would then draw both the Purge Squad and Princess Yu into a massive, bloody confrontation. While they fought, they would unleash the mutated beasts on the city lord's mansion, catching them all completely and utterly off guard. The man warned that carrying out this insane plan would mean completely and totally severing all ties with the celestial foxes. Ziming responded that they had no other choice but to succeed, as failure was simply not an option for them. He instructed them not to reveal his own identity during the operation. Another man then praised Ziming, calling it an excellent plan, and as expected from a true descendant of the noble Zhu family. He then assured Ziming that they would continue to assist him in his vital role as the vice-CEO lord, and that the fate of the saintess now rested in Ziming's hands. Zhang awoke in a strange room, and Sissy asked if he was feeling all right or at all out of place. As he sat up, he wondered where on earth he was. She explained that this was the main Purge Squad headquarters, and things had become extremely urgent earlier, so she had to bring him directly there first. Zhang then noticed Jimbo lying unconscious nearby. Sissy mentioned that she had heard she was personally responsible for this entire situation, and she was personally going to be moving on it. Since they had already detected their enemy's presence, there was no longer any need to worry. Sissy continued, saying that Zhang had already recovered quite well, especially considering he had taken on 3 powerful opponents, who were over 10 levels higher than he was, and had even managed to successfully defeat one of them. She wondered just how he had managed to do that. She then stepped in closer, explaining that such a feat would normally result in an instant kill if the level difference was any greater than 5. Sissy then introduced Hashuji, who had the unique ability to charge, using pure solar energy. Ji had been the one to miraculously treat Zhang's grave injuries. Zhang realized that Ji was new to this entire group, so he prudently decided to keep a very low profile. Zhang smiled and remarked that he was just lucky to be alive. He recalled the old saying that what doesn't kill them makes them stronger, and he admitted that he owed his very survival to them. Without their timely help, who knows how many times he might have died. By now, he had heard that Sissy was incredibly strict, but she didn't seem that way at all to him. She shrugged it all off and said it was nothing, adding that she wasn't maintaining the illusory curtain anymore. Anyway, with that, she decided that it was enough idle chit-chat. Since Zhang was now awake, it was time to move on. Zhang immediately regretted his previous, flattering words. She spoke up, saying that they now needed more comprehensive intel about what had actually happened the night before. Manny and Luwei were in a room, with Luwei sound asleep at the time. Manny wondered if the endless mountain of paperwork would ever end. She lowered her tired head, muttering that she had already requested a leave of absence. Luwei then groggily seconded her request, and Manny asked if she had been awake this whole entire time. She then asked Luwei to help her with all the work. Luwei pretended to still be fast asleep, and Manny shook her, urging her to wake up, but Luwei did not respond. The two of them were playfully messing around when Situ walked in. He apologized for the seriously understaffed headquarters, and asked them to please bear with it for the time being. Just then, Ji and Zhang arrived at the scene. When Manny saw Ji, she immediately jumped up, thrilled to see her good friend. Ji mentioned that she thought she could help lighten the workload a bit. Manny replied that Ji was always looking out for her. Situ, however, suggested that they all get to the main point. They had been working under the assumption that the Zhu family and the Celestial Foxes had formed an unholy alliance to eliminate their common enemies. But now, Situ believed that they were not actually working together. The Zhu family had set up a powerful barrier with a shielding effect, one that had seriously interfered with their own surveillance. It was now clear they were well aware of the existence of the illusory light, Celestial Curtain. Yet, they had not informed the Celestial Foxes about its existence, which meant they were trying to use the illusory curtain for something. Situ added that submission was not the Zhu family's style. However, they were currently not strong enough to take on the Celestial Foxes directly. It led them to the young girl, the one they had taken from Hanhai Academy the previous night, and perhaps she was the very key to defeating the Celestial Foxes. Ji continued her explanation that the headmaster of Hanhai Academy, Chang Suling, had only had one single son, Chen Haowen. The records stated that he had passed away 14 years ago, without ever marrying or having any legitimate heirs. That very same year, Su Wei suddenly announced that he had a granddaughter named Chun Ting. According to their own investigation, Junting had no actual blood ties to anyone in Pearl City, and it was most likely that she had come from one of the outside villages. It seemed that Su Wei had been extremely protective of his granddaughter, keeping her completely away from everyone for the past 14 years. Her official citizenship file was as clean as a brand new blank sheet. There wasn't even a single record of whether she was an awakener or what her special ability might even be. Zhang then spoke up, mentioning that he knew of her, as he could use his analysis on her. Earlier, he had revealed that her ability was called Saintess Blood. Situ pondered the mention of an outside village, and the term Saintess. He wondered if she was possibly from the legendary Holy Ancestor village, but he quickly dismissed that thought. It seemed like it was too much of a mere coincidence. Zhang, still incredibly intrigued, continued to wonder about her mysterious ability. The scene then shifted to the opulent city lord's mansion, where Junting was now with the beautiful leader of the Foxes. She was enjoying a delicious pancake and commented that the place felt so very cozy, asking if the lady always lived in a place like this. As she looked a bit sad and was drinking, she asked if something was currently bothering her. The lady quickly and sharply denied it, saying that it was absolutely nothing. Junting mentioned that she knew just what would cheer the sad lady up. Her grandpa had always told her that you should eat something sweet whenever you are feeling down in the dumps, so she suggested that they should have some tea together. The lady, now angered, shouted at Junting to just die, and made a sudden move to attack her. However, Junting was completely unaware of any of her ill intentions. Junting then offered the lady a delicious cookie, asking her if she would like to try one. The lady hesitated for a moment, but then eventually took a small bite. He brought the food to her lips, and as the lady partook, she questioned why the final release of death still eluded her. As Jun Ting patiently continued this intimate act of feeding, the royal lady conceded that this was far better. A sharp pang of guilt struck her for having assaulted Jun Ting, unable to comprehend this remorse for a creature she deemed a mere human. Jun Ting then sampled the tea, his face contorting into a grimace. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared it utterly foul. He proclaimed that the water source for this brew was atrocious, and that the creator of this tea must have been a complete simpleton. When the lady pondered aloud if he was directing that insult at her, Jun Ting confirmed that her handiwork was precisely what angered him. He promised the lady a new, proper pot of tea would be brewed, and gave her the simple command to wait for him. While Jun Ting meticulously prepared the new beverage, an unsettling feeling began to coil within the lady's heart. She was bewildered by this strange and unfamiliar sensation of guilt. She was, after all, the magnificent princess of the celestial foxes. There was absolutely no possibility that she could possess such a flaw. The problem, she reasoned, must originate from that human. She could not dispel the nagging sense that something was wrong about Jun Ting, and so, she began to truly question the nature of his existence. Within the hallowed Purge Squad training chamber, Sissy charged directly at Zhang with great haste. She clarified that his nethermist and her own water element were strikingly alike. He could command it with thought alone and alter its physical form. However, there was a single, vital distinction between them. Her powerful water element was a font of renewable energy, which meant she could unleash it relentlessly over and over. In contrast, his nethermist was a limited single-use power. This limitation existed because Zhang had not yet mastered the art of converting the tangible nethermist back into its original intangible essence. Sissy elaborated on her point, proposing that if his nethermist could shift between solid, liquid, and gas states much like her water, its strategic value would become immeasurable. Zhang paused to consider her words for a moment, conceding that there were certain advantages to his nethermist not being tangible. He wasn't burdened with carrying numerous gourds just to contain it. She drew nearer to him, her voice urging him to focus his mind. Then she commanded him to simply fall backward. But instead, Zhang chose to summon his formidable nethermist, theorizing he could use it as a buffer to absorb her strikes. The impact sent Sissy soaring high into the air. From above, she remarked that it was quite fortunate that Zhang could transmute fear itself into nethermist, which somewhat offset its inherent lack of physical resilience. Sissy then unleashed a furious blizzard assault upon him, but Zhang deftly evaded every single one of the icy projectiles. He commented internally that her attacks were of a rather low caliber. Just as he believed he had successfully dodged every threat, he felt the chilling water ensnare his legs, then his hands. He instantly grasped that the ice shards had melted back into water, his focus having been entirely fixated on the deadly spikes that were raining down from the heavens above. Sissy descended gracefully, explaining that if his foe felt no fear, his nethermist defenses would prove to be fleeting and fragile. Zhang countered that while her point might have some merit, as long as his own offensive was overwhelmingly powerful, a single, decisive strike would be all he required to vanquish his foe. He then materialized his nethermist into a deadly dagger above her head. In a swift response, Sissy conjured a formidable water prison, daring him to demonstrate the true might of his heralded attack. As she stood defiantly within her elemental barrier, Zhang's attack descended and effortlessly shattered it to pieces, leaving her completely and utterly astonished. Zhang calmly remarked that it certainly appeared he was the victor. Sissy had to admit that his feat was truly impressive, how his nethermist had completely overpowered her defenses, despite the significant chasm in their power levels. She theorized that his nethermist must have been inherited from some king-level mutated monstrosity from the ancient past, which could have passed down extraordinary genetic traits that granted the nethermist the power to inflict damage far exceeding its observable level. However, she noted that Zhang was still critically lacking in true combat experience. If this had been a genuine battle to the death, he would have already met his gruesome end. Zhang found himself wondering just how, at his end, he would have been. Sissy then commanded the water binding him to reach a searing boil, and he felt an excruciating, unbearable heat envelop him. He wondered from where she had manifested this new water-boiling technique. She then explained to him that truly grasping the fundamental nature of his power was paramount. He needed to dedicate more time to its intensive study. For instance, her water could revert to solid ice, become scalding liquid, or even transform into vaporous steam. And each of these different states held the incredible potential to shift the tides of war. Zhang concentrated his power to fashion a small, grotesque bug, innocently asking if that was what she meant. Sissy recoiled in absolute terror at the sight of the insect and immediately unleashed a water cannon to blast it far away, shrieking for him to get that vile thing away from her. Zhang's reserves of nether mist instantly surged back to full, and he absorbed the water into his own body. Sissy frantically shook him, begging him to expel the liquid. She warned that her water element was pure, and therefore extremely toxic. Zhang cleverly pretended to lose consciousness, and mumbled that even if her poison didn't finish him, her violent shaking would most certainly seal his fate. Sissy offered an apology, but Zhang noted that something felt deeply wrong. His form felt fluid, as if he had lost all control over. In an instant, his lower half liquefied and his trousers fell to the ground. A hand composed entirely of water then burst forth from his shirt. He wondered if he had just awakened a brand new, incredible ability. He immediately summoned his status screen, and discovered the level 6 gems effect had unlocked 2 new powers. He understood the significance of the pure water body ability, but was completely baffled by the name, Omnivore. Sissy's frantic voice called out to him, desperately asking if he was alright and if he was actually melting away. Zhang calmly reassured her, telling her not to be alarmed. He was confident he could revert back to his normal form, but it would require a moment for him to acclimate to it. He theorized to himself that, if the nethermist body and this new pure water body possessed any fundamental similarities, the transformation should operate just like his nethermist ability. He concentrated on his body, attempting to feel its new nature. Abruptly, his body turned entirely to liquid before twisting into a bizarre shape. He knew in that moment that his theory was correct. As he solidified back into his familiar human form, Sissy turned to discover he was now standing there completely unclothed. She demanded he put on some clothes, completely bewildered, and wondered what in the world had just transpired with him. Zhang's pants slipped off again as he realized that due to his small frame, he had unintentionally ingested the very water Sissy had created. This single act had triggered the awakening of the pure water body. Sissy contemplated the meaning of the pure water body and was astounded at the speed of his evolution, especially with the acquisition of this incredible new power. She whispered to herself in awe that this was a legendary power water element users could only ever dream of. And yet, Zhang had awakened it without even a shred of effort. Was this the true, terrifying potential of an unlimited level awakener? She turned her gaze back toward him, noticing he still hadn't managed to properly don his clothes. He asked if she was all right. She could only nod in response. But then, a beep from her communication device made her look down in concern. A panicked voice from the other end informed her that Iron Soul was under siege. Immediate and overwhelming backup was urgently required. Sissy commanded all available units in the vicinity to be mobilized at once. She declared that she herself would be following close behind. Zhang, filled with dread, knew that Kong and the others could be in mortal peril. He insisted he needed to go too, but Sissy forcefully stopped him, warning him that this entire situation could be an elaborate trap. Zhang tried to assuage her fears, telling her not to worry. With his newly awakened pure water body ability, if the battle turned against him, he could simply liquefy and flow to safety. She recognized the newfound confidence in his voice, but reminded him he wasn't yet strong enough to triumph on his own. She sternly instructed him to remain close and follow her lead. Zhang agreed without hesitation and followed in her wake, his heart steeled with the resolve to help his friends. The scene dissolves to the Iron Soul blacksmith shop, where Sissy and Zhang, flanked by a small contingent of warriors, arrived to a horrifying tableau of defeated assassins strewn across the ground. Sissy wondered aloud where this swarm of assassins could have possibly come from. She then barked orders for the others to establish a perimeter, to scour the area for any survivors, and to erect defenses in case more killers were lurking in the shadows. They acknowledged the command and moved with practiced efficiency. Zhang's eyes frantically scanned the area for Uncle Lu, Wang Ji, and his dear friend Kong. Suddenly, Kong emerged, gravely wounded, calling out his name. He sprinted to her side in an instant, She gestured weakly in a direction, indicating the location of Lu and Wang Ji. She choked out to Zhang that both of them were severely injured. Sissy arrived at their position a moment later, declaring she would personally check on the status of Lu and Wang Ji. She ordered Zhang to keep a vigilant watch over Kang. Zhang quickly began to assess Kang's horrific injuries, his eyes widening as he saw one of her hands had been completely severed. When he mentioned the grisly wound, she assured him it was nothing. She stated that the mere loss of an arm would not kill her. A team of medics arrived with a stretcher at that moment. Sissy directed them to transport the wounded for immediate medical care. Zhang gazed at Wang Ji's still form, and Sissy urged him not to despair. She promised him that they were only grievous flesh wounds. Although Wang Ji remained unconscious for now, she reassured him that his friend was strong and would survive. As Kang was carefully carried away for treatment, she told Zhang that as long as Lu and Wang Ji were out of danger, she could finally feel a sense of relief. However, she issued a dire warning for Zhang to be ever vigilant, as the assassin's true and specific target had been him all along. She questioned if he had somehow made incredibly powerful enemies. Zhang could only respond, telling her to forget about him and to focus solely on her own recovery. With that, she was taken away by the medics, and Sissy informed Zhang that the city was no longer a sanctuary. The purge squad would escort them to a safe house located outside the city walls, for their continued treatment and protection. Zhang was crushed by a wave of guilt, knowing this catastrophe was his fault. He revealed that the beast-taming Zhu family, who had only graced Pearl City with their presence once before, was the true mastermind behind this assault, and they craved his death. Sissy stated that a team was already being assembled to investigate the matter. Suddenly, Zhang overheard a voice. Someone mentioning massive energy fluctuations had been registered within the immediate vicinity, and that many of her kind had been ruthlessly butchered nearby. Could they be involved? Zhang instantly recognized the voice as Shu's, his former classmate, the whisper on the wind. Her presence was a clear and undeniable omen of her proximity. She remarked coldly that it was better to waste provisions in times like this than to allow even a single potential threat to remain unchecked. In a flash, a deadly attack erupted from the shadows, but Zhang, having sensed the imminent danger, swiftly grabbed Sissy and vaulted them both to safety. Shu, visibly impressed, acknowledged that he had somehow perceived her lethal strike. He turned to Sissy, asking if she was unharmed. She replied urgently that their entire operation had been top secret, so how could Shu have possibly arrived on the scene so quickly? Zhang surmised that she must have been monitoring the whole city. As she called out his name, he greeted her with a calm facade, remarking casually that it had been quite some time. He attempted to use his analysis ability on her, but Sissy cut him off, declaring that she would hold Shu at bay. Without an iota of hesitation, Sissy launched a furious blizzard assault. The attack was aimed at both Shu and Zhang. Zhang realized the current range was insufficient for him to analyze Shu's powers. Shu, completely unbothered, thought to herself with amusement that Sissy hadn't even hesitated to employ a fatal technique against her. It was clear her true identity had now been completely exposed. She then revealed that her faction was the orchestrator of this entire chaos, and with a flick of her wrist, she opened a portal directly behind Sissy, launching a devastating strike from the unexpected angle. Sissy instinctively raised her ice shield to defend herself, but she quickly realized in horror that Shu had breached her defense. With just a single, overwhelming blow that shattered the shield, Shu thought to herself that, even though Sissy now knew her true identity, Sissy was still completely unable to see through her powerful illusions. Sissy was simply reacting to the subtle shift in the cold air that emanated from her attacks, a fatal tell. Shu taunted, "Let's see if you can dodge my attacks now." Sissy, sensing the frigid air around her, swiftly deduced that the attacks were now converging from all directions. Zhang shouted at her, urgently telling her to move up and to her left. Sissy realized with a surge of relief that Zhang's presence was a godsend. Without his guidance, she would have been powerless to resist the onslaught. Zhang continued to guide her movements with precision, calling out coordinates like a seasoned commander: 3 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and 9 o'clock, now 4 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and 10 o'clock. Sissy dodged each lethal strike with perfect accuracy as Zhang directed her. Shu, completely baffled, wondered how Zhang could possibly know her attack patterns. As she shifted her focus to attack him directly, Zhang steeled himself, determined to evade her with every fiber of his being. Shu confirmed her suspicions with a cold realization. He was evading every single one of her attacks flawlessly. He had to be the one individual who could see through their illusions. I should have eliminated him from the very beginning, she thought, but let us see how long he can sustain this charade. Zhang knew he couldn't simultaneously dodge and guide Sissy forever. He maintained his constant movement, calling out, 3 circles to the left, 3 to the right, and then he closed the distance to Sissy and unleashed his power to create a barrier forged of pure nethermist to shield them both, turning to face Shu with a newfound defiance. Zhang taunted with a smirk, "You seem a little on edge today. Did someone perhaps dump you recently?" Shu smirked back, finding it rather amusing that Zhang had concealed his powers so well. They had tested his capabilities time and time again, and he had always managed to elude their grasp like a phantom. But now there was no more time left for him to run. With a voice dripping in mockery, she launched her attack, saying he might be able to contend with 3 of her tails, but she wondered how he would fare against 3,000. Sissy quickly erected another, more powerful barrier over Zhang's, sensing the overwhelming, apocalyptic power behind Shu's ultimate attack. Zhang watched as his nethermist reserves were drained at a terrifying rate, his energy plummeting by a staggering 50% in an instant. He felt the suffocating pressure mounting around him. Shu's taunt echoed in his ears. "Let's see if you can last even a single second. Consider it your victory." If you manage to survive that long, his nethermist was almost depleted, annihilated to 0 in just 0.9 seconds. Zhang thought with grim finality that he had given his absolute all, unleashing 100% of his nethermist in a single desperate gamble. And yet, it had barely impeded Shu's cataclysmic assault. Was this truly the end? And just then, an ethereal projection of Captain Situ materialized before him, urging Zhang to pay very close attention. Situ declared that he could only forge this single opportunity for him. Zhang's mind reeled, wondering what this apparition of Situ could possibly mean. Situ's projected power completely overwhelmed Shu, and she stared in disbelief, wondering what was happening. Situ commanded Zhang to resolve the situation immediately. Zhang complied, unleashing his nethermist at its maximum range, and then seized Sissy's hand to escape from the battlefield. Shu found herself ensnared, and in her incandescent rage, she roared that they would never escape her wrath. Even as she struggled to break free, she knew they had both managed to successfully flee. She commanded every single fox to hunt down Zhang and ensure his escape was impossible. After some time had passed, they finally reached the Purge Squad's safe house, a hidden sanctuary located far beyond the city's borders. Inside, Kong was resting on a bed while Zhang stood vigil at her side. She told him that he was now officially a member of the Purge Squad. She continued, explaining that Pearl City had tragically fallen under the control of the foxes. Zhang acknowledged the grim reality, adding they were now in hiding. He stated that the city was no longer a safe haven for any of them. He apologized, his voice heavy with the knowledge that this was all his fault. Kong immediately tried to reassure him, stating that it was merely her arm, and she was, most importantly, still alive. Furthermore, she was forever in his debt for rescuing Uncle Lu and the others. He made a solemn vow that he would discover a way to reclaim their blacksmith shop. Until that day finally came, however, he feared that she would be forced to remain in hiding, far outside the city's corrupted walls. Sissy reflected on how much Zhang had grown during her brief absence, especially when he was instrumental in her escape. Kong then told him that Sissy was waiting for him outside, urging Zhang not to let her own plight keep him from more important matters. Zhang stepped out from the sick room and asked Sissy if she required anything from him. She paused and asked what he had just called her. Zhang feigned ignorance, placing the blame squarely on Kong for the mix-up, referring to Sissy as the little girl, and claiming that Kong had completely botched her name. He explained he had been calling her Big Sister Sissy and acting polite, but now it all felt incredibly awkward, especially after the life-and-death ordeal they had just endured together. After all, he had lived 2 entire lifetimes and was far older than she. She told him not to worry about such trivialities. It was merely a title, after all, and he was free to call her whatever he wished. She then requested that he accompany her for a short while. As they began to walk, she informed him that his identity was now exposed, so he likely could not return to Pearl City for a considerable time. He would have to await direct orders from the captain himself. The intelligence he had provided during their mission was exceptionally valuable, and they certainly couldn't forget about the entire rapist mission debacle. He had handled that complex situation like a true professional. To demonstrate her immense gratitude, she presented him with a vial of liquid and told him to consider it a small token of reward from the Purge Squad. He wondered if the vial contained the legendary golden blood. She confirmed his suspicion, stating it was from Jinma himself. She explained that he would need to periodically draw and store the substance. The liquid possessed almost miraculous healing properties and was typically reserved for treating their most grievously wounded warriors or to extend the lifespans of their most honored and esteemed veterans. She requested that he consume it on the training grounds to ascertain if he could possibly inherit any of its immense power. She also imparted one final, crucial piece of information. The golden blood was an ability based entirely on one's bloodline. This implied that there was a distinct possibility it could be passed down to his descendants. She just wanted to make him fully aware of this fact, cautioning him not to become ensnared by any opportunistic gold diggers. Zhang mused that it was merely a chance, not an absolute certainty. Besides, who could possibly know if he would ever have a wife someday? That was why he was planning so far into the distant future. He downed the entire vial of liquid, focusing on his training with the nethermost body and pure water, praying that he would not be disappointed by the results. Sissy inquired how he was feeling, and if he had manifested any new abilities. He answered that he hadn't perceived any significant changes yet. Suddenly, he spotted a strange red liquid on his own hand. He activated his analysis and wondered if the process had actually worked. As he quickly scanned his status screen, he realized with a jolt that Omnivore was an unlimited level power. The new, pure blood body granted him the ability to precisely sense the physical state of any target just by standing in their close proximity. Sissy asked what was the matter with him. Noticing his stunned reaction, Zhang could now clearly perceive a scar on her face. She replied that it was nothing, and asked him not to be concerned about her. However, Zhang could feel that there was a much deeper story behind that scar. Sissy then asked if there had been any other significant changes. Zhang explained that, in this newly awakened form, he could sense the very life force of every living being around him, and could even merge with them to mend their physical wounds, including, he added, long-standing scars. Sissy then asked if he could heal Kang's arm. Zhang replied that as long as there was a sufficient blood supply, in theory, he could even reconstruct an entire body from a single piece of flesh. He now understood that the pure water body was intended for both defense and for providing healing to his allies in need. Sissy urged him to stop wasting time and suggested they go help Kang immediately. He quickly agreed to her proposal. Then, he asked Sissy if they had ever truly had a proper conversation, not as comrades in arms but as old, familiar friends. She smiled and agreed that they should. The scene transitions to the vast wilderness outside the city walls. A few wild animals were peacefully drinking from a crystal-clear lake. Birds suddenly flew away, their frantic cries echoing as they took flight. A colossal horde of mutated beasts was thundering toward the area. Manny was with Cap. She finally wondered if he was examining the historical records of the Holy Ancestor Village. She asked him what his purpose was. He stated she might not recall, but though the Zhu family committed countless atrocities while in power, they were originally revered by all as heroes for helping humanity survive the Great Winter Calamity. The family head at the time, Zhu Xiang, had merged his very soul with the sun god bird and soared into the heavens each day, bestowing precious light and life-giving warmth upon the people below. He maintained this selfless act for 10 long years, until he finally perished from complete and utter exhaustion. Situ confirmed that after Zhu Xiang's tragic demise, he was entombed at Sunset Mountain, just outside of Pearl City. The survivors beyond the city's walls honored his memory by guarding his grave. Over the course of centuries, these people married and bore children, slowly establishing a village now known to all as the Holy Ancestor Village. Manny was still confused, asking how any of this ancient history was connected to the modern Holy Ancestor Village. Situ explained that every 100 years, a prophesied saintess would be born within the village, and her sacred bloodline possessed the power to protect the village from any and all mutated beast incursions. Manny gasped in surprise and asked if Situ was implying that Junting was the current saintess from the legendary Holy Ancestor Village. Situ replied that the Zhu family was undoubtedly plotting to use the saintess as a pawn to control the powerful Celestial Fox clan. Manny then questioned why the saintess had appeared at Hanhai Academy, and why the Holy Ancestor Village had remained completely silent while such a monumental event was unfolding. Situ speculated that her appearance might have been a deliberate ploy. If they could falsely claim that the saintess was being held as a captive within the city's walls, the Holy Ancestor Village could use it as a justification to launch an attack and wage war on Pearl City itself. Manny asked why they would ever resort to such a drastic measure. Situ explained that 150 years prior, Pearl City was ruled by a tyrant. To ensure the Zhu family's grave mistakes were never repeated, the Purge Squad had designated her as their #1 most wanted criminal. Eventually, they managed to successfully expel her from the city, with critical assistance from the current city lord. Later, she somehow maneuvered herself into becoming the leader of the Holy Ancestor Village. Perhaps she never relinquished her ambition of reclaiming Pearl City, and had been patiently waiting for the opportune moment to strike back. The Purge Squad had established numerous secret safe houses outside the city. These safe houses were masterfully concealed, some carved directly into rock faces and others hidden deep underground, with some even nestled high up within the treetops. The scene shifts to the interior of safe house number 3, where Sissy overheard some distant voices and wondered if they belonged to the villainous Zhu family. She decided she must go and investigate the source. She arrived at the infirmary where Kong and Wang Ji were recovering, with Zhang sitting dutifully in a chair nearby. Sissy thought that if this location were to be discovered, every single person inside would be in mortal danger. She had left Zhang in command of the safe house, trusting only him with the immense responsibility of protecting everyone. Now she wondered if she had made the correct decision. Zhang shouted that he had succeeded, proudly holding up a glowing lantern. Sissy wondered what had worked, and why the lantern wasn't out of energy. He explained that he thought it would be a shame to discard it, so he decided to test if he could possibly recharge its power. He had achieved success by combining the flame bind, the pure water body, the pure blood body, and the nethermist body, in a novel combination of techniques. He added that he had finally managed to make it light up by infusing it with his own powerful nethermist, which made the lantern's cloaking effects even more potent. He saw this discovery as a very fortuitous sign. If they employed the lantern to conceal the entire safe house, they could then venture out safely to conduct vital reconnaissance. Sissy went outside with him to verify his claim, and as Zhang surveyed the mutated beasts surrounding their position, he wondered if there were far too many of them. When had the Zhu family amassed control over so many creatures? Sissy quickly contacted her headquarters and reported the dire situation near safe house number 3. Approximately 10,000 mutated beasts, composed mostly of dire wolves and bulky rabbits, were stampeding toward the city's main gates. While they were not of a particularly high level, their sheer, overwhelming numbers were a grave concern. Zhang commented that it was bizarre they were moving with such haste. It did not appear that they were marching toward a specific destination. It felt more as if they were desperately fleeing from something. Sensing that something was deeply wrong, he immediately pointed it out to Sissy. She was horrified to see a sinister red light glowing in the distance. After making another urgent call to headquarters, she confirmed that a gargantuan horde of zombies was also marching relentlessly toward the city. Their numbers were estimated to be around 50,000. Situ was stunned to learn about all of this new information. He believed that both the sinister celestial foxes and the scattered remnants of the Zhu family were still lurking inside the city. With the critical manpower shortage currently plaguing the Purge Squad, there was no conceivable way they could repel so many enemies simultaneously. He wondered if the time had come for him to intervene directly, but he realized there was still one desperate gambit remaining. He contacted Lu and Wang Ji, commanding them to prepare to activate the Celestial Curtain once again. Manny wondered if the Celestial Curtain had already been deployed. She asked what Captain Situ was currently plotting to do. Situ explained that, on the previous day, He had temporarily suppressed Princess Shu to save Zhang's life, and her full power should not have completely recovered yet. They couldn't possibly rely on the city guard or the investigation team now, but there were still countless powerful fighters residing within Pearl City. He had carved a dire message onto the celestial curtain, warning every citizen about the impending zombie apocalypse. Once every awakener in the city had gathered for the defense, they would blend in among their ranks. This strategy would allow them to protect Pearl City, while simultaneously evading the Celestial Fox's ever-watchful surveillance. He urged them all to move out with extreme haste. As everyone voiced their agreement, Situ commanded them to switch to multiple communication channels. He also tasked Sissy and Zhang with delaying the mutated beasts and zombies outside the city, to do whatever it took to buy more time for the city to rally its reinforcements. They both agreed to execute the plan. At Safe House Number 5, a man confirmed his compliance with Captain Situ's direct order. Situ instructed them to proceed rapidly to the vicinity of Safe House Number 3 to provide immediate and crucial support to Sissy. The man acknowledged, and another team member said, "Let's move out now." The three of them, a man and a woman, departed without another word. The first man, brandishing a wide grin, exclaimed that their time to finally shine had at long last arrived. The scene cuts to the opulent mansion of the city lord. Zimming was pacing back and forth, thinking that the calculated raid on the blacksmith shop should have proceeded without any unforeseen complications. He was trying to confirm that Princess Shu was not inside the city lord's mansion, and that they could safely advance to the next phase of their plan. However, the person on the other end offered a sincere apology, stating that they had encountered a massive unforeseen problem. A horde of unidentified zombies had materialized seemingly from nowhere, just outside the city's perimeter. This had spooked the mutated beasts, and now they were all completely out of control. They had no idea who was responsible for this new development. Zimming furiously commanded them to talk less and to do more, ordering them to contain this spiraling mess immediately. If their master plan were to fall apart, they were all completely doomed. But to first secure the Saintess and extract her from this chaos. The very moment an opportunity presented itself. But then, he saw the formidable city guard squad approaching from behind, and a cold suspicion gripped him as to why they were all here. Zimming sneered, remarking that they should just look who had graced them. He then called out to the esteemed Captain Qin, asking to what they owed the pleasure of his visit on this day. He added that the city lord himself had not yet returned, but he would gladly convey any message of an urgent nature. The guards paid him no mind and marched straight past him. Zimming wondered if they somehow suspected his true intentions. As they threw open the grand gates to proceed deeper inside, he was met with the bizarre sight of countless couples dancing. Jun Ting chirped that they now had even more friends, who had come to join them in their delightful games. Captain Lu took a sip of his drink and wondered how he had arrived here. Then, Shu's command echoed in his mind. He was tasked with capturing Zhang. Jun Ting innocently remarked that Captain Lu was so utterly oblivious. Lu wondered if she had unconsciously summoned his brethren to this very place, as the aura she exuded was identical to being near his clan's king. He spat the drink onto his uniform, and Jun Ting quickly cleaned it, saying her grandfather always taught her to never let anything be wasted. In an instant, Lu knelt before her, hailing her as Lady Saintess. She tilted her head, confused as to why he would call her that, as she clearly thought of every single person here as her friend. She then playfully pulled him up to dance along with her. Zimming arrived on the scene and carefully observed the situation, thinking that the Saintess power should only influence mutated beasts. He wondered if Captain Lu had also been replaced by a celestial fox, a matter of such critical importance, and that cunning fox hadn't informed him. It was clear that she did not yet place her full trust in him. From the looks of this strange gathering, there might not be a single living human left among the city guard. It appeared that every soul present had been converted into a celestial fox, but it seemed they were all under the unwitting control of Jun Ting, and she herself remained completely oblivious to her own immense power. If he could just convince her to cooperate with his faction, his entire plan could advance directly to its next crucial phase. He approached Jun Ting, smoothly asking if she was enjoying herself. She happily agreed, telling him she was only seeking new friends, and never expected Shu to throw such a grand party in her honor, although she noted Shu herself had not yet returned. Zimming replied that perhaps she had other urgent matters to attend to. He thought of Jun Ting as nothing but a foolish, naive girl who had unknowingly summoned all of these so-called friends. With a swift motion, he grabbed her hand, telling her that he knew of a place far more entertaining than this, and asked if she would like to come and play with him there. She yanked her hand back, flatly refusing his invitation, proclaiming that she wasn't finished playing with her friends yet. Besides, she didn't even know him, and demanded to know how he knew her name. In that instant, every single person stopped dancing and stared menacingly at Zimming. The scene shifts to the war zone near Safe House number 3, where Sissy was unleashing her devastating water-based abilities, and Zhang was wielding his nethermist to halt the zombie onslaught. He yelled to her that he had successfully herded them all together, and now commanded her to encase them all in ice. She obeyed, instantly freezing the entire horde solid, but they shattered their icy prisons and relentlessly surged forward. She shouted that it wasn't enough. Their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Zhang declared that he would be the one to hold them off. He then unleashed the full might of his nethermist, realizing that the mutated beasts had supplied him with an ocean of fear. Now he could wield the nethermist as much as his heart desired. He continued to unleash it, intending to tap its full potential without pause, and at its absolute maximum, he manifested the form of a terrifying dragon. He knew he had to hold his ground until their reinforcements finally arrived. His nethermist reserves were in a constant state of flux, draining and then surging back as the beasts fled in terror. He realized that all he could see was an infinite supply of nethermist, and a boundless font of energy and experience as he continued his slaughter. With every kill he was gaining more power. He thought that, with just a few hundred more of them, he could significantly boost his stats, or perhaps even level up. One of the lead beasts cried out to the others, commanding them to scatter and evade the phantom dragon at all costs. They all complied, and Zhang remarked on their surprising intelligence. He deduced that the mutated beasts were solely focused on escaping, and possessed no actual intention of engaging in combat. Sissy was busy slaying the beasts on her own flank. The beasts were now chattering about the absence of the dragon ahead. Sissy launched another powerful attack at them, declaring that she would personally handle these stragglers. As the beasts continued their assault, Zhang expressed his gratitude to Sissy. He thought to himself that, if only he had a system to keep a tally of how many of these fiends he had personally vanquished. Sissy's voice cut through, telling him to remain focused as another wave was approaching. He exclaimed that they just kept coming, and together with Sissy, they continued their desperate battle against the relentless beasts. A barrage of ice, fire, and rock attacks were suddenly directed at Zhang. He wondered what in the world had just transpired. He saw that the zombies were launching a surprise assault on him. This kind of coordinated attack simply shouldn't be possible in this world. He immediately activated his analysis ability on them, and was shocked to find they originated from the Holy Ancestor village. The zombies swarmed him, attempting to bite and tear at him. He thought with urgency that he had to find a way to relay this critical information to headquarters immediately. He unleashed a wave of force, throwing them all off of him. He realized the zombies felt absolutely no fear, and at this rate, he would soon run out of his precious nethermist. Sissy shouted for Zhang to maintain his distance from the horde. Heeding her warning, he decided it was time to try a new maneuver. He snatched a few axes from fallen enemies and launched himself into the sky. He offered a grim apology to those he had captured for toasting them with fire, and then used them as flaming zombie projectiles to attack the other zombies. It's perfect, he thought with a grim satisfaction. He realized his stats were now double what other awakeners possessed at his level. Meanwhile, Sissy was engaged in her own battle, unleashing her sword technique, the Blade Wolves, to mercilessly cut down the zombies. The zombies armed with heavy equipment leaped to attack her, but Zhang intervened with his heaven-crushing, earth-shattering, invisible kick, aimed squarely at those zombies. Sissy stared at him, wondering what nonsense he had just spouted. He quickly replied that it was absolutely nothing. He then soared into the air, declaring that was just the first wave from Peach, with the zombie count now down by about 1,000 in total. He calculated the second wave should arrive in roughly half an hour. He reverted back to his normal human form, wondering how those zombies were capable of using complex abilities. She told him they were likely awakened individuals when they were still alive, alive, and guessed it was the nefarious work of the Zhu family. Once again, Zhang immediately refuted her claim, saying he had already used his analysis on them and discovered they were all from the Holy Ancestor Village. Captain Situ, who had been listening in on their communication, agreed, mentioning that while the Zhu family was ruthless, they revered beast taming as a sacred form of worship and would never stoop to something as twisted as controlling the undead. Their intelligence had suggested the Holy Ancestor Village was somehow connected to this incident, and Zhang's powerful analysis had just confirmed their suspicions. Sissy was shocked to hear this, realizing that, in other words, this was the combined work of both nefarious parties. She noticed a strange gas and urgently told Zhang to hold his breath, explaining that the gas was highly toxic and dangerous. Zhang thought about holding his breath, but wondered where he had encountered this scent before. He suddenly recalled the pungent odor of rotting eggs and hydrogen sulfide. He remembered encountering a massive inferno caused by hydrogen sulfide back when he was on that harrowing rescue mission. If this strange gas also contained hydrogen sulfide, it should be extremely flammable. He warned Sissy to be extremely careful, as the gas could explode. She wondered what crazy plan he was concocting now. He told her there was absolutely no time left to explain, so she should just trust him and let him handle it. She agreed. He then used his flame bind to create a massive explosion. Sissy was safely shielded within his protective barrier, and Zhang's fire reserves were actually increasing from the blast. As he unleashed his power, he told her that the second wave of zombies had already arrived. She asked in disbelief, "Didn't you say we had half an hour?" He tried to analyze it, and it turned out to be a mysterious old man, who remarked that they had managed to neutralize his zombie poison. It seemed these two youngsters possessed some surprising potential. Zhang felt a strange sense of déjà vu. He had successfully analyzed their captain from a distance earlier, but just like with Shu, he was failing to analyze this strange man. Was it because his own ability wasn't at a high enough level to analyze these powerful targets from a significant distance? If that were truly the case, he commanded his system to analyze every single visible zombie on the field. All at once, he was suddenly able to analyze them all. He discovered that he had just performed his analysis 16,888 times, which had instantly upgraded his analysis ability, allowing him to at last analyze the mysterious old man. The man's name, he discovered, was Zhua Xiangming. Xiangming thought to himself that, as much as he would enjoy handling this matter personally, he had far more pressing matters that required his attention. He then commanded a grotesque green beast to go and retrieve them for him, alive or dead. Zhang informed Sissy that based on his analysis, he had learned the man was an astonishing level 39. He then asked her what the term fallen signified. She was shocked to learn about his incredible power level, and explained that an awakener's abilities shift and change over time, depending on how those powers are ultimately used. Eventually, they evolve into a state that best suits their wielder. But if their mental fortitude isn't strong enough, they can be completely consumed by their own immense power, and become nothing more than slaves to their own abilities. These tragic individuals are known throughout the world as the Fallen Ones, and most of them are terrifyingly and unbelievably powerful. Zhang saw them approaching, and Sissy added that they were in deep trouble. They both continued their desperate battle against the encroaching Fallen Ones. Sissy even managed to contact her headquarters, informing them that a Fallen Awakened had appeared, riding a giant zombie. She reported that she lacked the strength to stop him, and that he was currently leading a massive horde of zombies toward the vulnerable northern sector of the city. His power level was also a staggering 39, making him a catastrophic threat. Zhang used his newly upgraded analysis to examine the green zombie, and after doing so, he wondered if he could control it with brute force. He used his nethermist to forge chains and ensnare the creature, but the zombie effortlessly broke free, shattering the chains as if they were made of glass. Zhang staggered back from the shockwave, realizing that this zombie was on an entirely different level compared to all of the previous ones he had faced. They suddenly heard a deafening roar emanating from Pearl City. Zhang wondered in horror if the enemy forces had already breached the city gates. The scene shifts dramatically to the northern gate, where the beasts were stampeding, and a few guards were battling them. A man landed a devastating punch on a zombie and introduced himself as Feng Leishan, the Grandmaster of the legendary Beast King martial arts school. He stood there, flanked by more of his powerful disciples, declaring that not a single zombie would pass through their line. The others rushed forward to engage the zombie horde, and another man roared, "Let's do this! We cannot let these abominations take another single step closer." Lei Shan looked in a different direction as everyone was embroiled in battle. A zombie lunged forward to strike him from his blind spot. He blocked the attack, commanding the others to hold their ground. He noticed that this particular zombie's movements were completely different from the others. It wasn't behaving like the rest of the mindless horde. He continued his battle with the zombie, and then, with a swift motion, Lei Shan unleashed the mighty beast King Fist, Ape King style. He wondered who this mysterious zombie could possibly be, intrigued by its strangely familiar and unusual abilities. The zombie attempted to counterattack, but Lei Shan evaded it and executed the Toadie's Cauldron lift style, launching the zombie high into the air with incredible force. He then delivered a powerful punch, causing it to crash back to the ground. Lei Shan activated his hyper-regeneration ability. The zombie now lay completely motionless before him. Lei Shan wondered what he was feeling from this particular zombie, and why its fighting style seemed so eerily familiar. Then, his eyes fell upon the token of his senior, Lin Bencher. Lei Shan realized in horror that the zombie used the Beast King Fist technique, and carried Benshi's personal, unmistakable token. This led him to the horrifying conclusion that this zombie was Bencher, who had mysteriously vanished without a trace 30 years ago. The zombie rushed to attack him once more, fueled by an unholy hatred and unimaginable rage. Lei Shan remembered that back in the day, Bencher had left the city to investigate the strange case of the missing awakeners. Lei Shan had witnessed something truly mysterious back then, but he never could have imagined that Bencher himself would become a zombie and suffer such a cruel and terrible fate. The zombie declared that only Lei Shan possessed the power to stop him. Lei Shan wondered if this was truly the Bencher that he had once known, or if his beloved senior, Bencher, was truly and forever gone. Meanwhile, other men were battling zombies, utilizing the legendary Ape King style, which flowed like water and was unhindered by any rigid, predictable form. One of the older men said to a young boy that, even though their master never had particularly high hopes for him, it was clear to all that he was improving at an astonishingly rapid pace. "Let's practice just a little bit more," he said with a smile. "Once I have taught you everything I know, we will wipe that smug and arrogant look right off the old man's face." As Bencher threw a desperate punch at Lei Shan, he effortlessly stopped it, wondering since when Bencher had become so slow and weak. Lei Shan was so moved by the tragedy of fighting Bencher that he began to cry. He managed to push Bencher back, telling him not to disgrace the beast. King Fist, or the hallowed name of Bencher. Lei Shan swore an oath that whoever had done this to him would pay dearly. He was utterly consumed by his rage, his anger burning like a wildfire. He commanded his people to fall back and retreat immediately, warning them that they might get caught in the impending crossfire. He rushed forward with blinding, unbelievable speed, delivering a furious volley of multiple punches. With a final, devastating blow, he sent Bencher crashing to the ground, declaring that Lei Shan had now become much stronger. With that, Bencher died, and Lei Shan wished for his eternal peace. Xiangming remarked that it was truly hard to believe that his own masterpiece had been defeated in such a state. But it was of no consequence. Lei Shan would make a fine replacement. Lei Shan wondered who the person was that had done this to his dear Bencher. He demanded to know if they were the one who had turned him into a zombie. Xiangming agreed, asking if Lei Shan had any objections to that fact. He questioned whether pathetic insects like him truly believed they could stand a chance against his unstoppable army. The scene transitions to the mysterious Holy Ancestor village, where a formidable cult leader stood waiting. When her men finally arrived, one of them bowed low to the leader and reported that everyone was now present. The cult leader instructed them all to listen with great care. Their primary mission was to assist the low-level zombie horde in sowing as much chaos as possible within the city. Along the way, they were authorized to plunder any supplies and spread their sacred teachings. But once the Xiaoshi brothers had successfully extracted the Saintess, they were to retreat immediately and without any further delay. They all agreed to the plan and departed, except for a young boy who knelt. He asked if it would be alright for him to inquire about the king-level mutated beast that was rumored to be lurking within the city. He wondered if that creature would somehow interfere with their grand plan. He also questioned the strategic point of retreating. after they had successfully retrieved the Saintess, since they had, at that point, already declared open war. The cult leader calmly considered his pertinent question. She wondered if he was referring to the ancient old fox, who had recently awakened and was now simply biding his time, patiently waiting for Shobai to finally reveal himself. The boy fretted that their army might be in grave danger if they were to launch their attack at this time. The leader confidently reassured him, explaining that although the Saintess had not yet fully awakened, she was still an incredible force to be reckoned with. Even a mighty king-level mutated beast couldn't easily undo her influence. The celestial foxes, she explained, would not lift a single finger until she was safely removed from the picture. And in Tinzi's Pearl City, aside from that powerful fox, the biggest threat they faced was Shobai and his formidable purge squad. That was precisely why she had arranged for an insider to open the city gates ahead of schedule to create enough devastating chaos within the city. First, they would use the Saintess as their pretext for this war, and then they would allow the zombies to pour into the city. To deal with such a massive, large-scale invasion, the purge squad would have no other choice but to activate the legendary Sun and Moon Pearl. Once Shobai uses the Sun and Moon Pearl to cleanse all the low-level mutated beasts and zombies currently infesting the city, Situ will have to expose himself, and so too will the entire purge squad. As for why they retreat, without the Saintess to restrain the foxes, and with the purge squad completely out in the open, they will simply wait for the foxes and the purge squad to exhaust each other. This would make it significantly easier for them to finally conquer Pearl City. The boy asked that, based on their spies' reports, it seemed the Zhu family was also coveting the power of the Saintess. What if they were to try and interfere with their delicate operation? She replied that she had already sensed their insignificant presence. She noted that the Saintess was still completely disoriented and was lost deep within the labyrinth of her own mind. The Zhu family, she stated, didn't stand a chance of manipulating her in such a vulnerable and confused state. The reason she had dispatched the Xiaxi brothers to retrieve the Saintess was because their bodies carry the sacred blood of the saint, allowing for direct telepathic links and communication with the Saintess. It also appeared that the Zhu family's higher-ups were maintaining their distance from this entire volatile situation, likely in an attempt to cover their own tracks. If those few remaining Zhu family members currently within the city tried to forcefully abduct the Saintess for themselves, they would not be a worthy match for the powerful Xiaxi brothers. He bowed, agreeing with her flawless plan. She commanded him to follow her, as they too must depart at once. He did as he was instructed. The scene cuts back to Sissy, who was still battling the zombies alongside a weary Zhang. Zhang remarked that there were simply too many of them to fight. At this rate, their battle would truly never end. He saw a zombie cross in front of him and leap to attack Sissy. Zhang roared for her to look out. She barely managed to block the devastating attack with her sword. The zombie's immense pressure was overwhelming, and it forced her to fall back. As the zombie rushed in to deliver the final, killing blow, Zhang tried to intervene, but other zombies swarmed him and tried to capture him. The zombie was just about to strike her down, but a massive shield materialized to protect Sissy from the attack, and a man in heavy armor stepped in front of her, boasting that his grandma's prized shield wasn't just for decoration. She wondered if the man was the legendary powerhouse, Zhou. A flurry of multiple attacks then came from behind them, striking down the zombies surrounding them. Zhang wondered if that was the legendary phantom sword technique, and if their long-awaited reinforcements had finally arrived. Chun Sushi appeared in a flash of motion, kicking zombies out of the way and apologizing for her tardiness. She then launched a vicious attack on the zombie that was threatening Sissy, forcing it to stagger backward. Chun Ming arrived on the scene next and asked Sissy if her swordsmanship had gotten a little rusty. Sissy retorted sharply, telling him to just shut his mouth. Chun launched his own attack, warning them not to lower their guard, but his powerful attack had no effect on the resilient zombie. Zhang immediately stepped in and told them that conventional physical attacks would be ineffective. He then added that he might know a way to finally defeat it. He asked Meng to keep the powerful zombie occupied for a while. Chen agreed and began to battle the formidable zombie. Zhang moved to the rear of the monstrous creature, thinking that the fallen one he had analyzed just a while ago controlled these zombies through the use of potent toxins, and that this particular toxin could be ignited. He then materialized a hammer using his powerful nether mist, commanding commanding the zombie to eat his scarlet serpent scale. Zhang thought that if he could ignite the toxin inside the zombie, he could completely sever its connection to its master. He lodged the scale deep inside its flesh and prepared for the next step. Now, he thought, it's time for the fun part. He unleashed his flame bind technique directly on the zombie, and the resulting strike caused the zombie to finally fall. Sushi stood nearby, commenting that they had finally dealt with those tough guys. Zhang grimly disagreed with her assessment, telling her that the truly tough ones had already reached Pearl City. There were still a few wounded warriors back at safe house number 3, and Zhang was currently using an item to conceal their presence, though he was unsure how long its power would last. Ming reassured him, saying that Captain Situ had briefed them on the situation. He said that they would take care of all of the wounded. He added that they had also witnessed what Zhang was truly capable of. He turned to Zhang, telling him to go, as the city desperately needed him. He promised to take care of all of the wounded. Zhang nodded, telling them he would leave the wounded in Ming's capable hands. Zhang then rushed with all his might toward the city. As Ming saw Sissy, he asked her to return to the city as well, since they now had enough people there to handle the situation. Sissy agreed, and then called for Zhang to wait up for her. Together, they began to make their way back toward the city. The scene shifted back to the northern gate of the besieged Pearl City, where Lei Shan and his disciples were still battling the zombies. Lei Shan was still in his furious, enraged state, referring to the endless hordes of zombies as pathetic. Bai De was busy taking down zombies on his own, noting that their grandmaster was in the process of recovering, so he instructed all the others to cover him with their full might. Suddenly, they heard someone giving the order for a full retreat. Just as Lei Shan attacked yet another zombie, he called out to Xiangming, asking if that was all the power he had. He challenged him to come forward and face him directly and show him what other devious tricks he had up his sleeve. Xiangming responded, saying that originally, his toxin's efficiency was at its absolute highest for creating zombies, but he wondered why he kept encountering so many fire-type awakeners lately. It seemed that he had gravely underestimated all of them. Lei Shan charged directly at him, yelling that Xiangming would pay dearly for what he had done to Benshir. Furious, he shouted that their battle was not yet over. With one incredibly powerful move, he made Xiangming fall from his giant zombie. Unleashing a huge blast, Lei Shan declared that if they took out the leader, the rest of the zombies would surely fall. However, as he looked at the remaining zombies around him, he was horrified to see that they were all still moving. To his complete and utter disbelief, Xiangming was still alive, attacking him with his zombie toxin and mocking him mercilessly, asking if Lei Shan truly believed he could kill him so easily. Xiangming jumped back, and Lei Shan wondered if he had somehow come back to life. He wondered what dark magic Xiangming had used to survive. Xiangming realized that Lei Shan had already noticed that he had sneakily injected some of his potent zombie toxin directly into Lei Shan's own system during their brief exchange. Once it had fully spread, Lei Shan would become a mindless zombie as well. Lei Shan became absolutely enraged upon hearing this, and his anger grew even stronger. Xiangming asked if he was attempting to burn the toxin away by igniting himself, but warned Lei Shan not to waste his precious energy, as the type of toxin that he could burn off was merely the most basic form. The toxin Xiangming used to control his zombie army was not just of one kind. The other man called out in warning to Lei Shan, telling him that the powerful zombies surrounding him had all been blessed with multiple complex toxins, and as long as even a trace of the toxin remained, they would not die. Lei Shan told them all not to worry about him. The scene shifts back to the area near safe house number 3, where the grotesque green zombie had gotten up once again. Ming said, "Let's see how long that defiance of yours truly lasts." Lei Shan was completely surrounded by zombies at the northern gate. He was being viciously attacked, and was shouting that he would make them all pay dearly for this. Xiangming commented that it seemed Lei Shan still didn't fully comprehend his desperate situation. Since he missed his senior brother so very much, why didn't he just join them in undeath? Lei Shan was still battling, thinking that he had to end this quickly. He struck the giant zombie with a devastating punch, causing it to finally fall to the ground. He then saw that the toxin was spreading rapidly in his hand. Soon, 2 more powerful zombies arrived to attack him. He thought to himself that it simply wasn't enough. The energy he required to activate the final form of the Crimson Emperor's undying body was still not enough, and if the toxin kept spreading, he would soon turn into a zombie. If he were to lose this battle here, the northern gate would surely fall, and he wondered if that would spell the end for all of Pearl City. Just then, Zhang and Sissy finally arrived on the scene, attacking the zombies in perfect, deadly unison. Sissy mentioned that based on the intelligence they had gathered, the Barrier Team and the Beast King School's Grandmaster were in a very dire situation. She asked Zhang to go and rescue them first. Zhang agreed. Leishan wondered who these two newcomers were. Sissy told Leishan to just hold on for a little while longer, then turned to attack the zombies that were surrounding him. With the opening that she had skillfully created, Leishan attacked with the mighty beast King Fist and his adamantine body technique, sending the zombies flying high into the sky. Leishan then approached Zhang, urging him to go back since it was far too dangerous there. Zhang reassured him, saying not to worry, as he had come fully prepared. He told Leishan to let him administer his healing first. Just as Leishan was about to protest about his wounds, Zhang used his pure blood body ability directly on him. Leishan winced in pain, and Zhang told him not to worry, as this was simply his unique method of healing. Leishan remarked that his healing method was quite peculiar. Not only had it healed all of his external wounds, but it had also completely restored his depleted stamina. He complimented Zhang, saying that he truly possessed some special skills. Zhang was disappointed that he hadn't been able to neutralize the toxin completely, but had at least managed to stop it from spreading further. Leishan told him that it was more than enough for Zhang to just suppress the toxin. He then asked Zhang to buy him just a little more time. He was going to take care of that loathsome abomination once and for all. Zhang then analyzed Leishan and got a full reading of his stats. He wondered how Leishan could speak so casually when he was dealing with the terrifying power of a fallen one. He decided it would be better to fully assess the Grandmaster's true strength. If that was indeed the case, then he would act. Xiangming asked Leishan to submit to him and become one of his zombies. Leishan denied his offer, and instead, he overloaded his own heart, drastically raising his own body temperature. He rushed toward Xiangming so fast he was a blur, and landed a powerful punch. Zhang told Leishan that he had analyzed Xiangming and discovered that his very life force was intrinsically linked to the bear zombies. If they truly wanted to kill Xiangming, they would have to kill all of those powerful zombies as well. Xiangming smirked, saying that they wouldn't be able to kill him. Suddenly, all of the zombies rushed to attack Leishan at once. Leishan increased the immense pressure within his own heart and began to furiously attack the zombies surrounding him. He realized that the pressure he was generating was now big enough. Then, he asked Zhang if there was a way to quickly raise his body temperature. Zhang replied that Xiangming's own flames wouldn't even reach Leishan, so he wasn't entirely sure if his plan would work. Zhang made a quick hand gesture and got closer to Leishan, offering him some special pills, saying that they might be able to help. Leishan wondered why Zhang hadn't offered him those scarlet serpent pills much earlier. Zhang cheekily replied that Leishan hadn't asked. Leishan took the pills, and Zhang thought to himself, "Now, this is what I call a real fire devourer." Suddenly, the temperature emanating from Leishan, which had been a staggering 4,000 degrees Celsius, completely normalized, and brilliant blue rays began emanating from him. Utterly stunned by the remark, he never imagined he would witness the Grandmaster unleash that legendary form. A second time in his life, Leishan declared that the final curtain on this battle was about to fall. His very core now blazed at an unfathomable 6,000 degrees Celsius, radiating such a domineering presence that even Zhang was left in stunned awe. He believed that even the mighty fire devourer could not hope to consume a single spark of that otherworldly flame. Leishan revealed to Zhang that this was his ultimate final form, a power that placed an immense strain upon his mortal body. Therefore, he required Zhang to continuously channel his healing power. Zhang agreed, and Leishan then commanded his disciples to retreat, warning them to avoid getting caught in the ensuing cataclysm. The warriors immediately began to fall back towards the city's sanctuary. Xiangming wondered in disbelief how this could even be possible. The potent toxin he had implanted within Leishan's body had vanished. He roared for his zombie legions to obey and tear Leishan limb from limb. Leishan roared, unleashing the Beast King's ultimate secret art, primordial chaos unification, A wave of absolute power erupted from his very being, turning every last zombie to nothing but ash in a heartbeat. He noted that all 20,000 zombies had been utterly annihilated. Sissy was shell-shocked by such a display of terrifying power, and believed that, of all the warriors she had ever known, Leishan undoubtedly deserved a spot in the top 3 strongest. A scout arrived with a dire report, shouting that it was terrible news. The masters of the other 2 great martial arts schools had betrayed them. Both the western and the eastern city gates have now fallen. Leishan was utterly aghast upon hearing this revelation. Xiangming laughed maniacally, saying that since Pearl City was already lost, there was no longer any point in wasting more of his time on Leishan. He added that even though Leishan had won this skirmish, he would reserve a special place for him, hoping that when they next met, Leishan would still be as mighty and formidable as he was today. At that moment, Leishan defiantly responded, vowing that the next time, he would absolutely annihilate Xiangming. He declared he could handle this foe himself, and ordered the others to return to the city and lend their aid. He told Zhang that his zombie toxin had now been fully purged, so Zhang must return to the battle within the walls as well. Inside the city, the mutated beasts incited widespread terror, forcing the helpless human populace to flee for their lives. Zimming watched as his city was torn asunder, and remarked that they could scream all they desired. This was the fate Pearl City deserved to face, without the protection of the true Zhu family. As 2 of his men approached him, he demanded to know how their grand plan was now progressing. One of the men reported that around 8,000 mutated beasts had now breached the city and were currently under their control. Zimming nodded with a look of cold approval, ordering them to assault the city lord's mansion as soon as possible. The man wavered for a moment, asking if Zimming was truly serious. He pointed out that Junting was still inside the city. He warned that the mutated beasts would surely be affected by the goddess blood within her body once they drew near to her location. The second man voiced his agreement, adding that even the mighty head of the celestial foxes became her servant, so how could they ever hope to possibly defeat her? Zimming explained that they failed to grasp the situation. Junting, he clarified, had not yet fully awakened her power. Her mind was still as innocent as that of a newborn child, and she was only unconsciously and passively exerting her control over all the mutated beasts in her vicinity. If too many mutated beasts were to approach her at once, her nascent ability would surely be overloaded, spiraling completely out of her own control. At that point, the city lord's mansion would descend into absolute chaos, and they would finally have their golden opportunity to seize her. Junting was in Shu's arms, whom she now called Witty. She pleaded with him to stop licking her face because it tickled. She rubbed her eyes, and as she glanced around her, she wondered where every one of her other friends had gone. She then realized that she could perceive them all as if they were Witty. She told Shu that he was beginning to look very strange as well, and asked who this strange new beast was before her. She called them all adorable, while Zimming and his 2 men observed. Zimming commented that this was exactly as expected, given their sheer numbers. Junting wondered why there were so many of her witties outside. She then became completely overwhelmed, grabbing one of the beasts by its head before falling to the ground, shrieking for all of them to stop coming any closer. Her scream was an ear-splitting, piercing shriek of power. A young girl was fleeing from a ravenous beast, crying out and wondering where her mother had gone. Just as the beast was about to pounce for the kill, Zhang and Sissy arrived. Zhang snatched the beast mid-air, telling her that they had arrived just in the nick of time. He then incinerated the beast with a powerful fire attack, wondering why it couldn't manage to hold still for even 2 seconds. The girl's mother arrived, asking if her precious daughter was all right, and she instantly recognized the heroes, Zhang and Sissy. Sissy urged them both to make haste and evacuate the area. Zhang noted that the most densely populated districts were just ahead. They could not, under any circumstances, let the beasts advance further. Sissy made contact with her command, instructing the Purge Squad to establish a strong defensive perimeter. Without a moment's delay, she then commanded others to ensure the absolute safety of the civilians. More beasts appeared from the shadows, surrounding Sissy and Zhang. She remarked it would be a challenge to fight so many mutated beasts without causing catastrophic damage to the buildings. Zhang suggested they simply hold them off for as long as possible, just to buy precious time for the others to safely evacuate. She agreed with his strategy, and then suddenly, the beasts began to howl in unison, and Zhang wondered what had happened. A soldier contacted Sissy on her comms, reporting that the mutated beasts on their front had also ceased all movement. Sissy was completely confused and demanded to know what was going on. Junting began to glow with an ethereal light, rising high into the sky. Zimming, watching this unfold from a safe distance, wondered what had just happened, and then a horrifying realization dawned on him. Junting had just released an immensely powerful force, causing their enemies to lose their control over every single mutated beast currently within the city. Zimming wondered if the goddess of blood inside Junting had finally awakened. He cursed his own rotten luck to himself. A 1% chance, and she had somehow hit the jackpot. Junting flew past, calling out that there were so many of her witties. Zimming, along with his 2 men, rushed after her, saying they would catch up to her later. Suddenly, he felt an immense and terrifying pressure. A pressure that only a king-level mutated beast could make him feel. He wondered if King Yu had truly, and finally, awakened. He wondered if Junting could possibly be the reason for Yu's premature awakening. Just then, a man asked Zimming why he was just standing there motionless. Another man asked him what was wrong with him. Zimming commanded them to get in touch with their operatives in Pearl City, and to capture Junting, as he now had other urgent matters to attend to. The man agreed and immediately left to carry out his orders. Zimming thought that the king's awakening meant the Celestial Fox clan now possessed a king-level combatant in their ranks. Revealing his own presence now would be nothing short of suicide. So, it was best for him to remain back and observe the situation. The scene transitions to one of the city gates, where a man was commanding the others to form into groups of 3, and to clear out all of the remaining straggling zombies. He then noticed Leishan and asked how his body was holding up. Leishan replied that he was fine, and that Zhang had healed most of his injuries. Only a small amount of his energy had been drained, so he would be fine after he had some time to rest. The man punched the wall, enraged by those traitorous dogs, calling them creatures that were worse than any animal. Leishan told him that, at this crucial point, their top priority was to immediately clear out all of the zombies currently at the southern gate. Then, they would head back into the city to provide needed support. He then asked the man for a full update on the current situation. They saw a boy telling another one that a large group of awakeners was approaching them from the north. The second one wondered if it could possibly be their reinforcements. A few men arrived on the scene, shouting not to let them pass, and that no one gets into the city. The boy wondered if those people were from the infamous Blazing Sun Martial School. The second boy replied that they were now in big trouble. They are coming this way. Leishan called out to Wu Ruiyue, angrily asking if he still had the audacity to show his face here. He then ordered his people to get ready for a difficult fight. The man standing next to Leishan said that the Blazing Sun Martial School had abandoned the western gate, without a single second thought, allowing Pearl City to fall. The 2 boys rushed directly towards Leishan with hostile intent. Leishan demanded to know why Ruiyue had betrayed all of Pearl City. Ruiyue simply asked, Leishan, have you ever considered living a different kind of life? Leishan wondered what kind of insane life Ruiyue was referring to. Ruiyue asked him to look around at the city they were in. It is a city that glows with 1,000 brilliant points of light, dazzling and beautiful, and yet, so incredibly delicate. Every single year, hundreds of people die from mutated beast attacks. It's as if they're stuck, dependent on this tiny little patch of land. He asked if Leishan had ever wondered what it would be like if they could somehow push humanity to finally produce a king. What kind of wonderful new world would that be? He continued, saying that if a king were to be born in the Holy Ancestor Village, not only would Pearl City itself be safe from all harm, but even the furthest, most remote corners of the world would finally be free from the constant threat of mutated beasts. Leishan mentioned that the student who had promoted the human king supremacy theory in his own school must have been one of Ruiyue's disciples. Ruiyue said it was a great shame that Leishan had expelled that boy. He could have been one of them by now. Leishan wondered if being one of them meant sacrificing the entire city. Ruiyue told him to relax, then explained that they had only come here to take someone from the Holy Ancestor Village, the one person who was responsible for producing a future king. They did not intend to destroy the city in the process. If Leishan did not stand in their way, Royue promised that no harm would come to anyone else. Leishan then wondered what would happen if he were to refuse. Royue rushed forward to attack, saying they would have to settle this matter with their fists. The scene shifts to the northern part of the city, to a wooded area where Junting was fleeing through the sky, with all of the other beasts howling around her. Zhang and Sissy are hiding nearby, watching the spectacle. Zhang wondered if that girl flying was actually Junting, and if the mutated beasts had stopped their rampage because of her. He attempted to use his analysis ability on her. She just kept talking about all of the cute and cuddly animals. Zhang managed to see a glimpse of her stats, and wondered if she had somehow become a fallen one. Sissy wondered how they could both hide, as someone was now approaching. A man wondered if they should finally head back to base. The second one asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Their primary mission was to bring the girl back to the Zhu family at any cost. The first one responded that they had seen the situation for themselves. The city was now completely overrun with ravenous zombies, and the mutated beasts were now under the full control of Junting. They had also lost all contact with their other operatives. There was no way they could complete this mission all on their own. The second one told him to be quiet and hold his tongue. They had come far too far to just give up on their mission now, even if it were to cost them their very lives. Someone approached and said to just take a look at this. The Zhu family has come, those who always hide in the darkest shadows. He never thought they would find one of them with such incredible guts. The man wondered who it was that was speaking to them. Two other men arrived on the scene and commented that these two particular members of the Zhu family have much more backbone than the others that they have encountered. They considered turning them both into zombies to serve their cause. These two new arrivals were accompanied by powerful beasts. Zhang used his analysis ability to learn more about them, and informed Sissy that they were from the Holy Ancestor Village. They possessed powers very similar to Junting's own abilities. Sissy suggested that they could be leaders of their faction, so they should try to capture them alive together and then tell. The first boy from the Zhu family wondered who Long was and who had planned to turn them into zombies. He questioned what the zombies on the outside were doing there and which faction they could possibly belong to. He demanded to know why they were ruining the Zhu family's grand plan. He told them not to waste any more time and urged them to just get over. The two of them then rushed to attack Long and Hu, but Ace sensed that something was quite different about them. Hu commented that it was pathetic as these two only talked and did not fight. He thought that they would be much stronger. The boys wondered if their bodies had somehow been paralyzed. Long told them not to waste any of their precious energy, because the more that they were to struggle, the faster they would die. He then released his beasts to attack them, and a cloud of poisonous gas was released as well. Each of his beasts targeted one of the two boys, but they attempted to fight back with all their might. Long commented that the boy was surprisingly good, but it was too bad that he would not last much longer. He suggested they stop resisting and willingly become zombies. The boy that had been captured by the snake used his power to counterattack, who told Long to look out for the attack. The attack was deadly, and both of their beasts were killed. Who remarked that the attack had been far too close. He added that it was a good thing their beasts were in the way. Junting then arrived, fleeing, and wondered what had happened to the two boys. She approached them, surrounded by a brilliant green light, and Who referred to her as the Saintess. He asked how she could have possibly gotten there. She assured them not to worry, as she would heal the two boys. Long and Who greeted her by bowing low, telling her that they had come here to escort her. She mentioned that there was something dirty inside of his body, and offered to clean it out for the two of them. Who wondered what was wrong with him, as he was now unable to use his power. Long recalled that they had been told the Saintess hadn't fully awakened yet, so how could she possibly be doing this? They asked her to stop, explaining that extracting the Saint's blood from the mutated beasts will cause a massive and dangerous backlash. The beasts were then healed, and she hugged the mighty tiger. She asked if it didn't like it here with her. She then told them all to follow her, suggesting that they should all join the other Widdies elsewhere. As they all began to leave, Who commented that this bloodline suppression could only mean the Saintess has now fully mastered the power of the goddess blood. Long replied that, if that was indeed the case, they would not be able to guide her back to the Holy Ancestor Village by using their bloodline connection to her. Her mind, he said, was now too far gone. Now they both got up and Long continued, saying that there was no other choice. They would have to recruit their leader and team up with a brand new plan. Sissy wondered who the mysterious leader of the Holy Ancestor Village was, and Zhang asked if she was already inside of Pearl City. Sissy seemed to be particularly concerned about this development, and she then explained that the leader of the Holy Ancestor Village was none other than Lei Yushu. She was, at one time, the second city lord of Pearl City, and was the most wanted criminal on the Purge Squad's entire list. Sissy added that Lei Yushu was the one who had killed her beloved master, and that the scar on her own face was also her doing. Yushu was dangerously powerful, and was strong enough to go toe-to-toe with their own captain. They needed to find out if that monster was truly in Pearl City. They might not be able to control Junting right now, but they could take those too. Zhang commented that Junting and the mutated beasts are now far away, so now was their perfect chance. Sissy suggested capturing them both alive. She then used her water powers to launch a surprise attack. Long sensed the attack and pushed Hu out of the way to dodge, but it turned out there was someone else hiding in the shadows. Sissy commanded them not to move an inch. Hu was worried as Long took the full force of the attack on himself. Zhang then captured Hu in his grasp, wondering if they were trying to use the poisonous fraud on him again. He promised that his brother would suffer greatly for his actions. Sissy pointed her gleaming sword directly at Long, demanding to know what his purpose was for coming to Pearl City, and she demanded to know if Yushu was here as well. Long refused to answer her, so Sissy slashed open his chest. Zhang acted menacingly, telling him that he could stay silent all he wanted, but she would not stop carving him up like a piece of meat, and he would take care of the healing part of the process, to make sure that he wouldn't die from his wounds too easily. Long could only refer to them as monsters. As Long was being healed, Sissy continued to attack him, making sure that he felt every single ounce of pain. Sissy then contacted her headquarters on her comms, telling them that she and Zhang had successfully captured 2 members of the Holy Ancestor Village. According to the information that they had gathered, one of the Holy Ancestor Village's main objectives was to take away Junting, who had just awakened the powerful goddess bloodline. She added that Yushu was also currently in Pearl City. Manny was completely shocked to hear this news, and Situ told him that he understood the gravity of the situation. He then asked Sissy to keep a close eye on those 2 prisoners, and that if anything worse were to happen, he would handle the matter himself personally. He then asked Manny to prepare the teleportation array for him. Manny asked if he was really going to activate the sun and moon pearl. Situ explained that the pearl was hidden in the city's main square. Once it was to be activated, he would be completely exposed, and the Celestial Fox King had not yet shown himself to them. So, revealing his own identity at this time would be far too dangerous. Situ continued his explanation, saying that the original plan had been to lure out the Celestial Fox King and have their squad hold him off for as long as possible. That way, he could have activated the Sun and Moon Pearl without any interference. However, with Yushu now involved in the situation, things had become much more uncertain and dangerous. He would have to take a desperate gamble and activate the Sun and Moon Pearl before they could reach him, because it was the only way left for them to save the city. They could not afford to wait for even a moment longer. With that, he stepped into the glowing teleportation array. The scene shifts to the Memorial Monument Square, where Situ, along with a few of his squad members, had just arrived. He told them that Pearl City was now in absolute turmoil, and that the people's hearts had changed for the worse, forming a vast and completely overwhelming negative force. He could stop the Zhu family, and he could hold back the mutated beast, but he wondered how anyone could possibly stand against the overwhelming and invisible force of the human heart. Yushu arrived on the scene and asked if they were really going to stake everything on the Sun and Moon Pearl. Manny wondered how Yushu could have possibly gotten there. She was so sure that she had just sensed Yushu's presence. Situ said that no plan ever survives first contact with the enemy. Manny suggested that they should all stay on their guard, as they now had some unexpected company. Yushu asked them to give it up as a failure. The very moment that they had stepped foot inside of the square, driven by their own desperation to finally end the zombie plague. The victory in this battle was already hers for the taking. Situ wondered why she was so completely obsessed with winning and losing. Had she ever stopped for a moment to consider that the path of the human king differs greatly from the natural order of the world? She was rewriting the very rules of the world by using brute force, and it was only a matter of time before her constant interference attracted king-level mutated beasts from every corner of the entire globe. He wondered what would happen if she were to fail to reach king level, and what would become of all of humanity after that. She was supremely confident that she would not fail. Situ's eyes turned red with pure, unadulterated aggression, as he mentioned that she had already failed her mission. The very moment she first raised her blade against an innocent person, the moment she allied herself with the likes of Xiangming, and when she decided that the ends would always justify the means, this was the very moment when she had truly lost everything. She was now walking down the path of lies, and not the noble oath of a true and just king. She replied that the ancients had said for a general to achieve true greatness, countless bones of the fallen must be piled up high. She was walking the arduous path of a true king, and wondered if Situ had expected anything less than bludgeon. The path of lies and the path of the king. She said that, in the end, history will only remember the one who came out on top. Situ pointed out that she was only becoming more and more deluded, and that her reckless actions would get more people killed. She would even drag all of humanity to the point of no return. She now had a horde of powerful zombies standing behind her. Yushu mentioned that she never expected to talk about it with him, and that was why she had brought some of her friends along. She thought that once the Sun and Moon Pearl was to be activated, it would attract the Celestial Fox King's attention very soon. And Yushu could not allow for that to happen. At least, not until she had the Saintess in her possession. And then they would use the king to deal with Shobai. She declared that no one would be activating the Sun and Moon Pearl. Just as Chung Hai arrived on the scene, he said he was shocked to learn that he was now the current city, Lord of Pearl City. How could this possibly be? Chung Hai explained that the Celestial Foxes were incredibly powerful, and that Yushu was absolutely correct in saying that humanity needed a king to finally unite them, rather than remain as a scattered and disorganized mess. Situ retorted that Yushu was no true leader, and would not succeed. Chung Hai countered that Yushu had a much better point, that something needed to be done about their situation, regardless of whether the final outcome was good or bad. Situ was far too conservative, and Chung Hai knew he couldn't persuade him. So he told Situ that he must now die for his beliefs. Just as the epic battle between the zombies and the Purge Squad began, the scene shifted to the residential park in the southern, wooded area of the city, where Junting was walking with her beast. She wondered what it was that had made the others so terribly scared. Zhang and Sissy felt the immense energy fluctuations in the air. Junting, along with all of her beasts, headed toward the source of the fluctuations to investigate. Zhang mentioned that they had been attracted by it as well. Sissy noted that it was Situ, and that he was making his final move. They rushed forward to help, and Sissy remarked that they needed to reach Situ as quickly as possible. As Zhang wondered about the two boys from earlier, Sissy replied that she had already notified the division to take them away. Meanwhile, the Purge Squad was battling the zombie horde, and Yushu was with Situ when Situ launched an attack on her. She dodged the attack and remarked that it was a complete failure. She asked if that was all the power that he could muster. Situ responded that holding himself back was more than enough for her. Yushu was captured for a brief moment, realizing that Situ was attempting to temporarily trap her in place, to buy himself more time for the charging of the Sun and Moon Pearl. She asked Chung Hai to go and destroy the Sun and Moon Pearl. Chung Hai agreed to her order without hesitation, and as he was about to launch his attack on Situ, Manny and the other two stepped in between them. Manny said that as long as they were still alive, Chung Hai would not be allowed to pass by them. Chung Hai threatened that they could all die here and now, but the three of them were forced to fall back. Zhang and Sissy arrived, and Zhang told them not to celebrate just yet. Sissy checked to see if Manny was fine, and Manny agreed, asking her to help stop them from interfering with the captain's important work. Sissy then noticed that Yushu and the Saintess had arrived as well. When Yushu saw Junting, she wondered if the Zoe brothers had failed. She noted that the energy was currently in an extremely unstable state. She also wondered if the goddess of blood had now fully awakened and was entering the metamorphosis stage of her power. Junting approached the swirling lightning sphere and wondered if it was the thing that had made them all feel threatened. But she had a strange and powerful sense of familiarity with it. She touched the lightning sphere, and it started to glow even brighter, causing a great deal of trouble for everyone who was around her. Yushu now seemed to be quite worried, and questioned how such a significant energy fluctuation could even occur. Situ grew concerned, realizing that Junting was now absorbing the energy of the sun and moon. Pearl. The beasts watched as Junting absorbed all of the energy, while Zhang checked to see if Sissy was fine. Junting mentioned that it felt as if her own mother was calling out to her from far away, outside of the city walls. Yushu thought that this was a good thing, that the powerful energy from the sun and moon pearl had triggered Junting's metamorphosis process far ahead of their original schedule. Junting headed outside the city, asking her beloved beasts to follow her. Yushu speculated that Junting must be sensing the call of the holy ancestor village after completing her powerful metamorphosis. It was a perfect outcome that she would return to the village on her own, and now there was no need for them to intervene in the process. Yushu reminded Chung Hai to keep their new plan under wraps for now. She had kept the Saintess hidden away in the city for over a decade, and now was the perfect time to inform their people, to escort the Saintess back to their village. Her power would help Yushu to finally become a king. Yushu thought that the foxes must have caught wind of it by now, especially without Junting there to control them any longer. They must have noticed the huge commotion at the monument square. The mess was more than enough to keep Situ busy, and everything was now going according to her grand plan. Yushu knew that she needed to leave before King Yu finally showed up. She told Situ that he went through all of that trouble just to charge the sun and moon pearl, only to end up healing her in the end. Originally, transforming the Saintess into a goddess required a long and complex ceremony in the holy ancestor village, but that was not the case anymore. It was now her destiny. Sissy attacked, declaring that Yushu was not going anywhere, and that she would kill her to finally avenge her fallen master. Yushu wondered if Sissy was truly being serious. She then warned her not to overestimate her own abilities. She then launched an attack, forcing Sissy to fall back. Zhang rushed in to catch Sissy as she fell from the attack. Yushu, now preparing to leave the scene, bid her farewell to Situ, saying, "Until we meet again." Lu Wei wondered aloud why they were not chasing after Yushu. Situ stated that they needed to resolve the crisis in the city first. Manny rushed over to check on the condition of Sissy and Zhang. Zhang assured her that they had only sustained a few minor scratches. Sissy mentioned that she was still so terribly weak. Just as they heard a sound, Manny wondered why it was still happening when Junting and Yushu had already taken all of the zombies and mutated beasts away. So, where was that strange sound now coming from? Situ stated that it was the king of the celestial foxes. He then asked Manny to open up the teleportation array. As Manny saw some people approaching them, she drew her city cards, but quickly realized they were celestial foxes. Lu, one of the foxes, ordered them to drop their weapons or face death without any mercy. Situ and the others readied themselves for a difficult fight. Sissy noted that it was a good thing they had gone over the celestial fox. Until back at their headquarters, Zhang wondered what was charging toward them at this moment. He asked if it was the celestial foxes. He told everyone to be extremely cautious of their invisible attacks. Situ replied that there was no need for them to be concerned, and used his brainwave resonance ability. He told them all that he would hold the foxes off himself. The foxes were clearly in a great deal of pain from the resonance. Situ then ordered all of his squad members to evacuate Pearl City. Just as he was about to speak, order. Zhang questioned why Junting had not taken the celestial foxes along with her. Sissy theorized that the celestial fox king must have erected some kind of impenetrable protective barrier. She then implored everyone that they had to leave now. Situ acknowledged their wisdom with a solemn nod. He knew they stood no chance against the might of the king. To remain here would only lead to a greater, needless slaughter. The rest of the squad vanished through the shimmering teleportation array. But even as Situ inflicted agony upon the foxes, the true king still refused to reveal his form. Situ resolved to see for himself what kind of power the monarch of the fox den truly wielded. In that moment, a lone fox appeared, its voice ancient and echoing. "Thou art indeed the mightiest of all humans, and yet, if thou truly seekest to challenge my lord, thou art not yet nearly strong enough for such a feat." Situ analyzed the fox several times over, and finally grasped its power, the principle of inversion. But he still pondered what this truly meant in combat. He realized there was only a single way to know if he was strong enough. He would have to strike this fox with his most powerful attack. He unleashed the vacuum meltdown directly upon the fox, planning to superheat its very core until it became molten slag, then create a perfect vacuum to rip its form wide open. The fox casually mentioned that his attack was indeed powerful, but it was completely and utterly useless against him. Situ wondered if this was merely some form of cognitive distortion, but he knew that it was not. He had already sealed off his own senses before this fight even began, and it was certainly not a clone either. Clones, he knew, would vanish the moment they were attacked, just like the ones he could create himself. Now, he wondered how the fox could remain completely and totally unharmed, especially from an attack that could blow a hole through a mountain. The fox told him not to even think that he could be fooled by his pathetic little clone tricks. Just as Situ found himself caught in the fox's grasp, he realized it was the other ability of the principle of inversion at work. It wasn't just distorting his senses like an illusion. It was warping the very laws of reality itself. Temperature, gravity, physics. None of the fundamental principles of the universe applied to it. The fox began to tighten its death grip on Situ. After a moment, when Situ managed to free himself slightly, he remarked that it was truly a pity. The fox's ability could only manipulate the principles affecting itself, and did not work on him. He hadn't used the lightning on the fox. The fox wondered if this was some kind of special barrier, but then it realized this was actually a temporal barrier. Situ then told the fox to let him gift it a small piece of frozen time. The fox wondered, does he truly think trapping me in this space means anything? Once Situ is finally dead, that pathetic little spell of his will disappear right along with him. After he had successfully captured the fox, Situ made it small, and the situation greatly surprised him, causing him to refer to Situ as a very interesting person. He realized that this space was now bounded by time itself, and that Situ could reset it over and over, infinitely. This meant the fox was now trapped here in a horrifying endless loop. However, since he possessed the power to invert principles like time, he would not be subject to the temporal resetting of this prison, and Situ would not remember anything that happened inside of it. On the other hand, the fox would retain every single memory of killing him again and again. Repeatedly killing him would either completely exhaust the fox, or it would simply annoy him to death. If he did not kill Situ, Situ would just keep recovering and slowly wear the fox down. The grievous wounds on Situ healed with every single reset. The fox mused that humans truly are a terrifying species. Perhaps those rumors the other species whisper are not so far-fetched. After all, they used to say that if they kept devouring humans, one day even mutated beasts like them might gain human potential. All the troops were to immediately suppress the chaos in Pearl City, and minimize all human casualties as much as was possible. After all, they still needed the humans here to reproduce, and to provide them with more delicious sustenance to enjoy. The scene cuts to the southern side of the war-torn city, where Leishan's team was locked in a fierce battle with Ruoyue's team. Lin Kedi suddenly stepped in between the two warring factions, taking the brunt of both of their attacks. Leishan wondered what he was doing. Kedi thought that fighting among themselves in the middle of all this was utterly foolish, and he felt that humans were so short-sighted. Leishan pointed his finger accusingly toward Ruoyue, calling him a traitor who had betrayed all of Pearl City. He then commanded everyone to stand down and to stop their fighting. Ruoyue thought that the city god himself had finally arrived. Since things have now turned out in this way, there was no longer any turning back for him, and he wondered what the final outcome of this would be. He tried to attack, wondering why Kedi had not yet died. Kedi grabbed his head, feeling something invisible gripping him tightly. Just as Kedi took Ruoyue's head in his hands to kill him, Leishan wondered when Kedi had gained such incredible power. Kedi told them that the city guard was only assigned to protect the city lord himself for a few days, but now, he said, just look at this mess. He then commanded everyone present to drop their weapons. He stated that this was a direct order, and he warned that any disobedience would lead to dire consequences. He then informed Leishan that he would need him to come along with him, as he required a thorough explanation of what had happened on that day. Leishan agreed. The scene shifts to Safe House number 8, where Manny and her entire team, along with a few other squad members, were currently resting. Zhang was telling Sissy to pull herself together now. Manny was wondering how her own power was fading so quickly. Ming felt that his stamina was draining at a terrifying rate, and he was now more exhausted than he had ever been before. Shu felt his own body growing significantly weaker. Sissy had a terrible feeling, and Zhang asked her what it was. She tried to make contact with Situ on her comms, asking him to respond to her, but he did not reply. Zhang asked what had happened to them all of a sudden. Manny explained that Situ had used his blessing on each of them. In the Purge Squad, the blessing was a very rare, national-level ability that allowed for the bestowing of a specific attribute upon others. It lasted semi-permanently, unless the ability holder were to die. The power would accompany its recipient for their entire life. King's blessing reduced stamina, Su's reduced fatigue, Shu's had halved his own body weight, and Sissy's halved her own mental energy consumption. Now that everyone's blessings had suddenly disappeared, could only mean that the captain might now be dead. Zhang wondered about the existence of Situ being gone just like that. The bracelet on Zhang's own hand indicated it had been a while since he had existed in that form. They all became terribly worried, and Sissy asked if Situ was okay. An ethereal projection of Situ suddenly appeared before them, denying the situation, and telling them that in about 1 year, he might completely and totally exhaust his energy, and then be killed by the might of the celestial fox. Zhang asked if Situ was communicating with them through his bracelet. Situ then clarified his situation, explaining that this was a contingency plan he had prepared. Once he was physically dead, but not completely and totally gone, a part of his own consciousness would form a virtual personality, and would transmit itself directly into the magical bracelet. So, what they were currently seeing was just a virtual personality, and not the real Situ. Sissy asked what they could do to save him. Zhang thought that if he was saying the entity that was currently inside the bracelet was not the real Situ, but was rather an AI with some of his own memories. Situ then reassured them all, telling them not to worry, as this was all a part of his plan. He had sensed his own death approaching while he was still in Pearl City. But even in the very face of his own death, he had managed to find a small glimmer of hope. Currently, the king of the Celestial Foxes was now trapped in a deadly time loop, and the only way that he could possibly escape was if Situ's energy were to be completely depleted, or if he was released by Situ's own actions. The king of the Foxes was now stuck at Memorial Square, killing Situ over and over again, trying to drain his energy. This meant that for the next whole year, the king of the Foxes could not make a move on them elsewhere. So, this was their chance to take down the Celestial Fox clan. Whether they would seize that opportunity or not now depended solely on Zhang and his limitless potential. They all looked over at Zhang with hopeful eyes, and Ming told Situ that he did not know what the plan was. Zhang might be a little bit mistaken about this. Manny said that Zhang's potential was completely undeniable, but he was still just a low-rank awakener at this point. Sissy said that she trusted Situ's decision completely and asked what they all needed to do next in their plan. Situ told them all not to be so very tense about this, as this was nothing compared to what they had faced so far. He reminded them that back when they had fought against the beast, taming Zhu family's powerful awakeners, that was what real despair had felt like. The Zhu family had abundant resources, and their treasure vault contained at least 5 great treasures, of the same caliber as the mighty sun and moon, Pearl alone. And yet, the Purge Squad had absolutely nothing. In reality, the gap between them and their current enemy was not so vast. They were just like a powerful weapon, capable of taking down even a king-level mutated beast. Ming wondered if such a weapon, capable of taking down a king-level beast, could really exist. Situ agreed with him, saying that only unlimited level awakeners were allowed to enter the place where it was currently kept. Even then, they would only get 1 shot and 1 entrance in their entire lifetime. That was where Situ himself had found the powerful arrow that had turned the very tide of the war for them. And now it was finally Zhang's turn to go. She was shocked, asking what an unlimited level awakener was. Zhang said it seemed like Situ had already planned everything out, and he realized that he did not have any other choice now but to go along with it. Situ told them that it benefited him as well. That place held the very secrets of all of humanity, and through that ancient ruin, he could unlock the secrets of the world that were meant only for him. Manny said there was no more time for them to lose now, and that they should set off on their journey immediately. Situ asked her to hold on for just a moment, as there were still things that they needed to prepare first. First, he took Zhang to the underground prison of Safe House number 8. Zhang asked if there was really no way for them to free Situ. Situ replied that this was the choice that he had made for himself, after a great deal of careful consideration of the matter. If he was not currently keeping the Celestial Fox King occupied, they would now be facing one of two horrible scenarios, and neither of them was what he wanted to see happen. Zhang wondered what those two terrible scenarios were. Situ then explained that the first one was they all failed to repel the devastating attack from Holy Ancestor Village, and Pearl City would then fall into the waiting hands of Yushu, with half of the Awakeners dying in the ensuing chaos. The second and final scenario was that they successfully defended against Holy Ancestor Village's attack, but with him now being gone, the Celestial Fox King would then personally eliminate any powerful Awakener who had revealed their true strength in the city's defense, and at least 30% of their Awakeners would be lost. However, with the Celestial Fox King currently trapped by him, the strongest among them was now Princess Yu herself. In a direct one-on-one fight, those powerful Awakeners might not be a match for her power, but when facing multiple opponents at the same time, even the mighty princess might not emerge victorious in the end. Even if she wanted to eliminate every single Awakener who had exposed their secret abilities to her, it would take her at least 1 or 2 years to do so. They both stood there in front of a dark and foreboding prison, and Zhang thought, even with their current combined strength, Situ asked Zhang to get some blood from Long for him. Zhang wondered what was so very special about his blood. Situ asked, wasn't Zhang stuck at level 9 for quite some time? Zhang agreed, telling Situ that during their last great battle, he had signs that he was about to break through to level 10 and finally become a mid-level Awakener at last. But at the critical moment of his breakthrough, he was inexplicably and frustratingly blocked by something. Not only did he fail to level up in power, but it also felt like there was a lump stuck in his throat. Something was holding him back from his true potential. So, he asked Zhang to try drinking some of Long's blood and to awaken a brand new ability first, and then Situ would tell him how to finally break through. Zhang did so, and then Situ explained to him that there was no real bottleneck between low-level and mid-level. The real reason Zhang could not break through was that he now had far too many powerful abilities. Single-ability Awakeners did not have very many choices, and they often decided their own path early on in life. Zhang was meditating deeply at that time, and Situ then continued his explanation, explaining that those Awakeners with multiple abilities, like Zhang, needed to choose just one path from the many. Otherwise, it would cause what was known as level stagnation during advancement. Once Zhang figured out what he truly desired in his heart and the path that he wanted to walk down in life, breaking through to the mid-level would become effortless. The Omnivore ability had now been fully activated, and now Zhang was in the process of awakening a new ability. He felt as though he was in a completely different space. Situ told him that it was now his choice to use that new ability and to feel the many changes in his other abilities. He carefully sensed each and every one of his abilities while holding them, at the very precipice of their full activation. Then he was to look deep inward and understand what path he really wished to take in his life, and what his heart desired more than anything else. His abilities would then naturally align with that desire. Zhang had many difficult choices to make, and he thought of the contract gem. Situ asked if Zhang had finally made his important decision. Zhang responded that there were so many options to choose from, and wondered if there was really no way for him to have it all. Situ replied that it all depended on his heart, and he could not give him any advice on that. Zhang thought his biggest hesitation was between the contract gem and Omnivore. The contract gem was the very foundation of all of his powers, and most of his abilities had stemmed directly from it. But Omnivore had also granted him 4 very powerful abilities as well, such as the powerful Nethermist body, pure water body, pure blood body, and the Old King's blood. His top tier and most powerful abilities could be said that while Omnivore had originated from the contract gem, its own potential was just as vast and limitless. Zhang wondered what he needed to do at this point, as he had to choose one of these two as the core for his advancement. When Situ saw the green aura now surrounding Zhang, he remarked that it seemed like Zhang had finally found his answer. The advancement was successful, and Zhang had now reached level 10. He wondered if he had truly leveled up at last, and as he checked his stats and read through them, he found that he had only advanced by a single level. However, the gap between a low-level and a mid-level awakener was huge. His stamina and mental energy have now increased significantly, and now, he could precisely control the flames of his fire devourer. His control over all of his abilities has also become much more refined. Situ asked if he has now successfully advanced in his power. Zhang agreed, telling him that it was now no wonder. Sissy had only become combat-ready after reaching the intermediate level. The level of control gained at that level was truly remarkable. Zhang made a red stone just by thinking of the martial path, and with that amazing new skill, even the otherwise useless transparent gems can now come in handy. He grabbed the stone and stabbed it directly into the ground, saying that the hardness of this intermediate level gem should be comparable to that of the mighty pearl blade, and he could now carry it without worrying about it getting damaged so easily. Situ said that it was just as he had expected. Zhang did not choose to use Omnivore, but instead, he selected the contract gem as his core for advancement. Zhang replied that he did want to choose Omnivore at first, but something in his gut told him it was not right for him. Situ told him it was a good thing he did not choose Omnivore, as it might grant him new abilities very easily, but it also comes with very high risks and dangers. There are countless cases of terrible side effects, backlash, and even death when awakening new abilities with Omnivore. Zhang told them that, although the contract gem grants him new abilities a bit slower, every new ability he gains with it has been completely essential, almost like it was a lifetime achievement for him. He then heard the voice of the princess in his mind, instructing her followers to recruit awakeners under the guise of the city, and to then gradually eliminate all of them, as well as those who pose any potential threats within a year. Zhang and Situ returned to the other squad members, and Situ told them that according to Zhang, the princess was now recruiting a large number of awakeners. Under the false pretext of admission into the city guard, she was aiming to quickly eliminate all of the skilled individuals in the city. Manny wondered if the princess was now targeting those who had participated in the previous great battle. Situ agreed that this was likely the case. Zhang said that he has decided he must return to the city, to first inform Li Xian and the others about the current situation, and then to see if there was any way to get them out of the city. Ming warned him not to do it, as it was now far too dangerous. Zhang replied that if they did not do something about this, those people will end up just like the original city god members, silently devoured by the enemy and then replaced. Sissy told him that it was far too risky for him to go back alone, so she would be the one to accompany him on this mission. Manny said that they would follow them on their mission as well, and suggested that they should split up to contact the awakeners. She said that they knew it would be a much faster way. Situ pointed out that they could not be so sure. If the awakeners they knew had already been replaced by the celestial foxes, and they may have just exposed themselves far too easily. Zhang told them that he was now a mid-level awakener, and if he were to sneak into the city all alone, even if they were to spot him, he was confident that he can make it out safely. Ming objected to his plan, telling him that Percy was now a death threat, and asked if Zhang had any idea how important he was to all of them. Zhang replied that he knew this already, but sitting by and watching their comrades get devoured by those foxes was not a good thing, and he could not just turn a blind eye to it. He thought that he had not yet avenged his friend Jing. As Sissy now seemed to be quite worried, Zhang reassured her not to worry, as he had a backup plan, and even if he were to run into the princess herself, he would still be fine, he promised her. Ming used his power, saying that if Zhang was really set on going, he would have to defeat Ming himself in combat first. Zhang told him to just have it his own way then. He then used his power to make Ming fall back from him. Ming was surprised by how fast this had all happened, and wondered how Zhang had done that without even moving a muscle. Zhang said that it now seemed like he was the winner. Ming wondered if Zhang had used his nethermist power. He then commented that Zhang was surely much stronger now than before, and that he had advanced in his power. Situ said that an unlimited level awakener was not at all comparable to any ordinary awakener. It took him reaching the intermediate level just to gain enough strength to handle even a few mutated beasts. But Zhang could kill a mid-level awakener with ease when he was still just at the low level of his power, and he was more talented when compared to Situ himself. The potential that Zhang has was even greater than his. So, Situ would not oppose Zhang's return to the city. But before that, he had a special treasure for Zhang. Zhang asked him to wait, as he needed to ask Shu for a favor. Shu asked what kind of help he could possibly offer him. Zhang analyzed him and replied that he could be a very big help, but it was not convenient to talk about it there. So he said they should move to the outside to talk. Shu asked if he could at least leave some of it for him. Zhang replied, telling him not to be so stingy about it. He said that it will all grow back in time. Others wondered what was going on. Shu remarked that it was easy for Zhang to say, when it was not his body. Then Zhang came back inside, and Manny asked what he had been asking Shu to do for him. Zhang thanked Shu, and as they all looked at him, they noticed he had become all thin, with his fat all gone. This shocked many of them, so Shu along with Zhang entered the Purge Squad's most secret room. And Zhang wondered what kind of equipment was in there. Situ told him that the scythe was called the Death Reaper. It did not just strike fear into the hearts of the living, but it also evolved by consuming the blood of its victims. In his younger days, Situ used it to slay thousands of mutated beasts, and over the years, the scythe had absorbed a literal sea of blood. Now, in terms of both its hardness and its sharpness, the scythe was completely unmatched in power, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it a divine artifact. The Death Reaper was currently the most suitable weapon for Zhang, so Situ advised him to take it with him to the city, as it would greatly increase his own chances of survival when he was to encounter any powerful enemies there. Zhang took the scythe, thanking Situ for the gift. Situ then looked back at him and mentioned that it seemed someone else was still worried. His energy had now already been depleted, and he was disappearing. So he would now return to the bracelet to recharge his power. He told Zhang and Sissy to have a good, long chat together. Zhang noticed the scar on Sissy's face had now faded away. She mentioned that they had agreed to talk as old friends, and not as teammates. They both went out to sit under the moon, and she told him that she had finally overcome her own demons, and had had the Purge Squad heal the ugly scar on her face. That last incident had made her realize just how weak she was, so she would not blindly pursue her revenge against them anymore. She would now rely on everyone's strength to defeat Yushu together. He was determined to return to Pearl City all on his own, which now made her wonder if it was because he was also fixated on avenging his friend. He told her that he would be lying if he said it hadn't crossed his mind, especially after he had just reached the mid-level of awakening. He could literally feel himself getting stronger and stronger. He was no longer the weak and helpless person he once was, who could only pretend to be asleep when the princess came to inspect, and he had no way to rest from his duties. He told Sissy not to worry, as he knew how important saving people was. That was the reason he was returning to the city now. As for Jing's revenge, if the opportunity did not present itself, he would not do anything reckless or foolish in his anger. She told him that she still worried about him going back all alone. He mentioned that he had received a secret weapon from Shu, so he would be fine on his own, he promised her. The scene shifted to the city, where the foxes were wandering. Zhang was walking by, covering his head and face with a cloak. He was thinking that the Celestial Fox patrols had surely stepped things up. He got to listen in on the conversation of a few of the foxes, who were talking about how the Purge Squad was temporarily closed, and that any unauthorized personnel were not allowed to have entry inside. Situ was still with Zhang, and told him not to worry about him. The old fox would not be able to do anything to Situ for another year or two at least. On the other hand, Zhang had now figured out what he was going to do next. Zhang agreed, as he now understood the entirety of the plan. The scene then shifted to the study room of the Beast King Martial Arts School, where water droplets fell from the ceiling. Leishan was confused, and then Zhang appeared before him, saying that it was him. Leishan was very happy to see him, and he asked where he had gone off to in the last few days. Leishan had been wanting to thank him in person ever since that day, but he had been unable to find Zhang anywhere. Zhang replied that it was a very long story indeed. After explaining everything that had happened to Lei Shan, Zhang asked him if he would now believe him about it. Lei Shan mentioned that according to what Zhang had just said, the city lord had long since betrayed Pervil City, and the celestial foxes were the ones who were really in charge now. He said that his claim sounded rather unbelievable to him. A boy from just outside the room called out to him, saying that Captain Lin of the city guard was there to have a meeting with him right now. Lei Shan asked the boy to show Lin to the grand reception hall, and told him he would be there with him shortly. Zhang told Lei Shan that the city guard had all been replaced by the celestial foxes, and that Lei Shan only needed one single look to see that Zhang was telling the truth. At the reception hall, Lei Shan apologized to Lin for making him wait, saying he did not expect that Lin would have time for a visit. Lin told him that he was there to congratulate Lei Shan on his deeds. Lei Shan wondered what he had done to deserve such a high honor. As he looked around the room, he saw that the other 4 members with Lin were all foxes. Lin told him that the city lord had now decided to appoint Lei Shan as the vice city lord of all of Pearl City, and that the announcement would be made citywide very soon. Lei Shan then thought to himself, "So, those are the true forms of the vile celestial foxes." Lei Shan replied that the humble servant was eternally grateful for the sea lord's immense generosity. Lin turned around to leave, saying he had now delivered the message, and he was leaving. Lei Shan thanked him for his visit, telling him to please extend his gratitude to the city lord. He thought about how those monsters had dared to come there. Zhang was now sharing his own vision with Lei Shan, and Lei Shan told him not to worry about a thing, as he was not going to pick a fight that he could not win. He knew that he was outmatched by their power. Zhang then relaxed, and Lei Shan told him he assumed Zhang had come to him with a plan, and he asked what they all needed to do at this point. Zhang hoped that Lei Shan could use this golden opportunity, given his promotion to the vice city lord of the city, to host a grand banquet and invite the awakeners who defended Pearl City. Then they would tell everyone who had not yet been replaced by the celestial foxes what was really going on here. Those who wanted to leave would be escorted out of the city through the safety of the teleportation array. Those who had chosen to stay would at least know about the celestial fox's evil plan, which would then allow them all to be on their guard and avoid being so easily controlled by their enemies. At the very least, he said. Lei Shan told him that some people might have family ties and might not choose to leave the city with them. Zhang replied that given the current situation, it was all that they could do. They looked outside the window and saw many foxes taking human form in the school grounds. Zhang told Lei Shan that even his school had not been spared, and several of his students had already been replaced. Lei Shan then remarked that he never thought such a small school would be harboring so many of those terrible creatures within its walls. He told Zhang that he had done enough for them, and in a situation where the enemy was hard to distinguish, no one could possibly save everyone from this fate. He then placed a hand on Zhang's shoulder and said to him, "Let us proceed as you have suggested to me, and I will be with you all of the way, my friend." Zhang greeted him, thanking him for his help, but Lei Shan replied that it should be them who should thank Zhang, as he had at least given them the hope of defeating those monsters.